Hey, Shalom Doooovid here, live again with another week in review. Hope everyone had a good week ahead. Got Hanukkah coming up Thursday night, Hanukkah this year, and God forbid the war is back on. So the hostage prisoner exchanges ended, and the war has resumed. God forbid. So today we'll do an update on the war and continue with research. So I'm finally going to go over my chess essay. It's got a little bit of work left on it, but it's in pretty good condition, and hopefully that will be put me in place to go back to research on expertise. Like I had planned on doing almost the last few months on expertise, but then the war broke out in Israel, and I was covering other topics. So I have a little bit of other research on sociology. I might read a paper on the history of thermodynamics, kind of just random. And hopefully next week I will return to the science of expertise. But I have my chess essay that hopefully we'll look at tonight. Looks pretty good. My mom was reading it over for me earlier today, and she thought it was my best one yet. So let me do a screen share, so I'm feeling a little bit low energy, but hopefully we'll still get a good week in review in. I don't have any guest plans. We'll see who shows up. Hey, Kale, thanks for tuning in. God bless. So we'll see if anyone shows up. Happy to have some guests, but nothing planned. Okay, so last night Jennifer was on Modern Day Debate with Dr. Sell debating evolution against Dr. Seidgart and Amy Newman. And not too much to say about the debate. I appeared on the after stream. Jennifer made a post stream, and then Amy Newman made a post stream. And it was kind of just incentive for me to continue my philosophy of science and metaphysics stream. So I was going to do this Wednesday. I had planned a stream on my channel on the philosophy of science 6 out of 10, but something came up and I had to cancel that. So hopefully this week, maybe Wednesday, maybe I'll even do it earlier, and we'll get back hopefully to a weekly philosophy of science stream. And then after that, I'm going to go into metaphysics, seeing how important the topic is metaphysics, and even my understanding of metaphysics is relatively weak. So people could check that out, and then Amy Newman's post stream, Church of Entry's post stream. Yeah, so this week I streamed with Stephen James again. So we took off Thanksgiving, and we got together this week, and Elliot, Claire, Khalid Safir came on, and because there wasn't that much happening in Israel in the war, we ended up talking about random things about demographics, immigration, Elon Musk, and other issues that people would check that out if they want. And hopefully, can continue streaming with Stephen in London, or in the UK. I don't think he's actually in London, north of London. And, so we'll see how that goes. So I had my stream also, I'll talk about it soon, with Khalid about the Israel-Palestine conflict. And pretty good viewership. So there wasn't that many live viewers, but looks like quite a few people watched that. So we'll see. Khalid came on last week, the first time we spoke. So I'll talk about that in a minute when I talk about specifically the war in Israel-Palestine. So let me just do the other random links. So I found this 6-part series on the British conquest of India, backgrounding strategy. So is a little bit interesting. History of India, history of British colonialization. There's a teaching company course on the topic also. A Judah Shuvatov, God bless. Thanks for coming on last week. But this was a interesting news series on the history of India and British colonialization. Asianometry, which I follow pretty regularly, tend to like their channel. They have a lot of stuff on semiconductors and computer technology, global chip manufacturer, but then they also have some random videos. And this last one they did on Soviet chess, the rise of Soviet chess. So it was a nice history, interesting history on Soviet chess. So people check that video out. If I had an audience, I would like to write on like chess history, but I don't have enough of an audience. I like chess history, but yeah, I'm not sure how big of an audience there is for that. Elon Musk and Andrew Ross Sorkin. Big news this week, the New York Times interview where Elon Musk tells the advertisers, God forbid, to go F themselves and talk about various subjects. And so we talked about that with Stephen James on his channel this week. But this was one of the big news stories this week. Elon Musk and his extreme philo-Semitism, but attacking Disney and the ADL and the advertiser boycott in general. So people could check out the Stephen James stream for some commentary on that. Okay, so they finally scheduled the Science of Consciousness conference for 2024. This last year it was in Italy, and for a while Doooovid had thought like I was going to go to Italy, and I was even considering paying for Jennifer to go, but she wasn't interested, and it didn't work out too much like to travel, and so this year the annual Science of Consciousness conference, the 30th annual Science of Consciousness conference, April 22nd through 27th in Tucson, Arizona, the University of Arizona, at the Center for Consciousness Studies, co-hosted by the University of Michigan Center for Consciousness Studies. And you see the topics, cortical oscillations and traveling waves, psychedelics and psychoplastogens, astrobiology and astroconsciousness, dual aspect monism, megahertz EEG and dodecography, DDG, theories of consciousness, consciousness and reality, artificial intelligence and consciousness, detecting consciousness, microtubule time crystals, searching for consciousness and entanglement in cerebral organoids, brain dimensions, wave functions, and symmetry. You see some of the names: Daniel Hoffman, Sir Roger Penrose, Gila Tonini, Stuart Hameroff, Harold Ottman-Spracher, David Chalmers, just some of the names of papers that I've read in the past. Deepak Chopra. So, and I guess you could submit papers. So there's opportunity to submit papers. Abstract deadline extended to December 31st. So I'm not quite ready. I'd wanted to be writing, like when I was still doing Week in Review of Jennifer, part of my goal was by this year to submit a paper to the Science of Consciousness conference. But it didn't work out like that. It's pretty unlikely I'm going to have a paper by the end of this month to submit. I don't think the chess stuff is relevant enough. So, but definitely following it and you're watching it. And in a similar vein, here's an article in the New York Times this week about music and memory. So let me just read through this real quick, and we'll see if anyone shows up. Live music is a time machine. From Fish concerts to Alanis Morissette shows, throwback tours can take us back to our teen years. In September, I went to see Counting Crows, a band whose music formed the soundtrack of my adolescence. The people alongside me at the Greek Theater at the University of California, Berkeley, were mainly in their 40s and 50s. People who might have had a babysitter waiting at home or a slightly achy back. I had both. As we belted out the lyrics of Mr. Jones together, a sea of fans singing a decades-old song, I could have sworn I was a teenager again. I forgot that I had a mortgage, 2 kids, and a favorite band, a brand of teabag. I turned to my husband. It was a shock to remember that I had one, and said, "Did we just travel back in time?" This experience is fairly common, said Dr. Andrew Budson, a professor of neurology at Boston University and author of Why We Forget and How We Remember Better, the Science Behind Memory. Music has a powerful ability to make us feel like we've been transported to the past. Many experts say that as we get older, we tend to remember things that happened to us in our adolescence and early adulthood more than in any eras of our lives, a phenomenon known as the reminiscence bump. Though there are several theories, some experts speculate that because we formulate our identities during this time and our brains are particularly receptive to new information, it also is a period that often includes social milestones like the first relationship. So the music we listened to when we were in our teens and early 20s tends to stick with us and evoke strong memories when we hear it again, said Kelly Jakubowski, an associate professor of music psychology at Durham University, who studies music and memory. And for many of us, the music we liked when we were younger remains our favorite songs as we age. Nostalgia can be good for us, staving off loneliness and enhancing well-being. And while listening to a song or an album can activate memories that make us nostalgic, there are a few reasons that a live concert magnifies the experience. Memory acts like a time machine. When we're initially forming a memory from an experience, different regions of the brain become active. There are several theories about exactly how this happens, but many experts believe that the hippocampus, a part of the brain involved in memory and learning, binds all the elements of an event into a single memory. If it's important or emotional, a neighboring region of the brain, the amygdala, will boost activity in the hippocampus to ensure that the information is encoded and stored as a lasting memory. When some part of your current experience matches some part of a memory, the hippocampus helps retrieve and reconstruct the remaining elements of the original event. The reason it feels like time travel is that you actually have the same patterns of activity in the brain. When you pull up the memory, they become active, Dr. Budson said. So things you saw or heard or felt originally, you're able to experience many of them again. Music is particularly good at doing this because it activates so many different brain regions, Dr. Budson said. Plus, a song lasts several minutes, so it encourages you to be thinking about that memory and retrieving that memory not just for a few seconds, like looking at a picture of Mike, but for a prolonged period of time. People and places can influence nostalgia. Last year, Anna Scott, a retired radio DJ in Mount Vernon, Washington, attended concerts by the Eagles and Paul McCartney. "You feel young again," said Mrs. Scott, 71. "It is nice to have that feeling back." Another reason that hearing a band live can take you back to your youth is that music activates the motor system, said Dr. Budson, which is why we sometimes dance or tap our feet, and being in a crowd can make that urge stronger, as there's a lot of contagiousness to the kind of responses people are having, said Elizabeth Margulis, director of the Music Cognition Lab at Princeton University. Research has shown, for instance, that we often clap because others clap, and even synchronize heart rates and breathing rates during concerts. Katie Swinford, 43, teacher in Cincinnati, has seen the band Fish roughly 20 times since the mid-1990s. The concerts are her safe and happy place, she said, where she's soothed by the familiarity of the music and the people. Though memory hasn't just been studied much in a live concert setting, said Dr. Jabokutsky, studies comparing recorded and live listening experiences have found that being among other people contributes to your enjoyment. In a crowd of like-minded fans, you may feel like not only connected to the artist, but connected to all the people around you. Location can also heighten the experience. In the summer of 2021, Kristen Batchett attended an Alanis Morissette show with a high school friend at Camden, New Jersey, theater that she had frequented as a teenager. It gave us so many weird feelings. Mrs. Batchett said, "We're all 40-year-old moms now, but once upon a time we were teenagers screaming, 'You ought to know,' in the back seat where our own moms drove us to the mall. We tend to remember things more strongly in the environment where we form the original memory, a concept known as context-dependent memory, said Matthew Shulkin, a psychologist professor at Amherst College who studies memory and music cognition. And the more similar the context is, the more powerful that effect is going to be. Your time travel mileage may vary. Your time travel mileage may vary. There are pieces of music we've heard so much that we no longer associate them with a specific time and place. Dr. Budson said, at some point you may have listened to a song so many different times that it's lost its unique time traveling capacity. While many things can enhance your feeling of being transported when you see an artist you loved in your youth, Dr. Budson said, it ultimately depends on whether being at the concert triggers more relevant matches in your brain than hearing a recorded version of the artist. For me, though, concerts seem to win out. I'm already looking at upcoming tour dates with the Lemonheads and Smashing Pumpkins, figuring out when I can buy my next tickets to 1996. So I thought that was a little bit interesting, just related to memory and music. Memory is a topic. Hopefully, probably next year already, I will try to dedicate a whole show to memory and the specifics of music and memory. At Stony Brook, I even took a whole course on music and memory, psychology course. Okay, so I have some stuff related to the war in Israel and a few articles I'm going to read. And I'll just make some quick comments, God forbid, on my failures as a Jew. So I did a whole 4-part series on my failures as a Jew caused by self-reflection, largely due to the outbreak of the war and my feeling powerless to have any effect to stop the escalation of the conflict, kind of being able to predict and know what's going to happen, but have no ability to change it. And then the death of my friend Samantha Wool, God forbid, the murder case has still not been solved, but caused me a lot of self-reflection and this question: why did I fail as a Jew? And taking self-responsibility, not blaming other people, only blaming myself. So I could understand certain elements of the structure and nature of the Jewish community that led to my failure, but saying that the failure is basically completely my responsibility and due to my own personal failures, not due to the failures of anybody else. So I mentioned anti-Zionism and how I went to Israel and I had learned about anti-Zionism from a Haredi religious perspective and saying that, well, the state of Israel is not such a good idea. It's not such a good thing that we have a state. Although there wasn't much focus on Palestinians at the time. I didn't understand much about like the war and there's a lot of information, and it wasn't necessarily like, oh, because we stole land and drove the Palestinians off the land and ethno-nationalism. It was more theological basis of what the religion teaches, like the messianic prophecies, what the rabbis expect to come, and about the unrighteousness of the Zionists, the founders of Israel, where Israel was secular, non-religious, not righteous people. So it wasn't so much the Haredi anti-Zionism was not so much about human rights abuses, war crimes, specifically related to Palestinians. So it wasn't really till I got to Stony Brook University where I befriended Palestinians. And maybe then also was the outbreak of the first Lebanon war and seeing kind of like the Zionists and my Jewish friends really gung-ho about Israel. I remember day trading when we all went to Washington, when there was also, maybe that was the Lebanon War, and there was the later Hamas War. After, it doesn't matter, but it wasn't really till I got to University of Michigan 10 years ago that I really started understanding Israeli history, what happened to the Palestinians, and the formation of Israel. Like, okay, the Sklener Rebbe was anti-Zionist, like the Notori Karta rabbis, the Tolstoy Yitzchak Rebbe was very strongly anti-Zionist. A lot of my close friends, Bubba of Yeshiva was mildly anti-Zionist. Rabbi Wolfson. I knew that the Haredim, the Hasidim were anti-Zionist, but they didn't have much intersection. It wasn't about Palestinians. It was about a theological position or the unrighteousness of the unfit for Jewish leadership of the current Israeli leadership. So it wasn't really till I got to University of Michigan that I met Palestinians. I took a course on the Israeli conflict and history, and then I got a bunch of books and I started reading into it. And then when I started streaming and talking about it, like I usually mentioned that I leaned anti-Zionist just because that was the position of my rabbis, but I didn't know that much about it. So I really had to put a whole bunch of research. I did my tour of my library, and you say I have 4 whole shelves of books on Judaism, and you think I've read much more than that over my lifetime online, at libraries, in yeshiva, at other people's houses. These are just books that I own. But I have a whole one single shelf of books on Israeli history, and a lot of other books related to Israeli history, biographies, Haredim. But yeah, I probably have like 100 books that I've read on Israeli history, and I don't have much. Like I'm not that much into politics. Like I don't have like the biographies of the prime ministers or the founders of Israel. I don't have that much military stuff. Like just a few books maybe on military stuff, but at a basis of understanding what happened to the Palestinians. And then 2016, we're streaming the rise of the alt-right and Richard Spencer and white Zionism, that I started to look into ethno-nationalism and understand anti-Zionism from a different perspective. And they're also like Jewish Voice for Peace, if not now, liberal Jewish anti-Zionism as opposed to Haredi anti-Zionism, and an opposition to ethno-nationalism. And coming back here to Metro Detroit, I'd also seen that a lot of times people's positions on Israel-Palestine directly parallels people's position on Oakland County, Wayne County. Here in Detroit, Detroit's in Wayne County. Oakland County, where most of the Jews live, is still semi-diverse. There's still quite a few African Americans, but Wayne County, Detroit is dominated by African Americans, and Oakland County is vast majority white, although it's still multicultural. But people's opinions on Israel-Palestine a lot of times corresponds to urban politics about Detroit and such issues as crime, policing, economics, so on and so on. And so I started to see a greater connection to larger implications of anti-Zionism, the problems with Zionism, and Israel's continual state of war. So, there's always, the two-state solution, and occasionally it comes up like, how are we going to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict? Like the two-state solution. And I think always I have leaned towards the one-state solution. Hey, Tinkle, God bless, good to see you. That since I've had like a political opinion, I have leaned towards the one-state solution. Maybe going back 20 years already. If you ask me, say, well, a one-state solution. Hey, John, good to see you too. If you want to hop on and talk, John, feel free. Link is pinned. Been a while, catch up what's going on. But yeah, I always lean towards the one-state solution, and I always mentioned it. I had Palestinian friends since I went to Stony Brook in 2000 and like the mid 2000s. That I had Palestinian friends, and then University of Michigan, I started going to Palestinian student group meetings, safe students for justice in Palestine at Wayne State, local events, Jewish Voice for Peace, if not now when that organization formed. And I always lean towards a one-state solution, which Haredi anti-Zionists don't necessarily have any solutions. So, they just oppose Zionism, but they don't necessarily really have a political solutions. Like Notori Karta of actually meeting with, the Iranians, the enemies of Israel. But most Haredim don't really have political solutions. And even though they're anti-Zionist, are still largely within cooperation of the state. And even the extreme anti-Zionists like Tolzar Yitzchak, Brisk, that don't even take money from the state of Israel, they don't really have any political solutions. They're not even really necessarily advocating for the one-state solution. But because I was in University of Michigan, my parents are lawyers. The more the type conversations I have that, Haredim don't really have these conversations, that I always lean towards the one-state solution. And it made sense to me that there would be a perpetual state of war until Israel basically granted all the Palestinians full citizenship. I even used to argue that with Charles Moskowitz. I'd say Israel should end the right of return for American Jews, and various things that almost no Jews agreed with me across the board. And these were just kind of speculations of a solution, because it's well, what's your solution? So it's well, one state solution. We end the right of return for American Jews. A confederacy, Sula, Adar Weintraub, type things that I've mentioned that could possibly be solutions. But I'm not involved in Israeli politics, and what I say is very unpopular. However, when I started debating alt-righters and arguing in favor of multiculturalism and immigration, the general, so to say, hypocrisy of Jews, where Jews support multiculturalism and immigration in the United States, however oppose it in Israel, that I said well, no, I'm not inconsistent. I support multiculturalism and immigration in Israel also. But now you see during the war that there is the big hypocrisy, and it's obvious that most of the Democratic left Jewish organizations are actively fighting against multiculturalism and immigration in Israel, while at the same time supporting the policies here in America. So, God forbid, October 7th didn't surprise me, because I follow it. I knew the conflict. I knew the extreme right-wing rhetoric, when Ben-Gvir, God forbid, if I went down the Haredi path, I would have been relegated to the Ben-Gvir crowd. And even among the Haredim, probably a third of the people I knew were Kahanists, because I didn't really fit in with the Haredi. I was a Balchuva. I was a half Jew. I did construction, labor. I worked. I was smart. I learned. I knew, how to pick up a lot of Gemara, or I knew Yiddish. I went to the rabbis. I chanted. I prayed. However, I wasn't really in with the Haredim. I was an outsider. So the type Haredi I was more in with were the people that had already stepped out of their narrow, confined upbringing. And a lot of those people tend to be the neo-Kahanists. So actually in Brooklyn, I knew almost all the JDL leaders, all of the followers of Meir Kahane, Cholent at Doooovid was one of the founding members of Cholent in Manhattan at the Millenary Synagogue in near Times Square, and Rabbi Werner was a Talmud of Meir Kahane and Shlomo Carlebach, like the Millenary Center Synagogue, like had a picture on the altar of Meir Kahane. And like I was friendly with Rabbi Werner. I served Rabbi Werner. I was almost a student of his. I was more Haredi leaning, but I worked together with Rabbi Werner, and Rabbi Werner was a direct student of Meir Kahane, and he favored Kahanist policies. And a lot of the people who went to Cholent in the Millenary Center Synagogue were Kahanists. And even of the ex-Hasidim that I did the MMA, martial arts, self-defense, workout, like of the former Hasidim that Doooovid was associated with. I mean, I wouldn't have identified as neo-Kahanist, but just saying that in terms of the rise of Ben Gvir, Smodrick, and the neo-Kahanist, if I was in Israel now, I would be put together with the neo-Kahanist because you have to kind of go somewhere. Hey, Joseph, good to see you. If you want to pop on, the link is in the chat. If anyone, John or anyone wants to pop on and talk. So when I was on the stream with Keith Woods, I was mentioning happy Hanukkah to you too. I was mentioning the anti-Zionist to Kahanist pipeline, that most of the followers of Ben Gvir, most of the new supporters of neo-Kahanists are former anti-Zionists. And so ideologically, we didn't talk about like Kahane, and we wouldn't have identified as Kahanist. But if you had to be put in a faction, we were largely former Haredim or like Rebelist Haredim, modern Hasidim, but we had certain modernist ideas. And if there's Zionist leaning, a lot of my friends of the former Hasidim were people that had served in the IDF. They were Hasidim that decided to serve in the IDF. And so this rise of the neo-Kahanists, and so this was before Ben Gvir at the time, and then also Heshi Friedman of the Garage in Brooklyn, who was basically the meeting ground of the Jewish Defense Force, also a student, follower of Meir Kahane, very into self-defense, and the actual senior members of the JDL. I used to eat Shabbos there. I was friendly with them. I chanted with them. I saw them all over the place. Like I knew in Brooklyn almost all of the JDL neo-Kahanists, and most of them, I think Kahane was Litvish. So Meir Kahane himself is like modern Orthodox and went to Chaim Berlin, which is a Litvish yeshiva. So most, like Rabbi Werner, Heshi Friedman, I think they were yeshivish Litvox. And Wasser Thiel, that's not ringing a bell. If he's a modern day rabbi or historic, I'm not sure Wasser Thiel. But Renaissance Catering Hall used to have Shabbos meals, and the Kahanists went there. Like they were Balchuvas, people who served in the military, and they were guys who kind of kept the community safe. The Shomrim, like I used to go to the synagogue of like the Shomrim, where like the Shomrim leaders met, and I wouldn't say it was my crowd. I was just a Balchuva, and I was trying to be Hasidic. But as I discussed with Luke Ford, there's a huge cultural gap. Like the Hasidim that speak like Yiddish as a first language, that know very little of the outside world, they're very skeptical of it. Like I went to their gatherings, I prayed with them. I had a few friends that were on the inside, but most of my friends were somewhat on the outside of the Hasidic world. They came from the Hasidic world, and they had a more modern approach. So I was more likely to know the people involved, the neo-Kahanist, the Shomrim, businessmen, so on and so on. And Wasser there. Yeah, I know the Rimanover Rebbe. Yeah, I mean, he even came to Metro Detroit. I have the Rimanover Rebbe on my YouTube channel when he came to Metro Detroit. I used to eat Shabbos by the Rimanover Rebbe in Borough Park. I even used to help the Rimanover Rebbe make minyan occasionally when I first came. So yeah, I forget Wasser Thiel, if his son married the daughter of Beryl from Amunis Yisrael, Beryl Fink HaKohen. I knew Beryl Fink quite well also from Amunis Yisrael, the Mechutin of the Rimanover Rebbe. But so yeah, I'm just saying that the rise of the neo-Kahanists, I saw that happening, unfolding under my eyes, and it's a pipeline from I was watching Frida Wiesel, and she was interviewing this guy who went to this very anti-Zionist yeshiva, and now he's like a pro-Israel activist, even though like he was a former Haredi and left the Haredi world. Izzy Posner, now he's like a Zionist activist. He's very pro-Israel, even though his parents were super anti-Zionist. So there's that pipeline of, once you start, if you're Haredi and you start becoming less Haredi, almost always there's the pipeline from anti-Zionism to Zionism, and also from anti-Zionism to neo-Kahanism. And like I also mentioned on the Keith Woods, that a lot of Haredim end up living in the West Bank because it's very expensive to live in Israel. People have big families. So even when I was in Jerusalem 25 years ago, people's kids in Jerusalem were moving to the settlements in the West Bank, like Amunis Yisrael, Rabbi Wolfson, people from Brooklyn that were making Aliyah and moving to Israel. They were ending up living in the settlements because Israel's expensive and it's cheaper to live in the settlements. And a lot of the settlements, statistically, I think like the West Bank is like 1/3 Haredi, 1/3 religious Zionist, and 1/3 secular. And a lot of the religious Zionists come from Haredim, that like Satmar. Like if you're Satmar and you leave being Satmar Zionist and join the IDF, then you are to go to university. So there's this interesting pipeline. So RG, what would you say to someone who says Israel may win the war, but they're going to lose the peace because how they're going to go about it? So I'm going to go about that. Like, God forbid, I don't think Israel's going to win the war. I think they're going to lose in every aspect, and it's just an utter disaster. And that's why I'm going into this anti-Zionism. I'm talking about the neo-Kahanist. I'm talking about, I was just seeing on the yeshiva world that the Karliner Rebbe was visiting his Rosh Yeshiva's son who was just injured in Gaza, and God forbid this new. So I'm going to look in. I'm going to get into the maps and exactly what's going on, and like so I'll wrap up my ramble and I'll give a little detail on the actual military situation. And so I just wanted to mention. Okay, so Haredi anti-Zionist, they don't really have solutions. They just have a theological position. If you say, well, do Haredi anti-Zionists believe in a one-state solution? Do they believe that you should give all Arabs citizenship? Not really. To some extent, even Haredi anti-Zionist are somewhat Zionist. Even like Lucas Gage was saying, only Notori Karta really favors Arab rule, and Notori Karta is very small in terms of like Notori Karta, like saying they should give rule back too. So like in the Yerushalmis in Jerusalem that lived in Jerusalem before even the British Mandate, going back to the Ottomans before World War One, that lived under Arab control. They're not really political. They don't have like sophisticated political solutions, and the ones that vote, they're going to vote United Torah Judaism. United Torah Judaism is, although officially they're anti-Zionist, there's a big crossover between like United Torah Judaism and religious Zionism, and even United Torah Judaism. So under Naftali Bennett, the Haredim were actually no. So under Bennett, they actually got rid of the Haredim and served with the Arabs when Bennett and Lapid were prime minister. So I don't even know if United Torah Judaism would have agreed to serving together with Arabs in the Knesset. So it's a big problem. There's no real solution coming. And so just talking like theoretical solutions, if I'm talking like hypothetical one-state solution, confederation, there's only a handful of political experts that are putting forward these ideas. They're not grassroots solutions. They're not popular among any leading faction in Israel. So, if it's saying, well, what should we do? And, Doooovid would say, well, this might work. It's not one of the solutions on the table. It's just a hypothetical political solution that experts have given. So in relation to like my failures as a Jew, like I was talking to like Luke Ford, like I'm a Baal Tshuva, I'm hanging out with Hasidim. I'm too much of an outsider to be on the inside of with Hasidim, so I'm hanging out with the Hasidim that are more modern. And the more modern Hasidim tend to become super Zionists and various issues that make it difficult. And also like racism, like general like anti-black racism or various things. Like Doooovid comes from a liberal background. Like I'm an anti-racist, and so a lot of these things just led to my failure as a Jew, my failure to fit in with the Orthodox community, my failure to fit in with the Black Hat community, my failure to fit in with the modern Orthodox community, and then going out on my own. Going to University of Michigan, being active in Detroit, trying to affiliate just with liberal Jews, Reform Jews, Jewish organizations, and that largely failing too. Like I mentioned, God forbid, relation like Samantha Wool and Jewish power structures that almost all Jewish groups from far right to far left have top-down authority structures. They raise up leadership and they expect you to fall in line, and it becomes all or nothing. And so even if it's at the downtown synagogue and they're like leftist liberal policies where they've incorporated repair the world and democratic activism, if it's like LGBT, abortion, or the issues that matter to them most, it's basically all or nothing. There's no room for dissent. And unfortunately, that's led to my failure as a Jew. So I could see this war coming. I could tell you pretty accurately what I think is going to happen and an analysis of it, but there's really nothing I could do of it. I can just say what's likely to happen, what other people are going to do. A few people listen to me ramble on the internet. Not too many Jews listen to me. Almost all the people who listen to me are non-Jewish. So if you are Jewish, you're listening to this, you're probably more worried about what I'm saying, that oh, that's not representative of mainstream Jewish opinion or something like that. Well, obviously, Doooovid is not representative of mainstream Jewish opinion. When I try to give Torah scholarship, or just in my independent scholarship, I try to be accurate in my scholarship. So you ask me like, what do these people hold? I'm going to try to be accurate in that. But like my own personal opinions, like, yeah, they're not Orthodox, they're not mainstream. That's why I'm streaming. That's why the majority of people listening to me are non-Jews. Okay, so let me go back to the stream share. It's kind of my ramble on the long state of the war, why it's probably going to keep on getting worse, and God forbid, said the war is probably going to keep on getting worse, and we'll see what Israel's going to do about it. Fluent, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. So I had my stream with Khalid Shafir, and Ahmadiyya in Jordan, who married a Jordanian, and he's streaming from Jordan. And no, Joseph, I haven't been back to Brooklyn in like 15 years. And I don't even necessarily have any plans to go back. I just got to move on with my life. I can do some good people from there, but I got to move on with my life. So I'm not even sure, just go back there to visit or pray or something, buy some Judaica. Okay, Mark, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Okay, so Khalid had his solution, and so he's an Ahmadiyya Muslim. They come from Pakistan, and he was raised in the UK, and now he's living in Jordan. He married a Jordanian, and he's doing olive farming. And his plan was that Palestinians should go to Jordan. And obviously most Israelis agree with that. And but so I pushed back. I didn't think it was that likely. Currently Jordan doesn't plan on allowing any of the Palestinians in. And he had economic long term that Israel would be begging the Palestinians to come back. And say Ahmadiyyas are more pacifist than mainstream Muslims. So people could check out that stream if it's interesting. And it looks like it got quite a few views. So we'll see if Khalid's around and wants to talk. You feel free to hop on again. So or if anyone saw the stream with Khalid and is watching, thanks for tuning in. And so good conversation. So University of Michigan this week, just a little news on the Israel. They were going to have the vote on this anti-Israel resolution, calling Israel a genocidal regime. And then there was another regime calling out racism and anti-Semitism in all its forms. And the Hillel raised $50,000. They brought in the head of the AJC and the son of Hamas guy, and he spoke there this week. And then last minute, they canceled the vote, and they claim they canceled the vote due to this unauthorized email that supporters of the anti-resolution sent out from an official university account. But I'm guessing that this resolution that was calling Israel apartheid and genocidal was going to pass. And the reason it was canceled 2 days. It was a 3-day public referendum vote for all students. And that the reason they canceled it was because it was going to pass. And so see the change in public sentiment. You got Jewish Voice for Peace and UMish chapter doing a lot of stuff. So, God forbid. Let me just read this article. This was from Israel Hayom. Not sure. You see, Israel's plan, Khalid Safir, he was saying, is still at this point to resettle Palestinians. And it's so unlikely that this is going to happen. And we look at what Israel's actual strategy is. Yeah, Mark, let me finish the Israel section. And hopefully if you're still around, we talk about natural law, terms like metaphysics. I'm actually going to be talking about sociology and the origins of group law. Hey, John, thanks for tuning in too. Okay, U.S. lawmakers review plan linking Gaza refugee resettlement to American aid to Arab countries. A new initiative submitted to the U.S. Congress calls for conditioning American aid to Arab countries on their willingness to receive refugees from Gaza. The proposal was shown to key figures in the House and Senate from both parties. Longtime lawmaker Rep. Joe Wilson has expressed open support for it, while others who were privy to the details of the text have so far kept a low profile, saying that publicly coming out in favor of the program could derail it. Israel is trying to keep civilian casualties in the Gaza Strip as low as possible, but Hamas is not allowing the refugees to leave, and Egypt is unwilling to open up its borders. The plan's authors write in the opening paragraph. They later go on to explain that the only moral solution is to ensure that Egypt opens its borders and allows for the refugees to flee from the tyrant control of Hamas. The U.S. government provides Egypt with approximately $1.3 billion in foreign aid, and these funds can be allocated to the refugees from Gaza who will be allowed into Egypt. The proposed refugee figures that would be accepted by Arab countries under the plan, they continue. The neighboring borders have been closed for too long, but it is now clear that in order to free the Gazan population from the tyrannical oppression of Hamas and to allow them to live free of war and bloodshed, Israel must encourage the international community to find the correct moral and humane avenues for the relocation of the Gazan population. The plan notes that Egypt should not shoulder the entire burden, but other regional countries should chip in. Iraq and Yemen receive an approximate $1 billion in U.S. foreign aid, and Turkey receives more than $150 million. Each of these countries receive enough foreign aid and have a large enough population to be able to accept the refugees, adding up to less than 1% of their population, the plan's authors stress. The plan also calls on the U.S. to condition foreign aid to Egypt, Iraq, Yemen, and Turkey on those countries accepting a certain number of refugees. The plan even goes so far as to envision how many Gazan residents each of these countries will receive. 1 million in Egypt, constituting 0.9% of the population there, 500,000 for Turkey, 0.6% of the population in Turkey, 250,000 for Iraq, 0.6% of the Iraqi population, and another 250,000 for Yemen, 0.75% of the overall population there currently. Each of these countries receives generous financial aid from the United States, and under the plan, it should continue to be handed out only under the conditions that they accept Gazans. It should be noted that the Biden administration opposes the forced removal of Gazan residents from the Strip, but has not ruled out voluntary migration for those who choose to do so. This would not be the first time other countries accepted refugees, the plan's text says. According to the United Nations Human Council Resolution Database, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine, for example, over 6 million Ukrainians have fled the country. Poland has accepted nearly 1.2 million Ukrainian refugees. Germany received almost 1 million. The Czech Republic close to 500,000. It continues likewise since 2011, the ongoing Syrian civil war. 6.7 million Syrians have fled Syria to be dispersed through the surrounding countries. 3.2 million Syrian refugees relocated to Turkey. 789,000 found refuge in Lebanon, 653,000 in Jordan, and 150,000 in Egypt, while the other Middle Eastern European countries have accepted hundreds of thousands. The document's authors note that the UNRWA is a problematic factor perpetuating the conflict. Unlike the UN Refugee Agency, which resettles refugees worldwide, the UNRWA is renewed by a UN mandate every 3 years and receives funding predominantly from the United States, Canada, Britain, and the European Union, all of whom are strong supporters of Israel. They blame the agency for propagating the refugee narrative and inhibiting the rehabilitation of Palestinian refugees for over 70 years, and has in fact deepened the refugee crisis. Therefore, it claimed it must be shut down. So this was published in Israel Hayom, and God forbid, I think that's still Israel's hope. And probably in terms of like the senior Israeli Jewish officials lobbying in the US, that's the main thing they're pushing for, is pushing for the relocation of the Gazans into the neighboring Arab countries. I've suggested that the most likely thing is that they're going to come here to the West, to America, the UK, Germany, France, that appears unequivocally dead on arrival. The Arab nations, neighboring Muslim nations, will not accept Palestinian refugees. One, because they don't want to be complicit in Israel's ethnic cleansing, and two, because it will then become a military liability that if the Palestinians, Gazans, come to their country and continue military activity against Israel, then Israel and Western powers will have reason to go to war against their country. So it would appear all of those nations have unequivocally said no. Khalid had mentioned, Jordan. Why doesn't Jordan take them? Jordan took over 500,000 Syrian refugees. Jordan's like 70% Palestinian. But currently, unequivocally, they've said no, they're not taking them. So when we look in, well, what is Israel's actual plan? Israel's plan is most likely the forced relocation of Gazans. And God forbid, that's why it's so disastrous. That's why it could possibly, God forbid, even come into a genocide if the Gazans have nowhere to go and the war continues and Hamas continues to fight, that, God forbid, the casualties could become catastrophically, hundreds of thousands of people. And if the Gazans are given refuge anywhere, it's going to be the West. It's most likely going to be the United States. And like I've even predicted that you could see hundreds of thousands of Gazans coming into the United States possibly in the next few months, because to a large extent the war in Gaza is a joint effort between Israel and the United States. So in all likelihood, these refugee resettlements are going to fail and they're going to end up here in the United States. So let's look at the New York Times and the scale of the refugee crisis right now. What does the scale of displacement in Gaza look like? Up to 1.8 million Gazans, around 80% of the population, have been forced to leave their homes since Israel began its bombardment in response to Hamas's attack on October 7th. That number is expected to rise after Israel issued a new evacuation order on Saturday for the areas in the south. And there you see the number of refugees staying in UN shelters, government shelters, other shelters, versus the amount of people displaced, a few 100,000 that are not in shelters. So almost 90% of the Gazan population has been displaced. Gaza had never experienced so much internal displacement in such a short time. Earlier conflicts forced hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from their homes, but refugee experts said the current war was unprecedented for the number of people displaced within the enclave's 140 square miles, with Israel barring most Gazans from leaving and shelters swelling to many times over their capacity. Humanitarian aid workers said that there's no safe place to go as fighting continues. So here you can see the map where displaced people are staying at United Nations and government shelters. Each circle represents the total number of displaced people in shelters within 1 square kilometer. So you can see most of the shelters in the south. There's some shelters still in northern Gaza. There are at least 14 government and United Nations shelters within the new evacuation zone that Israel forces announced on Saturday. These shelters had registered more than 68,000 displaced people as of November 28th. People are sleeping on the street and sidewalks without any means of protection, said Yosef Hamasha, advocacy officer for the Norwegian Refugee Council, who fled from his home in northern Gaza in mid-October to stay with more than 40 relatives in a two-room home in Khan Yunis. And people in the shelters are trying to convince themselves that it's a bit more safe than being in the street. The situation before was unimaginable, and now they want to move people again. About 1.4 million Palestinians have found shelter in or outside of Gaza schools, medical centers, mosques, and churches. The rest, as many as 500,000 people, are thought to be staying with relatives and even strangers, often sleeping outside in courtyards or crammed into small apartments. A majority of the displaced have moved south as intense air and ground strikes by Israeli forces have destroyed much of the north, making it unlivable, but tens of thousands are estimated to remain in the north, including many who are unable to travel, such as the sick or disabled. Humanitarian organizations warned that the shelters, even in the south, are not protected from fighting. The UN reported on November 23rd that since the start of the conflict, an estimated 191 people in the shelters had been killed and 798 had been injured. Many schools housing displaced people have been damaged since the war began, according to the UNICEF tracker, which relies on reports from other organizations on the ground. Schools that have sheltered displaced people have also been damaged. So in the north, almost all of the shelters have had moderate to major damage. And even in the south, a vast majority of the shelters have had minor damage. At least 28 governmental schools functioning as shelters have sustained major damage in North Gaza and Gaza regions, making them no longer unstable, and 122 other across the territory have sustained moderate or minor damage. The UN has estimated that most of its shelters are at 4 times their capacity at minimum and unable to accommodate more people. You have to wait in line for 2 hours just to use the bathroom. Mr. Amash said to have a shower is a kind of dream. So you can see the numbers of the various shelters from North Gaza, Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, and Rafah all the way to the south. And you can see just the huge amount of people gathering in the south, likely to keep on growing. The shelter population has soared in the Gaza Strip since the start of the war, especially in the central and southern parts of Deir al-Balah, Khan Yunis, and Rafah, areas to which Israel forces have told Palestinians to evacuate. Closed corridors and limited access to safe water and bathrooms is contributing to the spread of disease, along with the outset of winter. According to the World Health Organization, the agency has reported thousands of cases of acute respiratory infections, diarrhea, and skin rashes in Gaza on average each day. During the 7-day ceasefire that ended on Friday, some people temporarily left shelters to return to their homes to investigate any damage. Some people displaced in the south even tried to go back to the north, according to the UN. The safety of displaced people is uncertain as the fighting continues into the 9th week and people are once again forced to move to new locations. We're going to a new level of madness and bombardment, Mr. Amash said. Now it's the turn of the south as Israel has started to enter Khan Yunis in the south. Arakil, God bless, good to see you. So let's look at Reuters also in some of the mapping, and then we'll look at the Guardian in a little bit more. Mapping the conflict in Israel and Gaza as tentative truth holds. This was from a week ago before the ceasefire, the war continued. As tentative truce holds, search for shelter continues for more than 1 million Gazans. The pause in hostilities between Israel and Hamas extended another 2 days on Monday, has given Gazans brief reprieve from 7 weeks of near continuous Israeli bombardment across the Gaza Strip. More than 1.8 million people have been displaced from their homes since Israel's campaign began in retaliation for Hamas's October 7th attack in southern Israel, according to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs. The bombardment has flattened swaths of northern Gaza and has reduced entire neighborhoods to rubble. 2/3 of the enclave's population of 2.3 million have been displaced to the south. According to Gazan's health ministry, more than 14,000 Gazans, roughly 40% of them under 80, have been killed in Israel's military operation. So internally displaced people at UN and government shelters, over 140,000 in northern Gaza, 100,000 in Gaza City, 360,000 in Deir al-Balah, 270,000 in Khan Yunis, and 450,000 in Rafah, with likely the numbers further in the south to keep on increasing as Israel's military activity increases. After encircling northern Gaza with ground forces, the Israeli Air Force dropped leaflets in eastern areas of Khan Yunis in the south of the Gazan Strip, telling people to evacuate to shelters for their own safety. While the truce for exchanges of hostages and prisoners between Israel and Hamas still holds, a resumption of hostilities and an expected Israeli offensive in the south could compel hundreds of thousands who fled Gaza City to uproot yet again, along with residents of Khan Yunis, a city of more than 400,000, compounding an already dire humanitarian crisis. Khan Yunis is located in the south half of the Gaza Strip. Tens of thousands of people displaced from the north have already sought refuge there in schools and tents, causing a severe overcrowding amid shortages of food and water. The Nasser Hospital area in Khan Yunis camp has become a focal point, housing numerous schools and facility administered by the United Nations Palestinian Refugees Agency. Initially designed for educational purposes, these establishments have been repurposed as shelters since the war began. The surge in displaced people seeking safety has led to overcrowding in these facilities. Those newly displaced from the northern regions and other areas affected by the conflict are finding refuge in makeshift tent camps positioned around the hospitals and schools. UN shelters are accommodating far more people than their intended capacity and are unable to accommodate new arrivals. Overcrowding is contributing to the spread of disease, including acute respiratory illness and diarrhea, prompting environmental and health concerns. On average, 160,000 people sheltering at the UNRWA schools share a single toilet. In the Rafah logistics base, where more than 8,000 people have sought shelter, 400 people are sharing one toilet. Shortage of food, fuel, drinking water, and medicines have worsened in recent weeks as Israel allowed only some trucks of humanitarian supplies to come into Gaza from Egypt. Since the truce, some fuel has been distributed into the south to support food distribution and to restart generators at hospitals, water and sanitation facilities, and shelters. 2 pipelines coming from Israel have been piping potable water into southern Gaza, according to the OCHA, but in the north, the main water desalination plant and Israeli pipelines have been out of service. Access to supply water to people in the north has been restricted for weeks. The risk of dehydration and waterborne disease from drinking unsafe water continues. The start of the rainy season and the possibility of flooding increases fears that the densely populated enclave sewage system will become overwhelmed and disease will spread. Around 20 tons of solid waste is generated each day, with few, if any, facilities to process it. The UN reported sewage flowing into the streets in several areas in Rafah and southern Gaza. The lack of fuel has disrupted the collection of solid waste, which the World Health Organization said created an environmental conducive to the rapid and widespread proliferation of insects, rodents that can carry and transmit diseases. The United Nations Human Rights Chief said that the widespread outbreaks of disease and hunger seemed inevitable in Gaza after weeks of Israeli assault on the densely populated Palestinian enclave. The World Health Organization has warned of worrying trends in disease spread in Gaza, where bombardments and ground operation have disrupted the health system, access to clean water, and caused people to crowd into shelters, saying that there had been an unusually large number of cases of diarrhea in the enclave. More than 33,551 cases have been reported since mid-October, the bulk of which are among children under 5 years of age. God forbid. So you're just seeing the huge case of the refugee crisis right now. Hey, Jim, God bless. Good to see you. Rune, thanks for tuning in. So when we see the disaster situation right now of what is already a refugee crisis, which could be, God forbid, a mass casualty event of tens, hundreds of thousands of people, God forbid, a huge disaster. Israel right now is, in all likelihood, still hoping to expel them, to push them out of Israel. And as I've mentioned, if the Gazans go anywhere, the most likely place they're going to come is to America, because America is the most complicit in the crimes, and America is the most likely to help Israel relieve them of their situation. And the thing that America could do most for Israel is to allow the Gazans to leave and come here to America. So we haven't seen that directly, although, God forbid, that I think we'll see next. Okay, so here's like the new American-Israeli military plan for avoiding mass civilian casualties and the elimination of Hamas. And that is to break up areas of northern Gaza into a grid and to warn people to leave, and then to bombard, try to destroy the tunnels, any Hamas infrastructure, and then possibly let the people come back. Although what they're going to come back to is unclear. So whatever the American and Israeli, top military intelligence people came up with, this is what they came up with, the Israeli grid maps. And, so we're going to see if Israel does go forward with this war, they're going to have to take over with troops on the ground all of northern Gaza. And as of now, like the estimate 30 to 40,000 Hamas troops, and it's unclear if Israel's even how many Israel has killed, maybe 2,000, maybe 5,000. The high estimates are that Israel has eliminated 5,000 Hamas fighters, but more realistic is Israel has only eliminated about 2,000 Hamas fighters now. And the long battle to completely eliminate Hamas, over 30,000 soldiers, rockets are still flying into Israel. And in order to eliminate Hamas, the IDF will have to go street by street, troops on the ground, all of northern Gaza. And, I've been saying that, the likelihood that would lead to over 100,000, maybe even 200,000 Palestinian deaths, and probably over 10,000 Israeli soldiers would cost their life to, do the ground incursion street by street. And Israel right now is doing everything possible to not lose Israeli soldiers' lives. And that's basically just by doing aerial bombs. But it's unclear if the aerial bombs actually helps. So, the aerial bombs, all that's done is create a refugee crisis and destroy all of the buildings. It's unclear whether they've actually damaged Hamas's military capabilities or seriously wounded or killed the tens of thousands of Hamas troops. And also like a siege, like to starve them out, to say if Israel doesn't want to do a ground incursion, they want to starve them out. We're talking like a 6 months, 2 years. They can do a siege on northern Gaza for like 2 years, and they're gonna have like 1.5 million refugees in southern Gaza for 2 years. Well, they try to just do a siege, and who knows if the siege will even be successful in eliminating the Hamas. Like the Hamas has still been firing rockets. So let's look at the Israel grid maps make life in Gaza a macabre game of battleship, says aid workers. Online system designed to order precise evacuations inaccessible to those without power or network access. Israel's new grid system for targeted evacuations, warnings in southern Gaza, risk turning life in the territory into a macabre game of battleships, aid workers have warned. When Israel resumed its offensive in Gaza after a week-long ceasefire deal collapsed, it immediately signaled plans to intensify attacks in the south of the territory in areas where Palestinian civilians had previously been urged to take shelter. Bombing began within seconds of the truce, ending early on Friday morning, and at least 200 people had been killed by Saturday, Gaza's health authorities said. Residents who have been squeezed into shrinking corner of Gaza, most of them already internal refugees displaced and struggling to find enough to eat, described desperation and despair as they weighed up what to do as the fighting drew closer. They are hammered in by the sea on the one side, the closely guarded Israeli border on the other, and their backs is the border with Egypt. So this post in full from the IDF reads, the IDF has resumed forceful actions against Hamas and other terrorist organizations in the Gaza Strip. We kindly inform you of the following. In the northern Gaza Strip, residents in Jabalia al-Shazaiya and al-Zatoin and the old city of Gaza, Jabalia residents in the following blocks: 1772, 1808, 1811, 961, 963, 760. For your safety, we call on you to evacuate your homes immediately through the Haifa and Khalil al-Wazir access and go to the known shelter centers and schools in the Al-Daruj and Tufa neighborhoods and the west of Gaza City. Although the border is heavily patrolled, Cairo said it fears people fleeing the offensive may still try to break through into its territory. The Egyptian Foreign Ministry has described the forced transfer of Palestinians as a red line. Israel started using its new grid system for evacuations warnings, which breaks Gaza down to more than 600 blocks and can be accessed through a QR code on leaflets and social media posts. It appears designed to allow the IDF to try to shuffle civilians around in a shrinking battle space as they target Hamas fighters by ordering them to leave areas that in some cases cover just a few blocks. But on the ground, people said that it just added to their fear and confusion. After weeks of bombardment and blockades, most people have little access to electricity, to charge phones and other devices, and even for those who can get online, the telecommunication systems regularly collapses. That means residents have no reliable way of accessing the map, the UN Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs said. Reportedly, the map is intended to facilitate orders to evacuate specific areas ahead of their targeting. The publication does not specify where people should evacuate to. The daily briefing from the UN agency said it is unclear how those residing in Gaza would access the map without electricity and amid recurrent telecommunication cuts. Israel's military used the grid system for the first time on Saturday morning, and online evacuation warnings from its Arabic language spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Avikai Adre. But some of the shaded areas marked for evacuation did not correspond fully with the numbered blocks he listed. These maps should not have been considered evacuation warnings, a second spokesperson said when he asked about the discrepancy. They are not the interactive map that should be used for this warning purpose. Other Israeli leaflets dropped into Gaza have added to the confusion by skewing the grid system and urging evacuation from border areas. That leaves Gaza civilians trying to make life or death decisions without basic information, a group say. Communications are increasingly difficult, and this map is not going to provide Palestinians with the protection that are their right under international law, said Rohan Talbot, an advocacy director at the charity Medical Aid for Palestinians. It is more akin to a macabre game of battleships in which terrified civilians will be left guessing which square will save their lives. Health professionals are particularly concerned about hospitals and clinics in blocks marked for evacuation after Israeli forces targeted medical buildings in the north. His colleague Fikr Shaltut, the Gaza director for MAP, said, "This grid has caused fear and panic among our colleagues on the ground. Some of them are currently in areas Israel says might be targeted, but Israel's also been bombing homes outside of these areas, so they don't know what to do. We don't know what will happen if an area with a hospital is marked unsafe by Israel. These hospitals are already operating far beyond capacity, so where will the patients and staff evacuate to?" Asked about the logistics of warnings based on the online grid system, Israel's military did not clarify whether they would also provide offline warnings about the evacuation of specific blocks to Gaza residents. There has already been grave concern raised about Israeli plans to expand its military operation in the south, where hungry and exhausted civilians are trying to survive the fighting in overcrowded shelters where diseases are spreading fast. Many of those who have been urged to move had already fled their homes. In other parts of Gaza, about 80% of the territory's population is now displaced and have watched missiles kill hundreds of people in an area they were told was safe. We are living scary uncertainty without any control on our life. I do not know exactly where the bombing is, but the sound is loud and the earth is shaking, said one UN administrator at an overcrowded shelter near Khan Yunis, whose own family had fled the north earlier in this conflict. Some of the children are terrified, but mine just don't understand the situation, and I don't want to explain it to them. The overall death toll in Gaza has passed 15,200, with more than two-thirds of those women and children, the health minister said. The UN says that the ministry has a track record of providing reliable casualty figures. Paul Lay, a surgeon, told the Observer late Friday that the first casualties had arrived hours after the ceasefire, and he had not left the operating theater since. The casualties started coming in mid-morning. I've done 12 amputations today, and there are more to do. All are shrapnel wounds, he said. There was a 2.5-year-old who lost both legs, and his brother was badly injured too. The rest of his family were killed, I was told. but we had an adult with shrapnel in the heart who we managed to save. I have no idea how many came into the hospital because I have not left the operating theater all day, so I just see the ones that come to me, but I know they keep coming in. Israel is about to destroy Hamas after its fighters broke through the border on October 7th and killed around 1,200 people, the majority of them civilians. The IDF says Israeli troops must move south because Hamas fighters are hiding there. Okay, so God forbid, I got one more article about the war, and this was the New York Times breaking news about the report from a year ago that Israel had intelligence and knew about the exact plan of the attack, also by Ronan Bergman and Adam Goldman. Ronan Bergman was the author of the Mossad assassination book and the author of the first article a month ago about how Hamas did the October 7th attack. Israel knew Hamas's attack plan more than a year ago. A blueprint reviewed by the Times laid out the attack in detail. Israel officials dismissed it as an aspirational and ignored specific warnings. Israeli officials obtained Hamas's battle plan for the October 7th terrorist attack more than a year before it happened. Documents, emails, and interviews show, but Israeli military intelligence officials dismissed the plan as aspirational, considering it too difficult for Hamas to carry out. The approximately 40-page document, which the Israeli authorities codenamed Jericho Wall, outlined point by point exactly the kind of devastating invasion that led to the deaths of about 1,200 people. The translated document, which was reviewed by the New York Times, did not set a date for the attack, but described a methodological assault designed to overwhelm the fortifications around Gaza Strip, take over Israeli cities, and storm key military bases, including a division headquarters. Hamas followed the blueprint with shocking precision. The document called for a barrage of rockets at the outset of the attack, drones to knock out the security cameras, and automated machine guns along the border, and gunmen to pour into Israel en masse in paragliders, on motorcycles, and on foot, all of which happened on October 7th. The plan also included details about the location and size of Israeli military forces, communication hubs, and other sensitive information, raising questions about how Hamas gathers intelligence and whether there were leaks inside the Israeli security establishment. The document circulated widely among Israeli military and intelligence leaders, but experts determined that an attack of that scale and ambition was beyond Hamas's capacity, according to documents and officials. It is unclear whether Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu or other top political leaders saw the document as well. Last year, shortly after the document was obtained, officials in the Israeli military's Gaza division, which is responsible for defending the border with Gaza, said that Hamas's intentions were unclear. It is not yet possible to determine whether the plan has been fully accepted and how it will be manifested, read a military assessment reviewed by the Times. Then in July, just 3 months before the attacks, a veteran analyst with Unit 8200, Israel's Signals Intelligence Agency, warned that Hamas had conducted an intense day-long training exercise that appeared similar to what was outlined in the blueprint. But a colonel in the Gaza division brushed off her concerns, according to encrypted emails viewed by the Times. I utterly refute that the scenario is imaginary. The analysis wrote in an email exchanges, the Hamas training exercise, she said, fully matched the context of Jericho Wall. It is a plan designed to start a war, she added. It's not just a raid on a village. Officials privately concede that had the military taken these warnings seriously and redirected significant reinforcements to the south, where Hamas attacked, Israel could have blunted the attacks or possibly even prevented them. Instead, the Israeli military was unprepared as terrorists streamed out of the Gaza Strip. It was the deadliest day in Israel's history. Israel's security officials had already acknowledged that they failed to protect their country, and the government is expected to assemble a commission to study the events leading up to the attacks. The Jericho Wall document lays bare a year-long cascade of missteps that culminated in what officials now regard as the worst Israeli intelligence failure since the surprise attack that led to the Arab-Israeli War of 1973. Underpinning all these failures was a single, fatally inaccurate belief that Hamas lacked the capability to attack and would not dare to do so. The belief was so ingrained in the Israeli government, officials said that they disregarded growing evidence to the contrary. The Israeli military and the Israeli Security Agency, which is in charge of counterterrorism in Gaza, declined to comment. Officials would not say how they obtained the Jericho Wall document, but it was among several versions of attack plans collected over the years. The 2016 Defense Ministry memorandum, viewed by the Times, for example, says Hamas intends to move the next confrontation into Israeli territory. Such an attack would most likely involve hostage-taking, occupying an Israeli community, and perhaps even a number of communities, the memo reads. The Jericho Wall document, named for the ancient fortifications in the modern-day West Bank, was even more explicit. It detailed rocket attacks to distract Israeli soldiers and send them hurrying into bunkers, and drones to disable the elaborate security measures along the border fence separating Israel and Gaza. Hamas fighters would then break through 60 points in the wall, storming across the border into Israel. The document begins with a quote from the Quran: "Surprise them through the gate. If you do, you will certainly prevail." The same phrase is widely been used by Hamas in its videos and statements since October 7th. One of the most important objectives outlined in the document was to overrun the Israeli military base in Ra'im, which is home to the Gaza division responsible for protecting the region. Other bases that fell under the division's command were also listed. Hamas carried out the objective on October 7th, rampaging through Ra'im and overrunning parts of the base. The audacity of the blueprint, officials said, made it easier to underestimate all military right plans that they never used, and Israeli officials assessed that even if Hamas invaded, it might muster a force of a few dozen, not the hundreds who ultimately attacked. Israel has also misread Hamas's actions. The group had negotiated for permits to allow Palestinians to work in Israel, which Israeli officials took as a sign that Hamas was not looking for war. But Hamas had been drafting attack plans for many years, and Israeli officials had gotten hold of previous iterations of them. What could have been an intelligence coup turned into one of the worst miscalculations in Israel's 75-year history. In September 2016, the Defense Minister Office compiled a top-secret memorandum based on much earlier iterations of Hamas attack plans. The memorandum, which was signed by the defense minister at the time, Avigdor Lieberman, said that an invasion and hostage-taking would lead to severe damage to the consciousness and morale of the citizens of Israel. The memo, which was viewed by the Times, said that Hamas had purchased sophisticated weapons, GPS jammers, and drones. It also said Hamas had increased its fighting force to 27,000 people, having added 6,000 to its ranks in a 2-year period. Hamas had hoped to reach 40,000 by 2020, the memo would determine. Last year, after Israeli obtained the Jericho Wall document, the military's Gaza division drafted its own intelligence assessment of this latest invasion plan. Hamas had decided to plan a new, rapid, unprecedented in its scope. Analysts wrote in the assessment reviewed by the Times. It said that Hamas intended to carry out a deception operation followed by a large-scale maneuver with the aim of overwhelming the division. But the Gaza division referred to the plan as a compass. In other words, the division determined that Hamas knew where it wanted to go, but had not yet arrived there. On July 6, 2023, a veteran in the Unit 8200 analyst wrote to a group of other intelligence experts that dozens of Hamas commandos had recently conducted training exercises with senior Hamas commanders observing. The training included a dry run of shooting down Israeli aircrafts and taking over a kibbutz and a military training base, killing all the cadets. During the exercise, Hamas fighters used the same phrase from the Quran that appeared at the top of the Jericho Wall attack plan, she wrote in the email exchange viewed by the Times. The analyst warned that the drill closely followed the Jericho Wall plan, and the Hamas was building the capacity to carry it out. The colonel in the Gaza division applauded the analysis, but said the exercise was part of a totally imaginative scenario, not an indication of Hamas's ability to pull it off. In short, let's wait patiently, the colonel wrote. The back and forth continued, with some of the colleagues supporting the analysis' original conclusion. Soon she invoked the lessons of the 1973 war, which Syrian and Egyptian armies overran Israeli defenses. Israeli forces regrouped and repelled the invasion, but the intelligence failure has long served as a lesson for Israeli security officials. We already underwent a similar experience 50 years ago on the Southern Front in connection with a scenario that seemed imaginary, and history may repeat itself if we are not careful, the analysis wrote to her colleagues. While ominous, none of the emails predicted the war was imminent, nor did the analysts challenge the conventional wisdom among Israeli intelligence officers that Yahya Sinwar, the leader of Hamas, was not interested in war with Israel, but she correctly assessed that Hamas's capacities had drastically improved. The gap between the possible and the aspirational narrowed significantly. The failures to connect the dots echoed another analytical failure more than 2 decades ago, when the American authorities also had multiple indications that the terrorist group Al-Qaeda was preparing for an assault. That September 11, 2011 attacks on the World Trade Center and the Pentagon were largely a failure of analysis and imagination, a government commission concluded. The Israeli intelligence failure on October 7th is sounding more and more like our 9/11, said Ted Singer, a recently retired senior CIA official who had worked extensively in the Middle East. The failure will be a gap in analysis to paint a convincing picture to military and political leadership that Hamas had the intention to launch the attack when it did. Okay, so that's my update on the war in Israel. Last Australian, good to see you. So, yeah, the link's in the chat if anyone wants to hop on and talk. Otherwise, I'll make some final comments on the Israeli debate, and then I'll go on to some readings and research on sociology, that things I've been doing last week, which are somewhat mostly just readings from Wikipedia, but hopefully some of them are going to be pretty interesting. So you haven't followed the chat so actively, so I'll have to check that back tomorrow, but thanks for being there in the chat. So, yeah, God forbid the ceasefire didn't hold, and it looks like Israel is going forward with and will continue with the goal of the complete eradication of Hamas. And what exactly that means is unclear. So, for the people protesting in the West, protesting America, because, this war on Gaza is largely a joint effort between the United States and Israel. The battle plans are likely being jointly drawn up between, the State Department, American officials, and the Israelis. It's completely dependent on American weapons, vetoing UN resolutions, U.S. foreign policy, and it is unclear what Israel plans on doing. And, saying all likely Israel plans on an eventual ground invasion. I mean, the ground invasion has slightly started, but relatively, Israel has not made much progress in the ground invasion, mostly just bombings. And that's why the death toll is so high there's so many refugees. And there's been intense fighting where Israel has tried to make progress moving into Gaza City. There's been a lot of fighting, and it will become more and more difficult, and the casualties will be higher and higher for Israel as they continue the ground invasion into the denser parts of Gaza, where it's more difficult to bring tanks and armored vehicles, and it'll be more reliant on actual troops. Because as of now, it hasn't really been ground warfare. It's been mostly just bombings. So Israel will probably continue with the bombings. The international pressure, like the protests, have ramped up. Like here in Metro Detroit, there's multiple protests every day all over the place. It's almost like it's not quite on a Black Lives Matter level. Shalom, last Australian. It's not quite on Black Lives Matter level, but it's getting there, where there's just daily protests everywhere. University campuses, high schools, public schools, shopping malls, street corners, more and more places, city halls, every level of government, and multiple times a week. Pop-up demonstrations, politicians chanting, sit-ins, and that will probably go on. So that the United States and Israel could wage an unpopular war despite mass unpopularity, damage to the Democratic Party. Yes, that Israel and the United States can wage an unpopular war, and the protest and political fallout won't stop the war from going on, because the spoil system right now, the people are in power till the election, and even though there's a lot of public pressure, and certainly the politicians are feeling it, it doesn't mean they have to change their policy. They could just continue with their policy, and they probably will. Although, the biggest difficulty is, these bombings, these mass bombings, and, the pictures of like young kids being killed in these bombings. And so American officials have been publicly making statements, saying Israel's got to become more careful about civilian casualties. It does not appear that they have been, since they restarted the war. I heard estimates that even like 700 people may have died today. And Israel bombed like over 200 sites, in the last 24 hours. And probably hundreds of people died, most of them civilians, children's. The videos of children, in rubble being pulled out, God forbid, continues. And it's probably going to continue like this for months until there's basically nothing left of Gaza. And so then you're going to have two things. You're going to have this mass refugee crisis where you're going to have close to 2 million Gazan refugees. And there's probably going to start being sickness, death, disease in the refugee camps to the point where they got to go. And once that refugee crisis starts, where people are dying in huge numbers and they're just overflowing, they can't help maintain that excess amount of refugees in the UN camps, they're probably going to start feeding the Gazans into the West. And then there might be bigger pushback. Although, so just the pushback now from the mass civilian deaths, the bombings, the videos, the pictures coming out, the protest when the Gazan refugees start arriving in the West, which might be a month or two, but it could even be the end of the year. You could already start seeing Gazan refugees arriving in the United States soon, next few weeks even. But, in all likelihood, it'll be another month or two till you start seeing Gazan refugees arrive in the West. And then you're going to see bigger pushback against the war because, the certain right-wing elements that are supporting the war, or the hawkish Democrats, they're going to get extreme pushback from allowing these Gazan refugees to come to America. But they might continue the war anyways. So for Israel to win the war in its plans, it's probably going to take a year or two. And, certainly like at least 6 months to do a full ground invasion, sector by sector, street by street, completely eliminating all the Hamas infrastructure and tunnels. Battles, you could start seeing relatively high amounts of regular Israeli casualties. You would see like tens of Israeli casualties every single day. If Israel escalates its ground campaign, possibly even higher. But if Israel called up like 300,000 reserves. So right now you have more Israeli troops than you do Gazans in northern Gaza. So if Israel wasn't so scared of casualties, they could just start the ground campaign with 200,000 troops, encircle Gaza, start going in, trying to get rid of the Hamas tunnel by tunnel, street by street. But like I said, like the experts predicting there would be tens of thousands of Israeli casualties. So if Israel actually took its few 100,000 troops that it has there and started closing in on Gaza, going street by street to eliminate Hamas, you would start seeing really large Israeli casualties. And eventually, Israel's going to have to do that. So if Israel wants to win the war, they will have to eventually send in mass amounts of ground troops, and God forbid there will be huge amounts of Israeli casualties. They could try doing it piecemeal, doing the easy parts first, just doing section by section. But eventually, Israel is going to have to take over the whole of northern Gaza, Gaza City, with ground troops. And I'm skeptical that Israel is going to be able to pull that off. That Israel, whether they could handle the casualties in terms of the popular support. So if they just start sending 100,000 troops from all directions encircling Gaza, and let's say the first few days you have maybe 100 Israeli casualties a day. If you're thinking in Bakhmut, in Ukraine, in Bakhmut, you had hundreds of casualties every day on both sides. And some days you had over 1,000 casualties from Russians and Ukrainians. So we thought if Israel stopped with the aerial bombardment, which is unclear even how much that's helping other than killing civilians, and starts going in with troops, you will see mass casualties. You might even see hundreds of Israeli soldiers' deaths in a single day. But the military experts say that's what it's going to take. So Israel's got 100,000 troops. I mean, it really's got 300,000 troops. But if it's got over 100,000 troops outside of Gaza City, there's only about 300,000, 400,000 people left in Gaza City, maybe 25,000 Hamas fighters. And they just got to send them in. Vehicles, armored tanks, and straight up soldiers. And Israel will lose mass amounts of soldiers, hundreds of soldiers every day. But if they did that, eventually they could completely take over northern Gaza and theoretically eliminate all the Hamas fortifications, all the Hamas soldiers that are there, and then consider what they're doing in southern Gaza. But it's unclear whether Israel is going to have the stomach to lose that amount of troops to do what they have to do to eliminate Hamas in northern Gaza. So if Israel does not have the military capabilities to wage a ground offensive in northern Gaza, it's very limited what Israel could actually do. What they're likely to do is just going to continue the bombing, and so they might kill a few Hamas operatives there and there. They might destroy a few tunnel networks here and there. They might slowly encircle more and more of Gaza, but they won't eliminate Hamas. And a siege of northern Gaza, say could take years. That there could be supplies water, food that the Hamas forces in northern Gaza could have enough weapons and supplies to hold out for years in terms of urban combat. That if Israel doesn't actually do the ground invasion because they can't handle the large amount of losses, that it's largely just going to be a siege and a waiting game. And it's unclear. I mean, one thing, it's possible that the supplies in the refugee camp are going to end up, from tunnels. Maybe there's tunnels that are way deep and get from southern Gaza to northern Gaza or whatever. It's possible the supplies for the refugees are going to end up in northern Gaza, or whatever. Maybe they have enough supplies, or whatever the case is. That certainly for at least 6 months, maybe even maybe even years, Hamas will still be there. They might even still be firing rockets. That you might even see months from now that Hamas still has regular rocket barrages into Israel, because like how many rockets do they have? Have they used up half of their rockets? Are there can Israel actually eliminate Hamas's rocket supplies? And how much could Israel actually accomplish without waging a full ground offensive? And say when Israel wages that ground offensive, it'll be like Bakhmut, it'll be like Vietnam, it'll be like Mogadishu, or like Iraq, and Israel will likely lose tens or hundreds of casualties a day. I mean to say Israel's going to come in with like tens of thousands of troops to try to close in on Gaza. And then you're going to have Hamas, and they're going to have some rockets, they're going to have booby traps, and they're going to store mass casualties multiple times a day for months. And eventually that's what Israel has to do. I mean, they say, okay, maybe they just nuke Gaza City or something like that. No, like they can't win. They can't destroy Hamas from bombing. They have to go in with ground forces. And when they do it, there will be mass Israeli military casualties. And if they don't do it, they won't defeat Hamas. And so how long could the Israeli economy hold out? Israel's like on a shutdown, tourism, businesses, the reserves. So let alone the hit to Israel's reputation. I mean, Genie, controlled relocation, demolition. Yeah, so I mean, Israel basically they have to send in ground troops. They have to, they have like the remote controlled bulldozers, but there's so much built environment in Gaza that they would need like hundreds of thousands of trucks to carry out the rubble. The bulldozers, and like the Hamas fighters, there's still going to be thousands of Hamas fighters. They're still in the rubble with like supplies or food. And when the ground troops come in, Hamas will have the home court advantage, and just one RPG could kill tens of Israeli troops. And it will be a bloodbath like Bakhmut. Bakhmut, likely over 100,000 soldiers died. And saying for a period of time, Bakhmut, over 1,000 soldiers were dying every day. And so when Israel eventually does the ground campaign, if they do it, it will be a bloodbath. And so it's unclear whether Israel is actually going to have a ground campaign or not. And we'll see. And then as the refugee crisis gets worse, what's going to happen? And as I'm speculating that they're going to start coming to the West en masse. And like they're talking, they want Egypt to take 1 million. Egypt's not going to take 1 million Gazans. The United States might take 1 million Gazans. Like saying, God forbid, like Israel wants Egypt to take 1 million Gazans. It's like, no, it's the United States that's going to end up with 1 million Gazans. And it's likely by the end of the month. I mean, just like, okay, the son of Hamas, guy that was at University of Michigan, he's a U.S. citizen now. Like Hamas's founder is a U.S. citizen now. He was, guest of honor at University of Michigan. He's going on synagogue speaking tours. But they're going to come here to the United States. And it's probably going to happen maybe even this month. But in the next few months, you're going to start seeing masses of Gazan refugees coming to the United States. Probably to Europe. And so, that's it. I'm not sure there's going to be much update like with the war, like unless Israel actually starts doing a real ground invasion, where you're going to see like real territory being taken over by Israel, you're just going to continue to see these bombings, and it'll be unclear whether like who's being killed. So there's going to be these videos like civilians and kids and old people being dug out of the rubble, and it'll be unclear whether Hamas is actually, they even got any soldiers. And it's also going to be a question of how many so Israel doesn't really have a clear idea of where the Hamas fighters are. So, if they're doing a bombing, like, and they're lucky to kill like 1 or 2 Hamas people for each bomb that they drop, and they're more likely to kill 5 to 10 civilians or more for each Hamas fighter that they kill, that's all you're going to see like unfolding over the next few weeks. You're going to see evacuations in the south. So what's unclear is how many rockets Hamas has. For how long will you see Hamas rocket barrages into Israel? And it's possible that it's nearing the end, or it's possible that you're going to see for months that Hamas has enough rockets to fire into Israel for months. You're still going to see regular Hamas rocket barrages. There's still, the Hezbollah. There's still what I mentioned, a few weeks ago, that like Iran or the Axis, that the long term tit for tat that's happening on the north between Hezbollah and Israel, and the American military bases in Iraq and Syria, whether you'll see some pullout of Iraq and Syrian U.S. military bases, and then, because like I said a few weeks ago, that I predicted it would probably be 3 months where it's just going to be Israel fighting Hamas. And I would not be surprised if Israel does not have it in them to do a ground invasion. So you'll see 3 months of refugee crisis and bombings and like a few special operations or small territories of bulldozers trying to come in, destroy a few Hamas tunnels, but not a real ground invasion. And you'll see like a few Israeli soldiers probably killed every day, God forbid. And so this could go on for another month or two like this, with just tit for tat, very little activity of just continued bombing, clearing out more territory into the refugee camps until the refugee crisis reaches a peak where the West has to start allowing the Gazan refugees to come to the West. And also the possibility of eventually a joint Arab force waging war against Israel. But as of now, like I said a few weeks ago, they need to weaken the United States. The United States still has the Navy ships there. They still have their tens of military bases across Iraq and Syria. So there's been small tit-for-tat bombings of U.S. military bases or disruptions of U.S. military supplies in Iraq and Syria. The Yemenis, the Houthis, in the Gulf of Oman, the strait, the water passage there. So you might see a little tit-for-tat escalation to weaken the United States and isolate the United States diplomatically from the new multipolar world where China, Russia, Iran, India will basically stay neutral. So if there's little like small terrorist tit-for-tat activity against U.S. interest in the Middle East, and Russia, China, Iran, and India, African nations are largely just going to remain neutral until possibly a few months from now, when the United States has become weakened enough maybe Israel will have been weakened economically, to say if Israel carries on the slow tit-for-tat operations in Gaza, the depletion of Israeli military equipment, economic damage, and world opinion damage, that maybe in 2 or 3 months you'll see an escalation of the war where you could have like a joint Hezbollah, Iran, Iraqi, Yemenite forces. You could also have Egypt, Jordan, God forbid. So this is really just a disaster. Israel has dug itself in where it really has no choice but to basically do an ethnic cleansing of Gaza. That Israel's basically locked itself in where Israel has to do a full ethnic cleansing of Gaza. They've already basically completely destroyed Gaza. So I mean, right now there's talking about, like a demilitarized, Arab, joint Arab control that's going to rebuild up Gaza. Ethnic cleansing is way more likely. And I'm going to predict, I think it's unlikely Israel will do a full ground invasion. Because I don't think Israel has the stomach for the large losses of military. So you're just going to see the bombing and the small tit for tat, the siege for a few months until the refugees start being evacuated or start dying. Like you're probably going to see like disease where, God forbid, hundreds or thousands of Gazan refugees are dying daily due to disease and malnutrition. And then the West will probably be forced to start taking the refugees. The West is unlikely to take Gazan refugees until the situation comes to, like, God forbid, thousands of refugees are dying daily from disease and malnutrition. And so, God forbid, when thousands of Gazan refugees are dying from malnutrition, then you're going to see the United States and Western powers that are supporting the war right now, complicit with it, being forced to accept Gazan refugees. And as I said, there'll be more pressure in the United States. God forbid, the pressure against Israel right now in the protest. So you can imagine the pressure when, God forbid, thousands of Gazan refugees start dying of disease and malnutrition in the camps, to when tens of thousands of refugees start coming to the United States. But it'll be all over by the summer. Saying by, the elections aren't until November, and it could be 8 months. 8 months from now, already like 1.5 million of the refugees will have been brought to the West, and there'll only be a few 100,000 Gazans left in Gaza, and Israel will just continue the siege and the bombing. And 6 months, 8 months from now, you'll largely just through a long-term waiting game. Then maybe Israel would move forward with a full ground invasion and then basically annex Gaza. And there'd only be, a few 100,000 Arabs left there. If there's not some sort of joint military action against Israel from, the Axis, like Iran, Hezbollah, other nations in the meantime. So that's my prognosis, my analysis for what's likely to happen in the upcoming next few months. So God bless, pretty scary times. Hanukkah is coming. Hanukkah is a military holiday. So you could see that, there might be increased support globally from the Jews for the war due to the Hanukkah holiday. So Israel might escalate the bombings over the next few weeks, coinciding with Hanukkah, and And then, God forbid, you'll probably towards the end of the month, you're going to start seeing the disease and malnutrition kicking in the refugee camps, and it's just going to be a disaster, humanitarian disaster, huge amounts of casualties. So probably like January at the latest, you're going to start seeing a mass influx of Gazan refugees to the west. So unfortunately, that's all I got. It was really a disastrous situation. I still love being Jewish. Like, I don't support the war. I think Zionism's the cause of the war, but Zionism is so popular among Israel that Israel really has no choice but to give up on Zionism or carry out an ethnic cleansing. And I think Israel is going to carry out the ethnic cleansing. Unfortunately, I'm just looking at the situation, and it's not what I want to see happen. I still love being a Jew, love Judaism, love the land of Israel, but this is a disaster, humanitarian disaster, a disaster for Jews, and God forbid, like, it just seems almost certain Israel's going to carry out an ethnic cleansing. It's going to be a humanitarian disaster. There's probably going to be maybe even hundreds of thousands of people are going to die in this war. Jewish support for the war will probably increase over Hanukkah. And so next week is Hanukkah. Like, I'll stream on Hanukkah. I'll light my Hanukkah candles on stream. And Mr. Boston, it's a disaster because you're just analyzing it like, I don't have any power. I can't control what's going to happen. I'm just analyzing what I see going on. And I think it's almost guaranteed Israel's going to carry out an ethnic cleansing, and the United States and European powers are going to help Israel do it. And the Gazans are going to end up here in the West. What that means for Judaism, I believe in God. I believe in karma. I think the Jews in Israel are doing something bad, and God will punish us for it. How we'll be punished for it, I don't know. God runs the world. God is merciful. God tends to allow people a chance to repent, but God will hear the cries of those Palestinian children, and God will punish us for what we're doing. So God forbid, not much to say. So I just got to continue with my research. So I got my chess essay. So I'm going to read my chess essay, and then I'm going to read some research. So that's all I got in the war. Unfortunately, it's a really bad situation. I don't have anything good to say about it. I did my best just to give my analysis to my best of understanding of what's happening, what's the most likely to happen, and I just try to be a good person, do the best I can, and so we have this simul, Justice Williams, coming to the Detroit Institute of Arts next week, Friday, for a chess simultaneous. And let me get another drink, and then I'll read this essay. Okay, so Lucas Bastani is a Canadian. He's actually Zoroastrian, like ethnically or religious, family from Canada, a young chess prodigy who's now in university. And I'm not even sure how he became familiar with me. Maybe he saw my blog or on Lee Chess. But he reached out to me, and there was a competition. Yeah, Zoroastrians are from Iran, so his name's Iranian, but he's Zoroastrian. And he reached out to me because there was this Chessable competition to write an essay, and so we were going to write an essay together, but it turned out like it didn't work out. We didn't end up entering the competition, but we worked together. We talked for a good few hours, and I mean, I wrote like 90% of this, but he helped a little bit, and we spoke for a few hours, and he encouraged me to write this. So I'll publish on the blog. I mean, his name will be included as a co-author. Maybe we'll try to publish it. I'll see. I'll give it to him to edit. I don't mind anybody. Like I'll work together with anybody. I mean, even if it was Iranian Muslim or whatever. Just he reached out to me. He wanted to work together. I said yes. He was interested in the subject. So I've worked together with Palestinians or anybody, but he just happened to be the person who reached out to me, and we spoke about it, and he wanted help, and so a lot of this is related to the science of expertise. And originally, for the Chessable project, it was supposed to be like an experiment, and neither of us we're both chess coaches, but like neither of us were actually capable of like doing a formal experiment. Like, although I coach, like I'm not in a situation where I could like formally run a psychological experiment on my students. I had a theory of how I could do a psychological experiment, but I'm not in a position, maybe at some point, to like run some sort of experiment on my students in order to write a paper. Although it's interesting, but like in terms of the Chessable project, that's the type thing they wanted. So it wasn't good enough to submit for that. So he's still a student, maybe like just a sophomore in University of Canada. So this 3,500 words, 6 pages. I'm going to read through it, and hopefully I'll publish this on my blog maybe this week. I got to do a little bit more editing and structure it out, but it was pretty packed in information. And I have a lot of the stuff from the summer when I started on expertise. So Mr. Boston thinks. The Chessable Project, Lucas Bastani and David Kelton. It's me, Doooovid. Abstract. The human mind acquires complex skills over a period of time of deliberate practice. The process creates cognitive structures referred to as chunks that allow one to perform at a higher skill level than a person without the chunks. One who has acquired these chunks can perform the task relatively automatically without thought. One without the chunks is unlikely to figure out the pattern on the spot, even with significant thought. This chunking process creates observable and predictable skill levels. Chess with easily distinguishable skill levels remains a useful field for studying cognitive architectures, skill acquisition, and expertise. Mating with a queen, a rook, or 2 bishops against a lone king serves as a useful threshold for stages of learning from novice to intermediate chess to an intermediate chess player. Further study on the transition from beginner chess player to intermediate chess player can yield further insight into many fields of cognitive science. Introduction. Chess research stands at an intersection of multiple cutting-edge fields. Although chess originates as a spiritual game, a form of divination, the modern application has expanded the nature of the game. Since ancient times, chess served as a method to teach children basic thinking skills and moral lessons. Chess as an educational tool remains chess's biggest selling point. Over the last 125 years, chess has been a tool of psychological research and cognitive science. Researchers and theorists have used chess for assessing various cognitive functions such as memory, intelligence, pattern recognition, expertise, and decision-making. Chess also played a leading role in the development of computer science, remaining relevant as a testing tool for new machine learning and artificial intelligence programs. We propose that chess still has much to offer researchers of cognitive science. We also propose that chess chess's use as an educational tool can be expanded. So I'm making basic corrections as I'm reading this. Sorry about that. The discoveries of cognitive science chess studies can be applied to creating a curriculum for chess education with multiple benefits to children who learn chess within an academic setting. Chess first interested psychologists in trying to explain exceptional cognitive abilities. Alfred Binet, developer of the first IQ test, wondered about the phenomenon of blindfold chess. Common sense assumed that top chess players were geniuses who could excel at anything they put their mind to. This myth was widespread until psychologists formally started studying top chess players. Although some top chess players were great geniuses and Renaissance men, formal studies failed to find a link between chess mastery and intelligence. Adrian de Groot's thought and choice in chess, 1945, did not demonstrate any special mental abilities of top chess players. However, de Groot did notice a few unique elements of master chess players, such as memory for chess positions and refined mental search ability. De Groot's work led to the important study Perception in Chess, 1973, by William Chase and Herbert Simon, who proposed chunking theory and cognitive architectures for the development of chess expertise. De Groot and Chase and Simon's work are some of the most important studies in cognitive science, memory, and expertise. Chase and Simons developed the 10-year rule or the 10,000-hour rule to become a master. This long period of time is required to build up, chunk the necessary cognitive structures that become automatic for experts. Andreas Erikson added the important concept of deliberate practice to expertise performance, theorizing that only a specific kind of effortful practice builds up these cognitive structures, which takes significant amount of time in line with the 10-year heuristic. The chunking theory and deliberate practice theory question the link between chess skill and intelligence. Evidence trying to correlate between intelligence and chess skill is conflicting and disputed still today. Multiple psychological studies starting in the 1980s failed to find a significant link between chess and intelligence. Although there is some correlation, many chess masters are only of average intelligence and some chess masters are below average intelligence. Top players regularly fail to demonstrate any special ability outside of chess. Top chess players arise from all fields and personality types, defying attempts to define a personality or skill set conducive to master chess performance. These findings of psychological studies from the 1970s through the 1990s changed the direction of cognitive science research into chess. Micheline Shi was a participant in the William Chase and Herbert Simon study at Carnegie Mellon, which led to Perception in Chess in 1973. Micheline Shi was the novice in the study. William Chase, rated about 1900, served as an intermediate, and they also tested a chess master. Interesting, Micheline Shi went on to marry William Chase, who unfortunately died in his 40s in the 1980s. Shi went on to become a leading expert in the field. Shi defines two approaches to the study of expertise: the absolute approach and the relative approach. The absolute approach studies known experts, exceptional individuals, and usually assumes that greatness or creativity arises from chance and unique innate talent. The relative approach assumes that expertise is the level of proficiency that novices can achieve. The relative approach led to new theories of expertise and stages or phases that people pass through on the journey from novice to expert. Through the 1980s, almost all chess studies used the absolute approach, trying to get into the mind of chess masters. However, in the last 25 years, this has switched. Now, almost all research into chess focuses on the relative approach. Although researchers like Andreas Erikson insisted that innate ability had almost no role, most researchers today take a multifaceted approach, recognizing there are multiple factors. Deliberate practice consistently appears as the largest factor in developing expertise, around 25 to 50% variability. Although some progress through the ranks quicker than others, all people who acquire mastery put in thousands of hours of practice over many years to obtain expertise. Factors such as talent, parental support, coaching, ambition, and others also play a large role. Chess was one of the first test cases for the science of expertise and deliberate practice. Over the last 40 years, the theories have been applied to a variety of fields of expertise, including music, sports, mathematics, and countless other fields. For a period from the 1970s to the 1990s, chess was at the center of expertise studies, but now somewhat relegated to the history of cognitive science. Skill transfer is a current important area of research, with chess still relevant to general thinking skills. Cognitive science studies seem to show conclusively that chess masters achieve mastery through dedicating thousands, often tens of thousands of hours over decades to the game. Unfortunately for chess enthusiasts, the skills developed from chess do not seem to transfer to other fields. The recent miniseries, The Queen's Gambit, lead character demonstrates this modern understanding, not being portrayed as a special genius, but someone obsessed with the game, spending all her time over a decade of her life studying and competing at chess without any other special abilities. Yet chess is at all-time popularity today. The myth of the chess genius is still widely believed by those who have not thoroughly examined the evidence of decades of cognitive science research. A few other areas of cognitive science research based on the relative method may make chess even more relevant today. Since the 1990s, chess in schools programs have become very popular globally, with chess being integrated into academic programs and showing benefit to the cognitive development of children. Dispelling the myth of born geniuses, chess programs in troubled schools and underperforming children has shown significant benefit. In the United States, chess has become an active intramural activity, with most major schools having chess clubs that compete locally, regionally, and nationally. Often underperforming urban schools outcompete top elite private schools like shown in Brooklyn Castle, leading to an increase in chess being incorporated into public school education. Like saying Justice Williams of Brooklyn 318 will be in Detroit next Friday for a simultaneous exhibition. We propose that there are many areas of cognitive science research into chess to be further developed. Chess can have an increasing role to play in education. As mentioned, historically, most chess research used the absolute method, focusing on top players, and not the relative method of the transition from beginner to intermediate player. Most chess programs tend to focus on the most talented players and winning competitions, so even if a school has a chess program, the main resources go to training the top players to compete and win competitions. Student chess education might be better served by concentrating on the less talented students as an educational method. Greater resources should be invested into bringing as many children as possible from beginner to novice to intermediate level. For a better understanding of mental processes related to memory, decision-making, problem-solving, critical thinking skills, and more, a focus on the beginner level will yield more insight in cognitive architectures. If all students with deliberate chess practice can move through the phases to expertise, regardless of talent, we propose to develop a curriculum for chess education and direction for cognitive science chess research. This would include a larger focus on chess skills than chess competition. Deliberate practice in stages of expertise could be better defined and measured, and used to further develop a chess curriculum. Development of this chess curriculum could yield further insight into the mystery of the human mind. Background. So originally this paper was going to be like a full scientific paper, like 12 pages that included like a research and an experiment, but we weren't able to perform the experiment, so I'm going to have to rework the paper, and I'll just publish it on my blog. But so I had it sectioned like it was going to be a scientific paper. Yeah, Mark, Andres Eriksson, one of my favorite authors. And if you were watching my streams a few months ago, I read through multiple Andres Eriksson papers on deliberate practice, and you stay tuned in the next few months. I will definitely be returning to Andres Eriksson. One important element of chess for cognitive science research are the relative skill levels of chess performance. According to most rating systems, players are giving ratings up to around 3,000 purely based on game performance against other rated players. Generally, a player rated 400 points higher than another is expected to win over 90% of the games. As chess has no luck, a superior player can defeat weaker players almost every game. There are multiple skill levels where one from the superior skill level can beat the weaker skill level almost every game. For example, one with a 1,200 rating will win 9 out of 10 games against someone rated less than 800, and a 1,600 rated player will beat the same 1,200 rated player 9 out of 10 games, and so on. Progression in skill levels takes time, takes time, often multiple years, but at least many months between skill levels. A novice can be estimated to have a rating of less than 800 and will lose basically every game to a tournament player, as most tournament players over a few months will achieve a rating of 1,000, including young children. Non-competitive chess players are astonished by the sheer volume of chess literature, books, studies, videos, computer programs, engines, and websites. An average chess master is likely to have studied as many as 100 chess books, sometimes many hundreds. Even average tournament players have whole sections of their library completely dedicated to chess books. The game of chess is simple. The rules of how to play or any given strategy can be taught in just a few minutes. However, the potential complexity is near infinite, and new ideas are constantly being developed to give a small advantage to top players. The skill and performance differential makes chess a prime tool for studying cognitive and neuroscience, human and computer intelligence, and theories of expertise. Adrian de Groot, a Dutch psychologist who was one of the first to formally study the phenomenon and published Thought and Choice in Chess in 1946. De Groot wanted to know what was happening in the minds of top players. He interviewed some of the top players in the world, as well as formal psychometric tests of players of various skill levels. In 1956, George Miller published The Magical Number 7 plus or minus 2, Some Limits on Our Capacity for Processing Information, about short and long-term memory, giving rise to chunking theory. In 1973, William Chase and Herbert Simon applied chunking theory to de Groot's study and perception in chess. Chunking is broadly defined as a process by which individual pieces of an information set are broken down and then grouped together in a meaningful whole. The chunks by which the information is grouped are meant to improve short-term retention of the material by thus bypassing the limited capacity of working memory and allowing working memory to be more efficient. Chunking theory has become the dominant theory of expertise in the last few decades. Many of the leading researchers and expertise in chunking theory extensively studied chess, most notably Swedish psychologist Andreas Eriksson, who worked together with Herbert Simon and recently passed away in 2020, and Fernand Gobet, a Swiss cognitive psychologist and international chess master, currently professor at the London School of Economics. Gobet authored tens of papers on expertise in chunking theory, together with many of the leading researchers in the field. Many of these studies are based on chess performance and adapted from de Groot's original study and Herbert and Simon's 1973 Perception in Chess. These studies have since been generalized to all forms of human expertise. Although chess is one of the main areas of research for expertise, the interest in expertise has universal importance and applies to almost all fields of human endeavors. A major area of importance is testing, licensing, and certification. The ability to operate dangerous machinery like an automobile or other tools that require some form of testing meant to demonstrate the ability to safely operate within a set of rules are forms of verification of expertise, as well as professional certification for doctors, lawyers, accountants, engineers who are required to demonstrate expertise in their field through regular testing. Besides establishing expertise, which is important for professional license and certification, expertise is important in education and training for training new experts. Despite the clear importance of expertise for a stable society, the field remains elusive, with only a few models and theories for the attainment and explanation of expertise. An obvious reason for the discrepancy is the hard problem of consciousness, as we have no direct access to the mind, only the output of the mind. The internal workings of the mind remain a mystery. We are still limited to the techniques of de Groot, asking experts to explain what is happening in their mind while they are performing or measuring performance. The path to obtaining expertise has also been widely studied, specifically in the fields of music, sports, mathematics, and chess. Most studies try to correlate factors such as practice, training, coaching, general intelligence, motivation, peer groups, and almost any imaginable variable. One well-known heuristic is Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000-hour rule, that expertise is obtained over many years of practice, amounting to about 10,000 hours or full-time for 10 years, comparable to the amount of time it takes for professional training. Scholars dispute the role of natural talent and intelligence in development of expertise. Either way, practice is essential, where even the most naturally talented people must work very hard to obtain expertise, although maybe significantly less time than people lacking natural talent. Some fields may require a certain minimum threshold of natural talent to obtain expertise. In the role of general intelligence is highly disputed, not only in how to measure IQ, whether IQ is hereditary, or whether IQ affects expertise in all fields one applies themselves to. Also, theories of multiple intelligence, where different people have natural skills in different areas that will benefit them in obtaining expertise in certain fields, while obtaining expertise in other fields may be beyond their reach. Another important area of expertise is the transfer of expertise and whether expertise developed in one field can be applied to another field, or at least decrease the time required to obtain expertise in another field, what the mechanisms of expertise transfer are, or if there are generic cognitive structures of expertise that can apply to any field or a range of fields. Chess remains a central area for expertise research for multiple reasons. Because chess is relatively simple, anyone can learn and play the game, including at a young age. Most importantly, is the clear differentials of skill levels of chess performance discussed earlier. Anyone, including far below intelligent people and young children, can become proficient at chess and even achieve an intermediate level capable of beating novices. At the same time, chess has near infinite variability, and the greatest minds can spend their whole life studying and competing at chess, still making new discoveries to improve their game. But the simple question that bothered de Groot in the 1940s remains largely unanswered. What differentiates the novice, intermediate, and chess master? What cognitive structures exist in the mind of a chess player, allowing them to perform at various skill levels? How do these cognitive structures form? What is the role of practice, natural talent, training, and other factors in obtaining expertise in chess? And can the skills developed at chess be transferred to other fields to facilitate the acquiring of expertise in other fields? Most theorists on expertise relate the progression from novice to master through a series of stages. During these stages, well-defined cognitive structures called chunks are formed that provide the basis for expertise performance. To form chunks, deliberate practice is required. Chase and Simon's estimate 10 years of practice for mastery and Gladwell's 10,000-hour rule still provides a useful heuristic. Erickson, 1993, defines deliberate practice as an activity that is most effective in improving performance, highly effortful, and not inherently enjoyable. The countless practice and chunks are realized into a single expert performance. Scholars of expertise still debate many aspects of the theory, including chunking, what exactly is deliberate practice, natural ability, role of coaching, cognitive models to explain the expert's mind and progression of stages from novice to expert. Although most researchers reject hard thresholds of levels of expertise, the chess rating system, as mentioned, provides a useful heuristic. Besides the heuristic of rating and expected performance based on ratings, certain elements that make up chess mastery can be well defined and tested. Cognitive sciences debate the nature of the cognitive structure of chunks in the mind and the internal mechanisms used. For simplicity, we postulate that certain chess concepts are mastered through practice and then can be retrieved by the player during play once mastered. These concepts include tactical ideas, attacking motives, opening lines, endgame techniques, positional ideas, and so on. During the transition from novice to experts, players learn and master more and more of these concepts and learn to combine them during competitive play. Many of these individual skills can be isolated and tested whether a given player has mastered the given skill level. Levels of expertise correlated to the rating system can estimate skill acquisition and mastery with various skill levels. Although these skill levels are not well defined, different players at the same skill level may have mastered different skills and be lacking in other skills of similar players at the same level. True mastery of the game will necessitate mastering all aspects of the game, hence the commitment of many years and thousands of hours of deliberate practice to reach mastery. Many chess techniques require the mastery of multiple skills. In regular play over time, opportunities to display various skills appear, but an individual game will not use all the skills. For example, endgame technique, opening repertoire, attacking motifs, mastery of tactics, and so on often require only one from a vast repertoire in each game. At higher levels of play, players have mastered countless techniques and lines that may never actually be used in competitive play. As the beginner learns new skills, they can immediately apply, sometimes in their next game. As at top level play, only a small fraction of the learned skills is actuated in play. Amassing that huge base of knowledge that may or may not be useful is what differentiates one master from another. We postulate that the skill of mating with a king and two bishops against a lone king can serve as a heuristic for reaching an intermediate level of chess mastery, as where mating with a king and queen versus lone king is one of the first things a player learns and is only indicative of understanding the rules of the game. As chess is won by checkmate, and mating with a king and queen against a lone king is the simplest form of checkmate which is needed to win a game of chess. Mating with a king and two bishops versus a lone king is substantially more complicated and requires multiple techniques that can only be acquired over time. Working with the acquisition of individual chess skills to general chess ability will hopefully provide more insight into the cognitive structure and mechanisms of the mind created in the accumulation of expertise. So for the experiment, our idea that me and Lucas had agreed upon was to test whether a person who has mastered mating with a king and two bishops versus a lone king would be able to beat a given novice. And I said, as a heuristic, like I've taught hundreds of people how to play chess, and I've set on a regular basis those players to play random amateurs or players of various levels. And so it's just a regular heuristic, like, can the person mate with a king and bishop versus a king? And if a person can mate with the king and two bishops versus a king, they are likely to beat any random novice, and even if the person's a young child. So we had possibly thought that we would even be able to test that like a psychological study for a formal paper, but it was beyond my capacity and Lucas's capacity to actually conduct a formal study like that. So Doooovid.com, anyone interested in any of my other chess essays could check those out. Chess is a pedagogical tool for basic concepts, mystical approaches to the meaning of chess, Kotov's chess candidate moves and analysis tree, memory techniques, and chunking theory, and my other blogs. So I hadn't published a paper in quite a while now. So I have a few papers on my desktop. I still have the paper on high and low birth that I'd read on Week in Review, and I still might eventually try to publish that, but I didn't push it forward and need a lot of editing. But but people remember a lineage, high and low birth, and the problem of evil, which was almost 4,000 words. It's like 12 pages here. This is like a larger print, so it's even longer than the chess essay. So I never published this on my blog. It needed a little bit more editing. It's possible that I will pull myself together, edit that, and publish that. But the chess one, my mom said she thought that was my best essay yet, the one that I just read. So I see I got back to 20 people watching. So if there's any comments in the chat? Yeah, Mark, Andres Ericsson's popular book Peak, and he was the editor for the Oxford, the annual edition of the Companion to the Study of Expertise. So, Andres Ericsson is like the most notable compiler of papers, academic papers on the science of expertise, for the annual edition of the Oxford Companion. Okay, so I got a bunch of stuff on Wikipedia related to sociology, just some general concepts that I thought were interesting that I wanted to know for my research. I was talking to Kevin McCarran. So let me just show real quick. So I was going to do this Wednesday. You'll continue on the science, the philosophy of science. And I already outlined and prepared from the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, the Plato, and as an academic exercise, like basically just reading the encyclopedia, but the Stanford Encyclopedia that has the most recent research. So I already prepared 5 articles, and I was going to do it on Wednesday, but then something came up. One, the indispensability argument in the philosophy of mathematics, and this one's actually the shortest one, the Quine-Putnam indispensability argument. is the Quine-Putnam indispensability argument. Use the question about the role of mathematics in science that I have on scientific reductionism. Okay, so yeah, I already went through and read these like multiple times and outlined it, and really academically want to get this right. So scientific reductionism, and the various models, Nagel's model, token identity theory, supervenience, reduction and ground. So important topics. The philosophy of neuroscience, related also to consciousness, measurement in science, and theories of measurement, and reductionism in biology. And this one an error with the highlighter. So I plan on reading these this week, probably on Friday. And then I started already even for the next one where I was going to do models in science. I started highlighting this one, and this one will be for the following week. And I was going to do realism and theory change, mechanisms in science, the ceteris paribus laws, and I'll probably find one other for next week. And so hopefully I'll finish my 10-part series of the science of the philosophy of science. Mr. Boston, learning Greek, good for you. Yeah, Gina, God bless. Promoting death, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but God bless anyways. And then after that, I'm going to do a series on metaphysics, and there's so much information. To start with the Wikipedia, metaphysics, epistemology. I'll talk about Platonism, like a history of metaphysics, coherentist theories, foundationalist theories, epistemic justification, the philosophy of history, metaphysical realism, dualism, fundamentality, metaphysical grounding, emergent properties, fictional entities, abstract objects. So I'll do really like a deep dive into philosophy. What is metaphysics? The full history of metaphysics. But hopefully first I'm going to finish my series of science and philosophy, which I'd hoped to do this week, but didn't work out time-wise. Yeah, last Australian, yeah, Doooovid hasn't had a vaccine since I was a young child. My parents had me vaccinated. I don't know, probably the last vaccine I got was in elementary school. Not. Although I'm not opposed to, I'm not political, I'm libertarian. So, ask your local doctor, make your own decisions. Okay, so yeah, I just want to continue my research. and just put out a few basic ideas on sociology. So, I was talking to Kevin McCarran, and I wanted to, we were talking about the war in Israel, and I'm going to get back to, consciousness, my main area of research, but I wanted to do a deep dive into group strategy, the origins of group behavior, and how to build up group behavior from individual consciousness. And so, sociology, there's a lot of sociological theories that are based on just psychometric studies, data, theories. And then there's more cognitive neuro theories of sociology, identity theory, and a whole bunch of things. So the last few weeks I've been covering various topics in sociology. So today I'm going to wrap up my readings on just general sociology. So thank God, 17 people watching. Appreciate everyone in. So I'm just going to read some of these things. If anyone's got something interesting to say, do an @Doooovid. Otherwise, I'm just going to read these ideas. Hopefully it'll be educational for people. It'll be like a book on tape with Rep. Doooovid, and the philosophy of science streams will also be kind of like books on tape. But if you really want to, be courageous, grab the link and we'll talk. Social status. Social status is the relative level of social value a person is considered to possess. Such social values include respect, honor, assumed competence, and deference. On one hand, social scientists have viewed status as a reward for group members who treat others well and take initiative. This is one explanation for its apparent cross-cultural universality. On the other hand, while people with higher status experience a litany of benefits such as greater health, admiration, resource, influence, and freedom, those with lower status experience poor outcomes across all of those metrics. Importantly, status is based on widely shared beliefs about who members of society judge as more competent or moral. While such beliefs can stem from an impressive performance or success, they can also arise from possessing characteristics society has deemed meaningful, like a person's race or occupation. In this way, status reflects how a society judges a person's relative social worth and merit, however accurate or inaccurate that judgment may be. Because societies use status to allocate resources, leadership positions, and other forms of power, status can make unequal distribution of resources and power appear natural and fair, supporting systems of social stratifications. Definition. The sociologist Max Weber outlined 3 central aspects of stratification in society: class, status, and power. In a scheme which remains influential today, people possess status in the sense of honor because they belong to specific groups with unique lifestyles and privileges. Modern sociologists and social psychologists broaden this understanding of status to refer to one's relative level of respectability and honor more generally. Some writers have also referred to a socially valued role or category a person occupies as a status. As social network analysis Stanley Wasserman and Catherine Fall Stanley caution, there is a considerable disagreement among social scientists about the definition of the related concept of social position, social status, and social role. They note that while many scholars differentiate those terms, they can define those terms in a way that clashes with the definitions of another scholar. For example, they state that Ralph Linton uses the term status in a way that is identical to our use of the term position. Determination. Status hierarchies depend on the position and use of status symbols. They're accused of or characteristics that people in society agree indicate how much status a person holds and how they should be treated. Such symbols can include the possessions of valued attributes like being beautiful or having a prestigious degree. Other such status symbols include wealth or the display through conspicuous consumption. Status in face-to-face interaction can also be conveyed through certain controllable behaviors such as assertive speech, posture, and emotional displays. Social status analysis have also shown social network analysis have also shown that one's affiliations can be a source of status. Several studies document that being popular or demonstrating dominance over peers increases a person's status. Analysis of private companies also find that organizations can gain status from having well-respected corporate partners or investors. Because status is always relative to others. A person may enter many situations throughout their life or even a single day in which they hold high, equal, or low status depending on who is around them. For instance, a doctor holds high status when interacting with the patients, equal status in meeting with fellow doctors, and low status when meeting with their hospital's chief of medicine. A person can also be a big fish in a small pond, such that they have status that everyone else in their organization, but lower equal status relative to professionals in their entire field. Some perspectives of status emphasize its relative fixed and fluid aspects. Ascribed statuses are fixed for an individual at birth. Well-achieved status is determined by social rewards an individual acquires during lifetime as a result of exercise of ability and or performance. Examples of ascribed status includes caste, race, and beauty, among others. Meanwhile, achieved status are akin to one's educational credentials or occupation. These things require a person to exercise effort and to undergo years of training. The term master status has been used to describe a status most important for determining a person's position in the given context, like possessing mental illness. However, the concept of master status is controversial. Status characteristic theory argues members of the task group will listen to whoever they believe will most help them solve a problem. One external status in society determines influence in some small groups, but so does a person's known ability on the task. This implies that known ability will attenuate the effect of external status, implying a given external status characteristic is not a master status. The program of research finds characteristics assumed to be master statuses are in fact attenuated by known ability. Moreover, status affects group members' assertiveness only when characteristics differentiate group members. With respect to gender, experimental tests repeatedly found that women are highly differential only in the presence of men, although for disadvantaged groups, status disadvantage is not completely negated by valued characteristics. Their social status does not depend predominantly on any one group membership. As such, status characteristics research has yet to identify a social characteristic that operates like a robust cross-situational master status. People who follow like the red pill and the popular YouTube streamers like Fresh and Fit, whatever, Playing with Fire, Crucible, this question of, Rollo Tomasi, of high status men. What is high status men? So the men that women want to be with and other men want to be. But here we're focusing on sociology definitions. Uses of status. Although a person's status does not always correspond to merit or actual ability, it does allow the members of a group to coordinate their actions and quickly agree on who among them should be listened to. When actual ability does correspond to status, then status hierarchies can be especially useful. They allow leaders to emerge who set informed precedents and influence less knowledgeable group members, allowing groups to use the shared information of their group to make more correct decisions. This can be especially helpful in novel situations where group members must determine who is best equipped to complete a task. In addition, groups accord more respect and esteem to members who help them succeed, which encourages highly capable members to contribute in the first place. This helps groups motivate members to contribute to a collective good by offering respect and esteem as a kind of compensation for helping everyone in the group succeed. For instance, people recognized as achieving great feats for their group or society are sometimes accorded legendary status as heroes. Finally, for good or ill, status maintains social inequality. Because status is based on beliefs about social worth and esteem, sociologists argue that it can appear only natural that higher status people have more material resources and power. Status makes it appear that a person's rank or position in society is due to their relative merit and therefore deserved. For instance, if a society holds that the homeless are unworthy of respect or dignity, then their poor material conditions are not evaluated as unjust by members of this society and therefore not subject to change. In different societies, whether formal or informal, status hierarchies are present in all societies. In a society, the relative honor and prestige according to individuals depends on how well an individual is perceived to match a society's values and ideals. Status often comes with attendant rights, duties, and lifestyle practices. In modern societies, occupation is usually thought of as the main determinant of status, but other memberships or affiliations can have an influence. Achieved status when people are placed in the stratification structure based on their individual merits or achievements like education or training is thought to be reflexive of modern developed societies. Consequently, achieved status implies that social mobility is in a society as possible, as opposed to caste system characterized by immobility based solely on ascribed status. In pre-modern societies, status differentiation is widely varied. In some cases, it can be quite rigid, such as with the Indian caste system. In other cases, status exists without class and or informally, as is true in some hunter-gatherer societies, such as the Khoisan, or in some indigenous Australian societies. In these cases, status is limited to a specific personal relationship. Status maintains and stabilizes social stratification. Mere inequality in resources and privileges is received as unfair and thus prompts retaliation and resistance from those of lower statuses. But if some individuals are seen as better than others, higher status, then it seems natural and fair that the high status people receive more resources and privileges. Historically, Max Weber distinguishes status from social class, though some contemporary empirical sociologists combine the two ideas to create socioeconomic status, originally operationalized as a simple index of income, education, and occupational prestige. In non-human animals, social status hierarchies have been documented in a wide range of animals: apes, baboons, wolves, cows, bulls, hens, even fish, and ants. Natural selection produces status-seeking behaviors because animals tend to have more surviving offspring when they raise their status in their social group. Such behaviors vary widely because they are aspirations to a wide range of environmental niches. Some social dominance behaviors tend to increase reproductive opportunity, while others tend to raise the survival rates of an individual's offspring. Neurochemicals, particularly serotonin, prompt social dominance behaviors without need for an organism to have abstract conceptualizations of status as a means to an end. Social dominance hierarchy emerges from individual surviving seeking behaviors. Status inconsistency. Status inconsistency is a situation where individual social position have both positive and negative influence on social status. For example, a teacher may have a positive social image, respect, prestige, which increases their status, but may earn little money, which simultaneously decreases their status. In task-focused interpersonal encounters, people unconsciously combine this information to develop impressions of their own and others' relative rank. At one time, researchers thought status inconsistency would be a source of stress, though evidence for the hypothesis proved inconsistent, leaving some to conclude conflicting expectations through occupying incompatible roles may be the true stressor. Social stratification. Status is one of the major components of social stratification, the way people are hierarchically placed in society. The members of a group of similar status interact mainly within their own group, and a lesser degree with those of a higher or lower status as recognized as a system of social stratification. Although the determinants of status are specific to different cultures, some are more common basis for status-based stratification include wealth, income, gender, race, ethnicity, social class, occupation, and popularity. Max Weber's three-dimensional social stratification. The German sociologist Max Weber argued social stratification is based on three factors: property, status, and power. He claimed that social stratification is a result of the interaction of wealth, class, prestige, status, and power. Property refers to one's material possessions. If someone has control of property, that person has power over others and can use the property to their own benefit. Status refers to a person's relative level of respectability and social honor. Weber's interest was particular in status groups which have distinct cultural dispositions and privileges and whose members mostly socialize with one another. Power is the ability to do what one wants, regardless of the will of others. Domination, a closely related concept, is the power to make others' behavior conform to one's commands. In status group, Max Weber developed the idea of status group, which is a translation of the German stand. Status groups are communities that are based on ideas or lifestyles, and the honor the status group both asserts and is given by others. Status groups exist in the context of beliefs about relative prestige, privilege, and honor. People in status groups are only supposed to engage with people of like status, and in particular, marriage inside or outside the group is discouraged. Status groups in some societies include professionals, public organizations, ethnicity, race, and other socially devalued groups that organize interactions among relative equal. Okay, so I was mentioning my thing on higher, lower birth, and maybe at some point I will go further into that, and so combine some of these ideas about sociology. Okay, self-disclosure. So I'm just going to read a little bit of this one. And, we were talking last week a few weeks ago about parasocial relationships and self-disclosure. Self-disclosure is a process of communication by which one person reveals information about themselves to another. The information can be descriptive or evaluative and can include thoughts, feelings, aspirations, goals, failures, successes, fears, and dreams, as well as one's likes, dislikes, and favorites. Social penetration theory posits that there are two dimensions to self-disclosure: breadth and depth. Both are crucial in developing a fully intimate relationship. The range of topics discussed by two individuals is the breadth of the disclosure. The degree to which information revealed is private or personal is the depth of that disclosure. It is easier for breadth to be expanded first in a relationship because of its more accessible features. It consists of outer layers of personality and everyday life, such as occupations and preferences. Depth is more difficult to reach and includes painful memories and more useful traits that we might hesitate to share with others. One reveals itself most thoroughly and discusses the widest range of topics with our spouses and loved ones. Self-disclosure is an important building block for intimacy, which cannot be achieved without it. Reciprocal and appropriate self-disclosure is expected. Self-disclosure can be assessed by analysis of cost and reward, which can be further explained by social exchange theory. Most self-disclosure occurs only in relational development, but more intimate self-disclosure occurs later. In intimate relationships, social penetration theory. Social penetration theory states that in the development of a relationship is closely linked to the systematic changes in communication. Relationships generally begin with exchanges of superficial information and gradually move on to more meaningful conversations. In order to develop more intimate relationships, partners must increase the breadth and the depth of their conversations. Breadth includes the variety of topics people discuss, and depth is the personal significance of these topics. Altman and Taylor use a wedge to explain this theory. In this example, the beginning of the relationship is represented by a narrow and shallow wedge because only a few topics are discussed. However, as the relationship goes on, the wedge should become broader and deeper, including more topics of personal significance. This wedge must drive through 3 layers in order for intimacy to develop. The first is superficial small talk with little personal information about the speakers. The next layer is intimate with increasing breadth and depth of more personal details. The third is the very intimate level where extremely private information is shared. Intimacy in these relationships can develop only if the person involves reciprocate disclosures. Intimacy will not develop if only one partner discloses and the other continues to reveal only superficial information. Reciprocity must be gradual and match the intimacy of the other's disclosures. Too rapid, too personal disclosures creates an imbalance in the relationship that can be discomfiting. This gradual process varies from relationship to relationship and can depend on the specific partner with whom one is communicating. Reciprocity and intimacy. Reciprocity is the positive response from the person with whom one is sharing information, whereby the person who received the disclosure self-discloses in turn. Self-disclosure usually influences whether two people will want to interact again. Research has shown that when one person self-discloses, another person is more likely to self-disclose. Initially, the process is started by one partner's reveal or personal information to the other partner. In return, the other will disclose something and behave in such a way as to be responsive to the initial disclosure's content, while also conveying a degree of understanding and validation for what was revealed. Research has found that people who consider themselves to be high in disclosure are likely to be good at eliciting more disclosure from those with whom they interact. 3 theories describe reciprocity: the social attraction trust hypothesis, social exchange theory, and norms of reciprocity. The social attraction trust hypothesis says that people disclose to one another because they believe the person who disclosed to them likes and trusts them. Social exchange theory explains that people attempt to maintain equal and self-disclosure because an imbalance and thus makes them uncomfortable. The third explanation, the norm of reciprocity, argues that reciprocating disclosure is a social norm and violating it makes a person uncomfortable. There are 2 types of reciprocity: turn-taking reciprocity and extended reciprocity. Turn-taking is when partners immediately self-disclose with one another, and extended is when disclosure happens over a period of time in which one partner may be the one disclosing while the other just listens. Those who engage in turn-taking reciprocity are shown to like their interaction partners more than those who engage in extended reciprocity. Turn-taking partners are also shown to feel closer and similar to each other and to enjoy the other's company more than extended pairs. This can be explained by the social attraction trust hypothesis because the partners perceive the discloser as liking and trusting them because they disclose personal information. Those who engage in extended reciprocity are affected by the social exchange theory and the norm of reciprocity, which can account for the lower degree of liking. Since extended reciprocity limits reciprocating disclosure, it creates an imbalance in disclosure which violates both of these theories. That said, people usually report that they themselves are disclosing more than is the other partner. This is called perceived partner reciprocity, and it is critical to the self-disclosure process in developing relationships. Two key components for intimacy are disclosure and partner responsiveness. It is extremely important that when a speaker discloses personal information, their partner also discloses something personally relevant. It is also essential that the listener understand, validate, and care about what the speaker is disclosing. If the speaker does not feel accepted by the listener, then they may not disclose something to them in the future, which stops the development of intimacy. Emotional disclosures are also shown to foster intimacy more than factual disclosures. Factual disclosures reveal facts and information about the self, while emotional disclosures reveal a person's feelings, thoughts, and judgments. Emotional disclosures can increase intimacy because they allow the listener to confirm and support the disclosure's self-view. The transition from sharing personal to personal facts is crucial to the building of an intimate relationship. One must feel accepted in order to feel comfortable enough to self-disclose. Without acceptance, one partner will withdraw and fail to reveal personal facts within the relationship. Sharing ourselves also brings us out of our imaginary worlds and allows us to see the realities of the world we live in. We are most comfortable sharing with those with whom we like and feel like us. There is also evidence that someone who introduces themselves with more intimacy is more likely to facilitate self-disclosure and intimacy with the recipient. Thus, self-disclosure breeds intimacy. This is why we reveal ourselves most and discuss the widest range of topics with our spouses and loved ones. We often perceive our own self-disclosure as higher than that of our partners, which can lead to ill feelings, and it's hard for humans to accurately judge how fully another is disclosing to them. Individual differences in reciprocity. Self-monitoring. According to Snyder, 1974, self-monitoring is the personality difference in individuals' degree of preference to both self-expression and self-presentation. Self-monitoring is a form of impression management in which a person examines the situation and behaves accordingly. Although self-monitoring is measured on a continuous scale, researchers often group individuals into two types, high and low self-monitors. Someone who is high self-monitor tends to examine the situation more closely and adjust their behavior in order to fit in with others in the scenario. High self-monitors tend to behave in a friendlier and extroverted manner in order to be well-liked by peers. A low self-monitor does not do this and tends to follow their own emotions and thoughts when behaving in public. Since they are more attuned to social cues, high self-monitors are generally better at assessing the level of intimacy a partner is disclosing. By noticing these cues, high self-monitors tend to reciprocate equally in their self-disclosures. This can be explained by the norm of reciprocity because the high self-monitors can pick up on these cues easily and know that they need to respond with their own disclosure. It can also be explained by social exchange theory. Research shows that high self-monitors are more uncomfortable when paired with low self-monitor because low self-monitors do not tend to disclose intimate details, so the balance in the conversation is uneven. High self-monitors are also shown to be the pace setters of the conversation, generally intimate, and maintain the flow of conversation. Mood. There is a positive mood. Those in a positive mood have found to disclose more intimately than those in a negative mood. This may be because of informational effects whereby happy people tend to access more positive information, which leads them to behave in a more optimistic and confident manner. Unhappy people tend to assess more negative information, which increases the likelihood of cautions, pessimism, and restrained communications. This may also be due to processing effects, in particular simulation and accommodation effects. Assimilation effects rely on individuals' prior knowledge to guide their behavior in a situation. Accommodation effects rely on careful monitoring of situation and greater attention to concrete information. Assimilative processing is ideal for safe, routine situations, while accommodating processing is for problematic situations. Happy people tend to use assimilative processing, which leads to more daring and direct disclosures, while unhappy people use accommodative processing, which leads them to be more cautious in their disclosures. These accommodating effects for unhappy people tend to increase reciprocity because these individuals will match the level of disclosure from their partner, but will not go beyond that. However, it is also be said that being distressed, anxious, or fearful, which would be classified as negative mood states, can accelerate disclosure as well. The exception to this is loneliness. For lonely individuals have shown decreased rates of self-disclosure. Gender, whether or not one sex shares more readily, is a heated debate in social psychology, but sex role identities play a large part in the amount one chooses to reveal to another. Research findings on gender differences in self-disclosure are mixed. Women self-disclose to enhance a relationship, while men self-disclose relative to their control and vulnerabilities. Men initially disclose more in heterosexual relationships. Women tend to put more emphasis on intimate communications with same-sex friends than do men. In relationships, there are still other facts that contribute to the likelihood of disclosure. While people with high self-esteem tend to reveal themselves more, the reverse is also true, where self-esteem is enhanced by a partner's disclosure. In men, self-disclosure and the level of disclosure they perceive from their wives is positively correlated with their self-esteem. For both genders, the state of relationships and the feelings associated with it are major contributors to how much each spouse reveals themselves. Husbands and wives in a relationship marked with satisfaction, love, and commitment rate their own levels of disclosure highly, as well as their perceptions of their spouse's disclosures. Additional individual differences: being shy decreases self-disclosure among men. Those who are or appear more tough are less likely to disclose and express themselves. Motivation for disclosure is also critical. Does the individual need to present themselves in a certain way in order to gain certain benefits? And does the self-disclosure match the person's sense of ideal self? Okay, so this goes on and on. There's an interesting part about in therapy, and how self-disclosure works in therapy, and you might also have like privileged information, like rabbinical. It doesn't mention much about parasocial relationships, disclosures, but let's look at the section on the internet. There are four major differences between online communication and face-to-face communication. The first is that the internet users can remain anonymous. The user can choose what personal information, if any, they share with others, even if the user decides to use their own name. If communicating with people in other cities or countries, they are still relatively anonymous. The second is that physical distance does not limit interaction on the internet the way it does in real life. The internet gives the ability to interact with people all over the world and the chance to meet people who have similar interests that one may not have met in their offline lives. Visual cues, including those pertaining to physical attractiveness, are also not always present on the internet. These factors have been shown to influence initial attraction and relationship formation. Finally, internet users have time to formulate conversations, which is not allotted to in face-to-face conversation. This gives user more control in the conversation because they do not have to give an immediate response. Features of online interaction affecting disclosure: anonymity. Anonymity can allow individuals to take greater risk and discuss how they truly feel with others. A person might take these risks because they are more aware of their private self. Private self-awareness is when a person becomes more aware of personal features of the self. This is in contrast to public self-awareness, in which a person realizes that they can be judged by others. This type of awareness can lead to evaluation apprehension, where a person fears receiving a negative evaluation from their peers. Public self-awareness is also associated with conforming to group norms, even if they go against personal beliefs. With that said, the absence of visual cues from partner in internet discussion can activate a person's private self, which encourages self-disclosure. This is because the disclosure is not worried about being judged publicly and is able to express their own private thoughts. Anonymity also aids in identity construction. A person can change their gender and the way they relate to others due to anonymity. This can increase life satisfaction because those who can identify with multiple roles are shown to be more satisfied. Since the internet can allow someone to adapt these roles that close others may not accept in the real world, it can increase their self-worth and acceptance. The anonymity that comes with the internet communication also makes it easier to reveal the true self. The true self, as described by McKenna and her colleagues includes the traits a person possesses but is unable to share freely with others. What they do share is the actual self, which includes traits they do possess and are able to be shown in social settings. The actual self can be easier to present in face-to-face conversations because a person's true self may not fit societal norms. Disclosing one's true self has been shown to create empathetic bonds and aid in forming close relationships. Anonymity can help stigmatized groups reveal their true selves and allow them to come together to discuss aspects of the self that cannot be discussed in one's social circles. This can help them in life because it allows them to form a group of similar others and the opportunity to receive emotional support. It has also been found that those who join these groups and disclose their identity were more likely to share this aspect of the self with their close family and friends. Sharing these long-kept secrets is also shown to significantly reduce health symptoms over a length of time. There are some negative consequences to being anonymous on the internet. De-individuation, where self-awareness is blocked by environmental conditions, can occur and be problematic. Some consequences of de-individuation include the reduced ability to control one's behavior, engage in rational long-term planning, and the tendency to react immediately and emotionally. A person who is lacking this self-awareness is also less likely to care about others' options of their behavior. This all can lead to increased hostility towards others and the formation of anonymous hate groups. There can also be some negative consequences to forming multiple selves. If these identities are not integrated, it can lead to an incomplete sense of self. They could also be brought into the real world and lead to delusional and unrealistic behavior. One downside to all the connections that can be formed online regards the effect called the illusion of large numbers. This effect means that people overestimate how much people share the same opinion as them. This can especially be harmful if someone holds negative views of a particular group because they may not realize their views are very different from the mainstream. Lack of visual cues and physical attractiveness. Physical attractiveness plays an important role in determining if two people will begin a relationship. In face-to-face conversation, if initial attraction is not present, the relationship is less likely to form. This, however, does not play a role in internet communication. Relationships online must form based on things such as similarities, values, interests, or an engaging conversational style. Since these relationships form at a deeper level, they may be more durable and more important to the individual. Not being seen also assists in presenting ideal qualities, attributes an individual would ideally like to possess to others because there is no information to contradict what they say, the way there is in face-to-face conversation. This can help a person make these ideal qualities social reality because when someone confirms these traits, that individual can make them part of their self-concept. An individual who is also liked more on the internet than in face-to-face conversation. Even if partners think that they are communicating with two different people, they still like the person from the internet more than their face-to-face interaction, even though they were the same person. The greater liking also continues after the initial interaction. On the internet, when the pair meets face-to-face, the greater liking may occur because the lack of physical information. Physical attractiveness plays an important role in impression formation, and once these views are formed, they're not likely to be changed even when presented with new information. Since the people communicating online cannot rely on attractiveness, these factors may not play a role when they eventually meet face-to-face. An increase in disclosure can also foster this liking because intimate disclosure is associated with increased intimacy. Online disclosures are generally seen as more intimate than face-to-face disclosures. Since there's a lack of nonverbal cues in internet communication, many people form a biased perception of their communication partner. The minimal cues that are available in computer-based communications are often interpreted, and the person will attach greater value to them. For example, if there seems to be a similarity between the two communicating, an individual may intensify this perception and idealize their partner. This then increases the perceived intimacy of the disclosure. Physical distance and familiarity. People are more likely to form relationships with those who are in close physical proximity of them. Individuals also are more likely to begin an interaction with someone who is seen on a regular basis, showing that familiarity also influences interaction. Communicating on the internet can allow individuals to become familiar with those who frequent the pages they converse on by recognizing usernames and pages. Regardless of how far away these individuals may be from each other, they are all in one confined space on the internet, which can give them a feeling of being in the same place. The internet also brings people together that may not have met because of physical distance. This can also go to specific websites where people share the same interest, so they enter conversations knowing they already have similarities. This can contribute to why internet relationships form so quickly. These online users do not have to go through the traditional stages that face-to-face interactions require in order to find similar interests. These face-to-face interactions usually take longer to find common ground, but online users are able to dive right into conversations. Pace and control of conversation. Internet communication differs significantly from face-to-face conversation in the timing and pacing of conversation. For example, both users do not need to be online at the same time to have a conversation. Email, for example, allows individuals to send messages and wait for a reply that may not come for hours or even days. This can allow many people to stay in touch, even if they are in different time zones, which significantly broadens the range of communications. This communication also allows an individual to take their time when speaking with somebody. They do not have to be have an immediate response that face-to-face conversations require. This allows them to carefully select and edit their messages and give them more control over the side of the conversation that they would not have outside the internet. There are also no interruptions in online communications that occur in face-to-face conversations. A person is able to hold the floor and say as little or as much as they like in these conversations, allowing them to fully form their point. This control helps users take greater risk with their self-disclosure online. These people also begin to incorporate their internet lives with their non-internet lives and engage in a presence control exchange. In this exchange, internet users start their relationships with relatively high control and gradually trade that for physical closeness as their comfort levels of knowledge of the other person increases. This seems to be the internet version of social penetration theory, where individuals have a mutual exchange and self-disclosures. As the relationship develops into face-to-face communication, the individual's disclosures gradually become more revealing and cover a wide range of topics. This equivalent of the internet includes the partners exchanging control of the conversation for physical closeness. The stages this occurs in could include moving from messaging online to telephone conversations to eventual face-to-face communication. Individual differences. Self-esteem. The use of social media for self-disclosure has shown to be very helpful for those with low self-esteem. People with low self-esteem are more socially anxious and shy, which can make it difficult to form close relationships with others. This can harm both their physical and mental health because feeling connected to others is considered a fundamental human motivation. Individuals with low self-esteem have difficulty disclosing to others because they are very focused on not revealing their flaws and fear criticism and disapproval from others. Disclosing less therefore protects them from the possibility of rejection or being ignored. In light of these fears, social media can provide a safe environment for people with low self-esteem to disclose personal information because they cannot see their partner's reaction, which can help them to more freely express themselves. While many with low self-esteem do view social media as a safe outlet for disclosure, many do not perceive positive feedback from their disclosure. People with low self-esteem tend to post more negative thoughts on social media, which has been shown to make them less liked by readers. Negative posts are more likely to be ignored by readers in hopes that the disclosure will stop or begin to post more positively. When someone who frequently shares negative thoughts posts something positive, they do receive more positive feedback from readers. In contrast, someone with high self-esteem is more liked by readers and tends to post more positively. If they do post something negative, they tend to get more responses than those with low self-esteem do. Loneliness. Social media can also help those who are already lonely. Many social networking sites give access to profiles, pictures, and the ability to comment and message others, which helps people feel less lonely. It also aids them gaining social capital like emotional satisfaction and access to information. These sites can facilitate disclosure because they make it easier to assess others who can provide social support for someone to disclose personal information. Social support is extremely important in disclosure as it makes the disclosure feel validated and cared for. Social support is also positively related to well-being. It has also been shown that having social support and forming close relationships online decreases loneliness over time. Some research does show that spending too much time on the internet and forming these close relationships could take away from time from existing non-internet relationships. Neglecting these relationships could also make a person lonelier in the long run because they could lose these face-to-face relationships. However, other researchers show that there are certain personality traits that lead to increased loneliness, which tend to increased use of the internet. In particular, extroversion and neuroticism have been linked to loneliness. An extrovert is someone who is outgoing, enjoys the company of others, requires stimulation, and is spontaneous, while an introvert prefers their own company, is quiet, and prefers quiet, small gatherings. Introverts can often be seen as distant and unfriendly because of this behavior, which may explain some of their loneliness. A neurotic person is extremely anxious emotional and reacts in a disproportional way to many situations. Someone high in neuroticism generally has a negative attitude, which may push people away and prevent them from forming close relationships, which may lead to their loneliness. Both of these groups, introverts and neurotics, have been shown to have increased internet use and in particular increased use of social service sites. This may show that those who are already lonely and more attracted to the internet as a means of social networking, and not that the internet increases loneliness. Introverts and neurotics individuals have also been shown to feel more comfortable revealing their true selves online than face-to-face conversations, and revealing the real you has been shown to help the disclosure to form close relationships. Shows social anxiety. It can be very difficult for those with social anxiety to engage in face-to-face communication. These people can become anxious when meeting someone for the first time, speaking with someone attractive, or participating in group activities. This can limit their in-person interactions and deny them their basic needs of intimacy and belonging. With the absence of many of these worries in internet communication, many with social anxieties use it to form social connections. It has been shown that individuals with social anxiety are more likely to use the internet to form close relationships. These relationships are also shown to be stronger online relationships as opposed to weaker relationships. Forming these relationships can also help a socially anxious person express their true self and form their social identity. This identity often involves the groups a person is a part of, because belonging to a group frequently becomes a part of one's self-concept. Someone with social anxiety would be denied this because of their fear of face-to-face interaction. Therefore, disclosing with others online gives a socially anxious person access to a wide variety of people with which they can form relationships and belong to a group. Socially anxious people are also shown to become less anxious over time if they form close online relationships. They've also been shown to broaden their social circles in the real world when they have had the time to form online relationships. One possibility for the occurrence may be that these online relationships can give the anxious individuals confidence in forming relationships outside of the internet. Being able to practice communications online can show them they are capable of communicating and can lessen their anxieties in face-to-face communication. They're also very likely to bring their online relationships into their offline lives in order to make them a social reality by sharing these relationships with family and friends in the real world. Online support groups. Online support groups are another place where people from all over can come together to disclose common struggle. They provide an environment of mutual disclosure and support. People are more likely to use these forums to discuss personal struggles and disclose emotions and thoughts pertaining to these struggles than normal discussion forums. There's also a higher degree of reciprocity in online support groups than in normal discussion forums, and reciprocity has been shown to help people feel valued. And after disclosing, men and women are also equally likely to use these forums for disclosing personal information. Dangers. While there are many benefits to engaging in self-disclosure online, there is also some dangers. There is a relationship between internet abuse, self-disclosure, and problematic behavior. Internet abuse can be defined as patterns of using the internet that results in disturbances in a person's life, but does not imply a specific disease, process, or addictive behavior. When a person is high for internet abuse and high for self-disclosure, it can lead to dangerous behaviors like sending personal information and photos to online acquaintances. High ratings for internet abuse and self-disclosure also positively influence online communications with all types of online relationships. These relationship types include long-distance relationships in which people have met face-to-face and continue the relationship by communicating online, purely virtual relationships where people meet online and stay in touch only by using the internet, and migratory mixed mode, where the relationship begins online and then proceeds to face-to-face interaction. The relationship between internet abuse, self-disclosure, and dangerous behavior could pose an even bigger picture problem with the high number of communications this group has with others, particularly those they have only communicated with online. Okay, so quite a bit of information there. Thought that one on self-disclosure was pretty interesting. Talk about role-taking theory. Role-taking theory, or social perspective theory, is the social psychological concept that one of the most important factors in facilitating social cognition in children is the growing ability to understand others' feelings and perspective, an ability that emerges as a result of general cognitive growth. Part of the process requires that children come to realize that others' views may differ from their own. Role-taking ability involves understanding the cognitive and affective aspects of another person's point of view and differs from perceptual perspective taking, which is the ability to recognize another person's visual point of view of the environment. Furthermore, albeit some mixed evidence on the issue, role-taking and perceptual perspective-taking seem to be fundamentally and developmentally independent of each other. Robert Selman is noted for emphasizing the importance of this theory within the field of cognitive development. He argues that a mature role-taking ability allows us to better appreciate how our actions will affect others, and if we fail to develop the ability to role-take, we will be forced erroneously to judge that others are behaving solely as a result of external factors. One of Selman's principal additions to the theory has been empirically supported developmental theory of role-taking ability. Social cognitive researchers on children's thoughts about others' perspectives, feelings, and behaviors has emerged as one of the largest areas of research in the field. Role-taking theory can provide a theoretical foundation upon which this research can rest and be guided by and has relations and applications to numerous other theories and topics. Robert Selman developed his developmental theory of role-taking ability based on 4 sources. The first is the work of Pfeffer and Gurevich, 1960, which related role-taking ability to Piaget's theory of social decentering and developed a projective test to assess children's ability to decenter as they mature. The second is the research of John Flavel, 1968, which studied children's growing abilities to judge other people's conceptual and perceptual perspectives. The third is the developmental ideas of differentiation, whereupon one learns to distinguish his perspective from the perspectives of others, and integration, the ability to relate one's perspective to the perspectives of others. The final source of influence comes from Selman's own previous research, where he assessed children's ability to describe the different perspectives of characters in a story. One example of Selman's story is that of Holly and her father. Children are told about Holly, an avid 8-year-old tree climber. One day, Holly falls off a tree but does not hurt herself. Holly's father sees this and makes Holly promise that she will stop climbing trees, and Holly promises. Later, however, Holly and her friends meet Sean, a boy whose kitten is stuck in a tree. Holly is the only one amongst the friends who can climb trees well enough to save Sean's kitten, who may fall at any moment, but she remembers the promise she made to her father. Someone then goes on to ask the children about the perspective of Holly and her father, and each stage is associated with typical responses. Stage. Level 0, egocentric role-taking. Level 0, roughly ages 3 to 6, is characterized by 2 lacking abilities. The first is the failure to distinguish perspectives, differentiation. More specifically, the child is unable to distinguish between his perspective, including his perspective on why a social action occurred, and that of others. The second ability the child lacks is relating perspective, social integration. In the Holly dilemma, children tend to respond that Holly will save the kitten. The father will not mind Holly's disobedience because he will be happy and he likes kittens. In actuality, the child is displaying his inability to separate his liking for kittens from the perspective of Holly and her father. Level 1, subjectivity role-taking. At level 1, roughly ages 6 to 8, children now recognize that they and the others in the situation may have different information available to them and thus may differ in their views. In other words, children have matured in differentiation. The child still significantly lacks integration ability. However, he cannot understand that his views are influenced by the views of others and vice versa. In addition, the child believes that the sole reason for differing social perspective is because of different information and nothing else. In the Holly dilemma, when asked if the father would be angry if he found out that Holly climbed the tree again, children might respond, if he didn't know why she climbed the tree, he would be angry. But if he knew why she did it, he would realize that she had a good reason, not recognizing that the father may still be angry regardless of her wanting to save the kitten because of his own values, such as his concern for his daughter's safety. Level 2, self-reflective role-taking. The child's differentiating ability matures at this level, ages 8 to 10 roughly, enough that he understands that people can also differ in their social perspectives because of the particularly held and differing views, values, and sets of purposes. In turn, the child is able to better put himself into the position of another person. In terms of integration, the child can now understand that others think about his point of view too. This allows the child to predict how the other person might react to the child's behavior. What is still lacking, however, is for the child to be able to consider another person's point of view and another person's point of view of the child simultaneously. In the Holly dilemma, when children asked if Holly will climb the tree, they will typically respond, yes, she knows that her father will understand why she did it. This indicates the child is considering the father's perspective in light of Holly's perspective. However, when asked if the father would want Holly to climb the tree, children typically respond that he would not. This shows that the child is solely considering the father's point of view and is worried for Holly's safety. Level 3, mutual role-taking, ages 3 level 3, ages roughly 10 to 12. The child can now differentiate his own perspective from the viewpoint likely for the average member of the group. In addition, the child can take the view of a detached third person and view a situation from that perspective. In terms of integration, a child can now simultaneously consider his view of others and others' view of the child and the consequences of the feedback loop of perspectives in terms of behavior and cognition. In describing the result of the Holly dilemma, the child may take the perspective of a detached third party, responding that Holly wanted to get the kitten because she likes kitten, but she knew that she wasn't supposed to climb the trees. Holly's father knew that Holly had been told not to climb the tree, but he couldn't have known about the kitten. Level 4, societal role-taking at ages roughly 12 to 15. The adolescent now consider other perspectives with reference to the social environment and culture the other person comes from, assuming that the other person will believe and act in accord with their societal norms and values. When asked if Holly deserves to be punished for a transgression, adolescents typically respond that Holly should not, as her father should understand that we need to humanly treat animals. Evidence for Selman's stages. These studies have been conducted. 3 studies have been conducted to assess Selman's theory, all of which has shown support for his developmental outline of role-taking ability progression. Selman conducted the first study of his own theory using 60 middle-class children ages 4 to 6. In this experiment, the children were asked to predict and explain their predictions about another child's behavior in a certain situation. The child participants were given situational information not available to the child they were making behavioral and cognitive predictions of. Results implied a stage progression of role-taking ability as a function of age, as theorized by Selman. In a second assessment of the theory, Selman and Byron interviewed 40 children ages 4, 6, 8, and 10 on 2 social moral dilemmas. Children were required to discuss the perspectives of different characters in each dilemma, and results again showed that role-taking ability progressed through stages as a function of age. The third study assessing Selman's theory was a 5-year longitudinal study of 41 male children and role-taking ability. Results showed that 40 of the 41 children interviewed followed the stages as outlined by Selman, and none skipped over a stage. Relation to other topics. Piaget's theory of cognitive development. Jean Piaget stressed the importance of play in children, especially play that involves role-taking. He believed that role-taking play in children promotes a more mature social understanding by teaching children to take on the roles of others, allowing them to understand that different people can have different perspectives. In addition, Piaget argued that good solutions to interpersonal conflicts involve compromise, which arises out of our ability to consider the points of view of others. Two of Piaget's fundamental concepts of primary influence role-taking theory: egocentrism, the mode of thinking that characterizes pre-operational thinking, in which the child's failure to consider the world from another's point of view; decentration, the mode of thinking that characterizes operational thinking, which is the child's growing ability to perceive the world with more than one perspective in mind. In Piaget's theory, these concepts were used to describe solely cognitive development, but they've been applied in role-taking theory to the social domain. Evidence that Piaget's cognitive theories can be applied to the interpersonal aspects of role-taking theory came from 2 sources. The first is empirical evidence that children's ability to role-take is correlated to their IQ and performance on Piaget tests. Secondly, these 2 theories have been conceptually linked to the Selman role-taking stages corresponding to Piaget's cognitive development stages, where pre-operational children are at level 1 or 2, concrete operation are at level 3 or 4, informal operators are at level 4 or 5 of Selman stages. Given this relation, Pfeffer and Gorovich have argued that social role-taking is an extension of decentering in the social sphere. Selman has argued this same point, also noting that growth in role-taking ability is brought on by the child's decreased egocentrism as he ages. Kohlberg stages of moral development. Lawrence Kohlberg argued that higher moral development requires role-taking ability. For instance, Kohlberg's conventional level of morality between ages 9 and 13 roughly involves moral stereotyping, empathy-based morality, alertness to and behavioral guided by predicted evaluations by others, and identifying with authority, all of which require role-taking. Selman tested 60 children ages 8 and 10 on Kohlberg's moral judgment measure and 2 role-taking tests. He found the development of role-taking within this age range related to the progression into Kohlberg's conventional moral stage. A retest a year later confirmed Kohlberg's argument, and in general, it was shown that higher moral development at the conventional stage requires children achieved ability at this age to reciprocally deal with their own and others' perspectives. Mason and Gibbs, 1993, found that moral judgment development, as measured by Kohlberg's theory, consistently related to role-taking opportunities experienced after childhood, in adolescence, and adulthood. This finding supported Kohlberg's view that moral progress beyond this third stage necessitates contact with other perspectives, namely those of entire cultures or political groups, which individuals are likely to encounter as they become adolescents and adults, and thus meet many different people in schools and the workplace. Relation between Kohlberg's stages, Piaget's theory, and Selman's theory. Kohlberg and Piaget both emphasized that role-taking ability facilitates moral development. Kohlberg argued that cognitive and role-taking development are required but not sufficient for moral development. In turn, he maintained that Piaget's cognitive development stages underlie Selman's role-taking stages, which are subsequently fundamental to his own moral development stages. This predicts that cognitive development first, followed by the correspondence role-taking stage, and finally the correspondence moral stage, and never the other way around. Conceptually, the three processes have been tied together by Walker in 1980. His reasoning is that cognitive development involves the progressive understanding of the environment as it is. Role-taking is a step upon this, which is the recognition that people each have their own subjective interpretation of the environment, including how they think about and behave towards other people. Moral development, the final step, is grasping how people should think and behave towards one another. Evidence in support of this view comes first from 3 reviews which showed moderate correlation between Selman's role-taking theory, Piaget's cognitive developmental stages, and Kohlberg's moral development stages. More evidence comes from Walker and Richards, 1979, finding that moral development to Kohlberg's stage 4 occurred only for those who already had early basic formal operations according to Piaget's developmental theory, and not for those in an earlier stage. Similarly, Paolito's attempts to stimulate moral development worked only for subjects who already attained the corresponding role-taking stage. Previous research has also shown that short role-taking treatments, such as exposing subjects to the role-taking reasoning of subjects in one stage higher, can lead to moral development. In more general demonstrations of this argument, Faust and Abutnot and other researchers have shown that moral development is most probable for subjects with higher cognitive development. In a direct investigation of Kohlberg's necessary but sufficient argument, Walker tested the hypothesis that only children who had attained both beginning and formal operations and role-taking taking stage 3 could progress to Kohlberg's moral stage 3. 146 grade 4 to 7 children participated in the study, and the results strongly supported the hypothesis, given that only 3 children who had the beginning formal substage of cognitive development and role-taking stage 3 progressed to moral stage 3. Further support came from the study's demonstration that a short role-playing treatment stimulating progress in moral reasoning in a 6-week follow-up retest. Krebs and Gilmore also directly tested Kohlberg's necessary but sufficient argument of moral development in 51 children, ages 5 to 14, for the first 3 stages of cognitive role-taking moral development. Results generally supported Kohlberg's view, but not as strongly, given that it was only demonstrated that cognitive development is a prerequisite for role-taking development and not for moral development. Based on these results, researchers have suggested that moral education programs underlined by Kohlberg's theory must first ensure that prerequisite cognitive and role-taking abilities have developed. Prosocial behavior. Role-taking ability has been argued to be related to prosocial behaviors and feelings. Evidence for this claim has been found from many sources. Underwood and Moore in 1982, for instance, has found that perceptual, affective, and cognitive perspective taking are positively correlated with prosocial behavior. Children trained to improve their role-taking ability subsequently became more generous, more cooperative, and more apprehensive to the needs of others in comparison to children who receive no role-taking training. Research has also shown that people who are good at role-taking have greater ability to sympathize with others. Overall, the picture is clear. Prosocial behavior is related to role-taking ability. Development and social deviance is linked to egocentrism. To study one reason for the link between role-taking ability and prosociality, second-grade children found to be either high or low in role-taking were instructed to teach 2 kindergartners on the arts and crafts task. 16 measures of prosocial behavior were scored, and high and low role-takers diverged on 8 of the measures, including several helping measures, providing options, and social problem solving. Analysis of the results showed that low role-takers help less than high role-takers, not because of lack of wanting to help, but because of their poor ability in interpreting social cues, indicating the need for help. In other words, low role-takers tended to only be able to recognize problems when they were made plainly obvious. Role-taking has also been related to empathy. Batson had participants listen to an interview of a woman going through hardship. He then instructed participants to imagine how she feels or to imagine how they would feel in her situation, and found that both conditions produced feelings of empathy. Schoenrod has found the same result, where imagining how a person in distress feels or how one would feel in that person's situation produces feelings of empathy. Finally, many theorists, including Mead, Piaget, Asch, Hayder, Deutsch, Madsen, and Kohlberg, have theorized the relationship between cooperation and role-taking ability. In one study, children's predisposition to cooperate was shown to strongly correlate with their effective role-taking ability. Other researchers have also shown an indirect relationship between cooperation and role-taking capacity. Social functioning. A child's ability to function in social relationships has been found to depend partially on his role-taking ability. For instance, researchers found that children poor in role-taking ability had greater difficulty in forming and sustaining social relationships, as well as receiving lower peer nominations. Davis, 1983, found that role-taking ability was positively correlated with social understanding. In general, progress in role-taking ability has shown to be beneficial for one's personal and interpersonal life. Better functioning in the interpersonal domain is particularly shown in the relationship between role-taking ability and social problem-solving ability. Role-playing has been shown to improve male teenagers handling a social problem task. Gelbach, 2004, found a similar supporting result, demonstrating that adolescents with better role-taking abilities had superior ability in conflict resolution. Many other researchers have also found that role-taking ability development positively affects interpersonal problem-solving skills. Additionally, role-taking can promote better social functioning in the interpersonal domain through smothering social interactions by improving behavior mimicking ability. Training children in role-taking ability can improve interpersonal functioning as well. In one study, preschoolers were made to role-play interpersonal conflicts using puppets. Their task at the end was to discuss alternative solutions to the problem and how each solution would affect each character. Over the 10 weeks that the preschoolers participated in the role-playing, their solution became less aggressive and their classroom adjustment became better. Moreover, the use of role reversal in interpersonal problem situation has been found to stimulate cooperation, help participants better understand each other and each other's arguments and positions, elicit new interpretations of this situation, change attitudes about the problem, and improve perceptions about the other person's efforts at solving the issue, willingness to compromise and cooperate, and trustworthiness. As a result of this research, it has been suggested that one's way to improve cooperative skills is to improve effective role-taking abilities. Role-taking can also work to decrease prejudice and stereotyping. Importantly, the decrease in prejudice and stereotyping occurs for both the target individuals and the target group. Additional role-taking ability has been demonstrated to decrease social aggression. Applications. Attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD. Children with ADHD struggle in their social environments, but the social cognitive reasons for this are unknown. Several studies have indicated the difference between children with and without ADHD and their role-taking ability, wherein children with ADHD have lower role-taking ability, lower role-taking use, and slower role-taking development than children without ADHD. Given these results, it has been suggested that children with ADHD be trained on role-taking to improve their social skills, including their often comorbid oppositional and conduct problems. Delinquency and social skills training. The relationship between child and adolescence delinquency and role-taking is considerable. Brock found that maltreated children and adolescents with behavioral problems exhibited egocentrism at higher levels than non-maltreated children and adolescents who had progressed faster and more expectedly in their role-taking development. Chandler, 1973, found that chronically delinquent boys exhibited lower role-taking abilities, so much so that the role-taking ability was comparable to role-taking ability scores of non-delinquent children nearly half their age. In turn, one-third of the delinquent boys in the study were assigned to the treatment program designed to improve role-taking skills. Post-treatment measures demonstrated that the program successfully induced role-taking ability progress in the group, and the 18-month follow-up assessment found that nearly 50% decrease in delinquent behaviors following these progresses in role-taking skills. The same has been found for delinquent girls. Chalmers and Townsend trained delinquent girls ages 10 to 16 on role-taking skills over 15 sessions, following which the girls demonstrated improved understandings of interpersonal situations and problems, greater empathy, more acceptance of individual differences, and exhibited more pro-sociality in the classroom. The overall picture then is that role-taking training can help delinquent youth and youth with conduct disorders as they lag behind in role-taking ability. Autism. Several researchers have argued that the deficits in the social life, communication ability, and the imagination of autistic children are a result of their deficiencies in role-taking. It is believed that autistic children's inability to role-take prevents them from developing a theory of mind. Indeed, role-taking has been described as a theory of mind in action. Failing to role-take and failing to develop a theory of mind may lead autistic children to use their own understanding of a situation to predict others' behavior, resulting in deficits in social understanding. In support, 2 studies found shortcomings in role-taking ability in autistic children in comparison to controls. Another study found the lower ability in role-taking related significantly to lower social competency in autistic children. In particular, autistic children in the study could not focus concurrently on different cognitions required for successful role-taking and proficient social interaction. More specifically, Dawson and Fernald found that conceptual role-taking related most to the social deficits and severity of autism experienced by autistic children, while effective role-taking was related only to severity of autism. The main criticism of Selman's role-taking theory is that it focuses too much on the effect of cognitive development on role-taking ability and social cognition, thereby overlooking the non-cognitive factors that affect children's abilities in these domains. For instance, social experiences such as disagreements between close friends have been found to foster role-taking skills and social cognitive growth. In addition, parental influences among sibling conflicts matter, as mothers who act as mediators to help solve sibling disagreements have been found to promote role-taking skills and social cognitive maturation. Okay, so pretty intense and a lot of information here. So, Mr. Boston, God bless, appreciate your comments. I'll make sure to read through them all tomorrow. Just want to keep on pounding through. So let's keep it going. Try to finish all of these various theories on sociology. Just get it in there, put it out there, hopefully moving forward. I mean, there's a lot to it, but a lot of these are important for my research, and I want to at least have the precursory and just from my own educational ability, just to read it, to listen to it back. You get from feedback from other people. And, if you enjoy this just as like a book on tape or something, my pleasure to be of service. So social comparison theory. Social comparison theory, initially proposed by social psychologist Leon Festinger of cognitive dissonance fame in 1954, centers on the belief that individuals drive to gain accurate self-evaluation. The theory explains how individuals evaluate their opinions and abilities by comparing themselves to others to reduce uncertainty in these domains and learn how to define the self. Comparing oneself to others socially is a form of measurement and self-assessment to identify where an individual stands according to their own set of standards and emotions about themselves. Following the initial theory, researchers began to focus on social comparison as a way of self-enhancement, introducing the concept of downward and upward comparisons and expanding the motivations of social comparisons. Social comparison can be traced back to the pivotal paper by Herbert Hyman back in 1942. Hyman revealed that the assessment of one's own status is dependent on the group with which one compares oneself. The social comparison theory is the belief that the media influence social status and other forms of competitiveness can affect our self-esteem and mood. This can affect individuals' outlook on themselves and how they fit in with others. Leon Festinger was an American psychologist who developed the concept of social comparison theory. Festinger was born in New York City on May 8, 1919. Festinger was interested in science, which led him to pursue a career in psychology. He received his bachelor's degree from City College and went on to Iowa State University to earn his master's degree and PhD, which he received in 1942. Leon Festinger made his mark in social psychology by teaching the importance of scientific experimentation while challenging influence of behavioralism and its effects. Initial framework. In his theory, Festinger provided 9 main hypotheses. First, he stated that humans have a basic drive to evaluate their opinions and abilities, and that people evaluate themselves through objective non-social means. Second, Festinger stated that if objective non-social means were not available, people would evaluate their opinions and abilities by comparison to other people. Next, he hypothesized that this tendency to compare oneself to another person decreases as the difference between their opinions and abilities becomes more divergent. In other words, if someone is much different from you, you're less likely to compare yourself to that person. He next hypothesized that there is a unidirectional drive upward in the case of abilities, which is largely absent in opinions. This drive refers to the value that is placed on doing better and better. Next, Festinger hypothesized that non-social restraints make it difficult or even impossible to change one's ability. These restraints are mainly absent for opinions. People can change their thoughts when they want to. Still, no matter how motivated individuals may be to improve their ability, other elements may make this impossible. Fessner hypothesized that the cessation of comparison with others is accompanied by hostility or derogation to the extent that continued comparison with these persons implies unpleasant consequences. Next, any factors that increase the importance of some particular group as a comparison group for some specific opinion or ability will increase the pressure towards uniformity concerning that ability or opinion within the group. Suppose discrepancies arise between the evaluator and the comparison group. In that case, there is a tendency to reduce the divergence by either attempting to persuade others or changing their personal views to attain uniformity. However, the importance, relevance, and attraction to a comparison group that affects the original motivation for comparison mediate the pressures towards uniformity. His following hypothesis states that if a person divergent from one's own opinion or ability are perceived as different from oneself on attributes consistent with the divergence, the tendency to narrow the range of comparability becomes stronger. Lastly, Fessner hypothesized that when there is a range of opinions or abilities in a group, the relative strength of the three manifestations of pressures towards uniformity will be different from those who are close to the group's mode than those who are distant from the mode. Those close to the mode will have stronger tendencies to change the position of others, weaker tendencies to narrow the range of comparison, and even weaker tendencies to change their own opinions. Theoretical advances. Since its inception, the initial framework has undergone several advances. Key among these developments in understanding the motivations that underlie social comparison and the particular types of social comparisons that are made. Motives that are relevant to social comparison include self-enhancement, maintenance of a positive self-evaluation, components of attributions and validation, and the avoidance of closure. Whether then changes in Festinger's original concept, many fundamental aspects remain, including the prevalence of the tendency towards social comparison and the general process that is social comparison. Compare and contrast self-evaluation and self-enhancement. According to Thornton and Arrowwood, self-evaluation is one of the functions of social comparison. This is one process that underlies how an individual engages in social comparison. Each individual's specific goals will influence how they engage in social comparison. For self-evaluation, people tend to choose a similar comparison target. Specifically, they are most interested in choosing a target who shares some distinctive characteristics with themselves. They also think that knowing the truth about themselves is salutary. Research suggests that most people believe that choosing a similar target helps ensure the accuracy of the self-evaluation. However, individuals do not always act as unbiased self-evaluators, and accurate self-evaluations may not be the primary goal of social comparison. There have been many studies, and they have shown that American women tend to be dissatisfied with their looks. They either rate themselves too plain, old, simply fat, hairy, tall, and so much more. Women are much more sensitive than men, especially with it having to do with their physical appearance due to media digitally altering women's appearance from the width of their torso or arms to the softness of their complexion creates the ideal that thin and flawless is the only acceptable way to look. This leads to diet culture, excessive exercise, and has led many eating disorders. This form of social comparison can cause harm and can affect the development of the way someone sees themselves. Individuals may also seek self-enhancement or to improve their self-esteem. They may interpret, distort, or ignore the information gained by social comparison to see themselves more positively and further their self-enhancement goals. People also seek self-enhancement because holding favorable illusions about themselves is gratifying. They will also choose to make upward, comparing themselves to someone better off, or downward, comparing themselves to someone worse off comparisons, depending on which strategy will further their self-enhancement goals. Specifically, when an individual believes that their ability in a specific area is low, they will avoid making upward social comparison to the area. Unlike self-evaluation goals, people engaging in social comparison with the goal of self-enhancement may not seek out a similar target. In fact, if a target similarity is seen as a threat to the target outperforming the individual on some dimension, the individual may downplay the similarity of the target to themselves. The notion ties closely to the phenomenon in psychology introduced also by Leon Festinger himself as it relates to the diminishing of cognitive dissonance. This dissonance causes a psychological uncomfortableness that motivates a person to remove the dissonance. The more dissonance there is, the greater the sense of pressure to remove the dissonance and uncomfortableness caused by it. One does not want to perceive oneself in a way that would downplay one's original belief upon which one's self-esteem is based, and therefore, in order to reduce the cognitive dissonance, one is willing to change the cognitive representation of the other person with whom one compares oneself to, such that one's own beliefs about oneself remain intact. This effectively leads to comparisons of apples and oranges or psychological denial. Later advancements in theory led to self-enhancement being one of the 4 self-evaluation motives, along with self-assessment, self-verification, and self-improvement. Upward and downward social comparisons. Wills introduced the concept of downward comparison in 1981. Downward social comparison is a defensive tendency that is used as a means of self-evaluation when a person looks to another individual or group that they consider to be worse off than themselves in order to feel better about their personal situation. They're making downward social comparison. Research has suggested that social comparisons with others who are better off or superior upward comparisons can lower self-regard, whereas downward comparisons can elevate self-regard. Downward comparison theory emphasizes the positive effects of comparison, increasing one's subjective well-being. For example, it has been found that breast cancer patients made the majority of comparisons with patients less fortunate than themselves. Ashby found similar results in his experiment showing downward comparison in people subjected to distress from a physical illness such as heart disease or cancer. They also see those who recover from the same illness, and the study found that patients tended to be more optimistic about their own recovery. Although social comparison research has suggested that upward comparisons can lower self-regard, Collins indicated this is not always the case. Individuals make upward comparisons, whether consciously or subconsciously, when they compare themselves with an individual or comparison group that they perceive as superior or better than themselves in order to improve their views of self or to create a more positive perception of their personal reality. Upward social comparison are made to self-evaluate and self-improve in the hopes that self-enhancement will occur. In upward social comparison, people want to believe themselves to be part of an elite or superior and make comparisons highlighting the similarities between themselves and the comparison group, unlike a downward social comparison where similarities between individuals or groups are disassociated. It has also been suggested that upward comparisons may provide an inspiration to improve, and in one study it is found that while breast cancer patients made more downward comparisons, they showed a preference for information about more fortunate others. Another study indicated that people who are dieting often used upward social comparison by posting pictures of thinner people on their refrigerators. These pictures serve not only as a reminder of an individual's current weight, but also as an inspiration for a goal to be reached. In simple terms, downward social comparisons are more likely to make us feel better about ourselves, where upward social comparisons are more likely to motivate us to achieve more and reach higher. Moderators of social comparison. Aspinwall and Taylor looked at mood, self-esteem, and threat as moderators to drive individuals to choose to make upward or downward social comparisons. Downward comparisons in cases where individuals had experienced a threat to their self-esteem produce more favorable self-evaluations. High self-esteem and social comparisons. Aspinwall and Taylor found that upward social comparisons were good in circumstances where the individual making the comparison had high self-esteem, because these types of comparisons provide them with more motivation and hope than downward social comparisons. However, the individuals that experienced a recent threat or setback to their self-esteem, they report that upward comparisons resulted in a more negative effect than downward comparisons. Low self-esteem and social comparison. However, people with low self-esteem or people who are experiencing some sort of threat in their life, such as doing poorly in school or suffering from illness, tend to favor downward comparisons over upward comparisons. People with low self-esteem and negative affect improve their mood by making downward comparisons. Their mood does not improve as much as if they had high self-esteem. Even for people with low self-esteem, these downward social comparisons do improve their negative mood and allow them to feel hope and motivation for the future. However, these feelings of hope could deter them from succeeding due to the harshness by which they judge themselves for their successes and failures. Lower self-esteem can lead to an individual to have higher standards for themselves, but may never achieve them due to the judgment they receive from within. Affect mood and its effect on social comparison. Individuals who have a negative mood improve their mood by making upward social comparisons regardless of their level of self-esteem. In addition, both individuals with high self-esteem and low self-esteem who are in a positive mood elevate their mood further by making upward comparisons. However, for those who have recently experienced a threat to their self-esteem or a setback in their life, making upward social comparisons instead of downward social comparisons results in a more negative effect. Self-esteem and the existence of a threat or setback in an individual's life are two moderators of the response to upward and downward comparisons. Competitiveness. Because individuals are driven upward in the case of abilities, social comparisons can drive competition among peers. In this regard, a comparison's psychological significance depends on an individual's social status and the context in which their abilities are being evaluated. Social status. Competitiveness resulting from social comparisons may be greater in relation to higher social status because individuals with more status have more to lose. In one study, students in the classroom were presented with a bonus point program where, based on chance, some students' grades would increase and others would remain the same. Although students could not lose by this program, higher status individuals were more likely to object to the program and report a perceived distributive injustice. It was suggested that this was a cognitive manifestation of inversion to downward mobility, which has more psychological significance when an individual has more status. Proximity to a standard. When individuals are evaluated where meaningful standards exist, such as in the academic classroom where students are ranked, then competitiveness increases as proximity to a standard of performance increases. When the only meaningful standard is the top, then high-ranking individuals are most competitive with their peers, and individuals at low and intermediate ranks are equally competitive. However, when both high and low rankings hold significance, then individuals at high and low ranks are equally competitive and are both more competitive than individuals at intermediate ranks. Models of social comparison. Several models have been introduced to the social comparison, including the self-evaluation maintenance model, proxy model, the triadic model, and the three selves model. The self-evaluation maintenance model. The self-evaluation maintenance model proposes that we make comparisons to maintain or enhance our self-evaluations, focusing on the antagonistic processes of comparison and reflection. Abraham Tesser has researched self-evaluation dynamics that have taken several forms. The self-evaluation maintenance model of social behavior focuses on the consequences of another person's outstanding performance on one's own self-evaluation. It sketches out some conditions under which the other's good performance bolsters self-evaluation, basking in reflected glory, and the conditions under which it threatens self-evaluation through a comparison process. Proxy model. The proxy model anticipates the success of something that is unfamiliar. The model proposes that if a person is successful or familiar with a task, then he or she would also be successful at a new similar task. The proxy is evaluated based on the ability and is concerned with the question, can I do X? A proxy's comparison is based on previous attributes, the opinion of the comparer, and whether the proxy exerted maximal effort on a preliminary task are variables influencing his or her own opinion. The triadic model. The triadic model builds on the attribution elements of social comparison, proposing that opinions of social comparison are best considered in terms of three different evaluative questions: performance assessment, do I like X? Belief preference assessments, do I like X? Belief assessment, is X correct? And preference prediction, will I like X? In the triadic model, the most meaningful comparison are with the person who has already experienced the proxy and exhibits consistency in related attributes or past preference. Three selves model. The three selves model proposes that social comparison theory is a combination of two different theories. One theory is developed around motivation and the factors that influence the type of social comparison information people seek from their environment. And the second is about self-evaluation and the factors that influence the effects of social comparison on the judgments of self. While there has been much research in the area of comparison motives, there has been little in the area of comparative evaluation, explaining that the self is conceived as interrelated conceptions accessible depending upon current judgment cortex. And taking a cue from social cognitive theory, this model examines the assimilation effect and distinguishes three classes of self-concept ideas: individual selves, possible selves, and collective selves. Media influence. The influence of media is also found to play a large role in social comparisons. Researchers examine the social effects of the media have found that in most cases women tend to engage in upward social comparison, measuring themselves against some form of societal ideal with a target other, which results in more negative feelings about the self. Social comparisons have become a relevant mechanism for learning about appearance-related social expectations among peers and for evaluating the self in terms of those standards. Although men do make upward comparisons, researchers find that more women make upward comparisons are comparing themselves with unrealistic high standards presented in the media. As women are shown more mainstream media images of powerful, successful, and thin women, they perceive the ideal to be the norm for societal views on attractiveness. Self-perceived similarities with role models on social media can also affect self-esteem for both men and women. Having more self-perceived similarities with a role model can help increase self-esteem, while having less can decrease self-esteem. Social comparison from peers on social media can also lead to feelings of self-pity and satisfaction. The desire for social comparison can cause fear of missing out and compulsive checking of social media sites. Over the years, Instagram has become one of the largest social media platforms, mainly among the younger generations. With the growing popularity, individuals worry the platform may lead to significant emotional burdens, including stress, anxiety, and well-being. A 2020 cross-sectional online survey study in Singapore empirically tested the pathway that linked Instagram to social anxiety. The findings demonstrated that using Instagram would not directly increase social anxiety, but it would instead affect social comparison and self-esteem. There should be continuous research on the underlying impacts of social media on emotional security and help educators design better programs to support the ongoing positive growth of wellness during this digital era. When looking at social media platforms, studies have been conducted to analyze the interaction between social networking sites and the upward comparison viewers can make when viewing their content. Looking specifically at Instagram, a study conducted at the University of Florida in 2021 examined students' emotions when looking at posts on the platform. The participants in the study assessed themselves more negatively after being presented with the content and felt worse about themselves, which the researchers were able to conclude were similar to the emotions felt when the individual upwardly compared themselves with social comparison theory. Another emerging media platform is the fitness tracking app Shanghai Jiaotong University and East China University of Science and Technology conducted a study in 2018 looking at these apps and social comparison theory. They found within their research that people who use these apps could be affected by upward social comparison. Individuals who upwardly compared themselves to individuals using the app were less likely to want to keep using it. Teens often feel inferior when looking at their peers' posts with high achievements and many friends, leading them to have upward comparisons. In contrast, when teens look at their peers' posts with fewer friends and achievements, they make downward comparisons. In 2019, Newport Academy conducted a longitudinal survey of 2,219 first-year students at a university showing compelling results on the correlation between social media and the theory of social comparison. The researchers' results indicated that the different social media comparisons imply that some comparisons are more favorable than others. This overall may affect a teen's identity development. More comparisons can cause negative introspection and personal distress. In contrast, others regarded as an opinion that increases others' well-being. While teens feel empowered, they can express their vulnerable views, supporting identity formation. Most research concludes the influence of parents can also help reduce the negative impact of social media comparison. Parents' support and unconditional love mitigate anguish association with teen social comparison. Many criticisms arose regarding Vestager's similarity hypothesis. Deutsch and Krauss argue that people seek out dissimilar others in their comparison, maintaining that this is important for providing valuable self-knowledge, as demonstrated in research. Ambiguity also circulated about the critical dimensions for similarity. Goltels and Darley clarified the role of similarity, suggesting that people prefer to compare those who are similar on related attributes such as opinions, characteristics of, or abilities to increase confidence for value judgments. However, those dissimilar in related attributes are preferred when validating one's belief. Okay, so let's keep it going. Hopefully I got 4 more of these. So let me get a drink. So it looks like I got a minion here watching, but not much activity in the chat. So if you're there, you're enjoying it. At least glad to be of use. So just putting out these ideas for my future research, and hopefully people find this valuable or useful, kind of just like a book on tape, educational material. So God forbid, let me get a drink. Let's check the sound. Okay, Dramaturgy. Dramaturgy. Dramaturgy is a sociological perspective commonly used in microsociological accounts of social interaction in everyday life. The term was first adapted into sociology from the theater by Irving Goffman, who developed most of the related terminology and the ideas in his 1956 book, The Presentation of Self in Everyday Life. Kenneth Burke, who Goffman would later acknowledge as an influence, had earlier presented his notions of dramatism in 1945, which in turn derives from Shakespeare. The fundamental difference between Burke and Goffman's view, however, is that Burke believed that life was in fact a theater, where Goffman viewed theater as a metaphor. If we imagine ourselves as directors observing what goes on in the theater of everyday life, we're doing what Goffman called dramaturgical analysis, the study of social action in terms of theatrical performance. In dramaturgical sociology, it is argued that the elements of human interaction are dependent upon time, place, and audience. In other words, to Goffman, the self is a sense of who one is, a dramatic effect emerging from the immediate scene being presented. Goffman forms a theatrical metaphor in defining the method in which one human being presents itself to another based on cultural values, norms, and beliefs. Performance can have disruptions. Actors are aware of such, but most are successful. The goal of this presentation of self is acceptance from the audience through carefully conducted performance. If the actor succeeds, the audience will view the actor as he or she wants to be viewed. A dramaturgical action is a social action that is designed to be seen by others and to improve one's public self-image. In addition to Goffman, this concept has been used by Jürgen Habermas and Harold Garfinkel, among others. Okay, God bless. John Wolfe, you're still there. Appreciate that. Overview. The theatrical metaphor can be seen as the origins of the word person, which comes from the Latin persona, meaning a mask worn by an actor. We behave differently, play different roles in front of different people, audiences. We pick out clothing, a costume that is consistent with the image we wish to project. We enlist the help of friends, caterers, and decorators, fellow actors, and stage crew to help us successfully stage a dinner for a friend, a birthday party for a relative, or a gala for a fundraiser. If we need to adjust our clothing or wish to say something unflattering about one of our guests, we all are careful to do so out of sight of others backstage. The presentation of ourselves to others is known as dramaturgy. Dramaturgical perspective is one of several sociological paradigms separated from other sociological theories of theoretical frameworks because rather than examining the cause of human behavior, it analyzes the context. That is, however, debatable within sociology. In Frame Analysis, 1974, Goffman writes, what is important is the sense he, a person or actor, provides them, the others, or audience through his dealing with them, or what sort of person he is behind the role he is in. The dramaturgical perspective can be seen as the anchor to this perspective, wherein the individual's identity is performed through roles and consensus between the actor and the audience because of the dependence and consensus to define social structure situations. The perspective argues that there is no concrete meaning to any interaction that could not be redefined. Dramaturgy emphasizes expressiveness as the main component of interaction. It is thus termed as the fully two-sided view of human interaction. Dramaturgical theory suggests that a person's identity is not a stable and independent psychological entity, but rather it is constantly remade as the person interacts with others. In the dramaturgical module, social interaction is analyzed in terms of how people live their lives, like actors performing on a stage. The analysis offers a look at the concepts of status, which is like a part in a play, and role, which serves as a script, supplying dialogue and action for the characters. Just as on the stage, people in their everyday lives manage settings, clothing, words, and nonverbal actions to give a particular impression to others. Goffman describes each individual performance as the presentation of self, a person's effort to create specific impressions in the minds of others. This process is sometimes called impression management. Goffman makes an important distinction between front stage behavior, which are actions that are visible to the audience and are part of the performance, and backstage behavior, which are actions that people engage in when no audience is present. For example, a server in a restaurant is likely to perform one way in front of customers, but might be much more casual in the kitchen. It is likely that he does things in the kitchen that might seem unseemly in front of customers. Before interaction with another, an individual prepares a role or impression that he wants to make on others. These roles are subject to what is in theater termed breaking character. Inopportune intrusions may occur when a backstage performance is interrupted by someone who is not meant to see it. In addition, there are examples of how the audience for a personal performance plays a part in determining the course it takes, how typically we ignore many performance flaws out of tact, such as if someone trips or splits as they speak. Within dramaturgy analogous teams are groups of individuals who cooperate with each other in order to share the party line. Team members must share information as mistakes reflect on everyone. Team members also have inside knowledge and are not fooled by another performance. Performance. There are 7 important elements of Goffman's identities with respect to the performance. Belief is the part that one is playing. Belief is important. Even if one cannot be judged by others, the audience can only try to guess whether the performer is sincere or cynical. The front or mask is standardized, generalizable, and transferable technique for the performer to control the manner in which the audience perceives them. We all put on different masks throughout our lives. Dramatic realization, a portrayal of aspects of the performer that they want the audience to know. When a performer wants to stress something, they will carry on the dramatic realization, showing how accomplished one is when going on a date to make a good first impression. Idealization, a performer often presents an idealized view of the situation to avoid confusion. Misrepresentation and strengthen other elements of front's dramatic realization. Audience often have an idea of what a given situation performance should look like, and performers will try to carry out the performance according to that idea. Maintenance of expressive control, the need to stay in character. The performance has to make sure that they send out the correct signals, as well as silencing the occasional compulsion to convey misleading ones that might detract from the performance. Misrepresentation, the danger of conveying a wrong message. The audience tends to think of a performance as genuine or false, and performers generally wish to avoid having an audience disbelieve them, whether they're being truly genuine or not. Mystification, the concealment of certain information from the audience, whether to increase the audience interest in the user or to avoid divulging information which could be damaging to the performer. Stages. Stages or regions refer to the 3 distinct areas where different individuals with different roles and information can be found. There are 3 stages: front, back, and outside. Front stage. Within society, individuals are expected to present themselves in a certain way. However, when a person goes against the norm, society tends to notice. Therefore, individuals are expected to put on a costume and act differently when in front of the audience. Goffman noticed this habit of society and developed the idea of front stage. In his book, The Presentation of Self in Everyday Life, Goffman defines front as that part of an individual's performance which regularly functions in a general and fixed fashion. We define the situation for those who observe the performance. Front, then, is the expressive equipment of a standard kind intentionally or unwittingly employed by the individual during his performance. During the front stage, the actor formally performs and adheres to conventions that have meanings to the audience. It is part of the dramaturgical performance that consists and contains generalized ways to explain the situation or role the actor is playing to the audience that observes it. The actor knows that they are being watched and acts accordingly. Goffman explains that the front stage involves a differentiation between setting and personal front, the 2 concepts that are necessary for an actor to have a successful performance. Setting is the scene that must be present in order for the actor to perform. If it is gone, the actor cannot perform. Personal front consists of items or equipment needed in order to perform. These items are usually identifiable by the audience as a constant representation of the performance of an actor. The personal front is divided into 2 different aspects: appearance, which refers to the items of the personal front that are a reflection of the actor's social status, and manners, which refers to the way an actor conducts himself. The actor's manners tell the audience what to expect from their performance. Backstage. In the presentation of self in everyday life, Goffman explains that the backstage is where the performer can relax. He can drop his front, forego speaking in his lines, and step out of character. When the individual returns to the backstage, they feel a sense of relief knowing that the actions that would not be condoned in the front stage are free to be expressed. In the backstage, actions are not to please anyone but the self. Backstage is where performers are present, but audience is not. Hence, the performers can step out of character without fear of disrupting the performance. It is where various kinds of informal actions or facts suppressed in the front stage may appear. Simply put, the backstage is completely separate from the front stage and is where the performers of a routine is prepared. No members of the audience may appear in the back, and the actor takes many methods to ensure this. Back region is a relative term, and that exists only regards to a specific audience. Where 2 or more people are present, there will almost never be a true back region. Offstage. Outside or offstage is the place where individuals who are outsiders not involved in the performance, although they may not be aware of it. The offstage is where individual actors meet the audience members independently of the team performance on the front stage. Specific performances may be given when the audience is segmented as such. Borders region. Borders or boundaries are important as they prevent or restrict movement of individuals between various regions. Performers need to be able to maneuver boundaries to manage who has access to the performance, when, and how. The border phenomenon is highlighted by Victor Turner's concept of liminality, and thus prolonged in the imaginable field. Semiotics of ritual. The management of threshold may be operated on several axes. The most crude is the exclusion-inclusion, similar to the basic digital on-off. To be part or not may be seen as a fundamental asset in society, but as far as society is perceived as a rhizomatic conglomerate, rather such a unitary or arborescent whole. Border control, so to speak, becomes in a paradoxical fashion the central issue. Thus, the study of liminality in sociology, ritual, and theater reveals the fictional elements underpinning society. Rites of passage seem to reflect this, as the enactments of exclusion and disassociation seem to be an essential feature of such. The enactment of exclusion from a society seems to be essential for the formation of an imaginary central governing. Discrepant roles. Many performers need to prevent the audience from getting some information secrets. For that, specialized roles are created. Secrets. There are different types of secrets that have to be concealed for various reasons. Dark secrets represent information about performing team which could contradict the image the team is presenting to the audience. Strategic secrets represent the team's goals, capabilities, and know-hows, which allows the team to control the audience and lead it in the direction the team desires. Inside secrets representing information known by the team and are seen as something that is shared only with the other teammates to increase team bonding. And trusted secrets that have to be kept in order to maintain the role and team integrity. Keeping them demonstrates trustworthiness. Free secrets, the secrets of another unrelated to oneself that can be disclosed while still maintaining the role. Disclosure of such secrets should not affect the performance. Roles. There are 3 basic roles engulfed in theme, each centered on one who has access to what information performers are most knowledgeable. Audience knows only what the performers disclosed and what they have observed themselves, and outsiders have little, if any, relevant information. The roles can be divided into 3 groups. Roles dealing with manipulation of information in team borders. The informer, a pretender to the role of team member who gains team's trust, is allowed backstage, but then joins the audience and discloses information on the performers, like spies or traitors. The shill, this role is the opposite of the informer. The shill pretends to be a member of the audience, but is a member of the performing team. His role is to manipulate the audience's reaction. The spotter, a member of the audience who has much information about the performance in general. The spotter analyzes the performance and may reveal information to the audience. Roles dealing with facilitating interactions between the 2 teams. The go-between or mediator usually acts with the permission of both sides, acting as a mediator and or messenger, facilitating communication between various teams. Go-betweens learn many secrets and may not be neutral. Roles that mix front and back region up. The non-person individuals who are present during the performance may even be allowed in the backstage but are not part of the show. Their role is usually obvious, and thus they are usually ignored by the performers and the audience. The service specialist, individuals whose specialized services are required, usually by the performers. They are often invited by the performers to the back region. The colleague, individuals who are similar to the performers but are not members of the team in question. And the confident, individuals to whom the performer reveals details of the performance. Communications out of character. Performers may communicate out of character on purpose in order to signal to others or the team, or by accident. Common backstage out of character communications include treatment of the absent, derogatory discussion of the absent audience or performers affecting team cohesion, staging talk, discussion of technical aspects of the performance, gossip. Common front stage communications out of character include team collusion between team members during the performance but not endangering it, realigning actions between members of opposing team, for example, unofficial grumbling. Impression management. Impression management refers to a work of maintaining the desired impression and is composed of defensive and protective techniques. Protective techniques are used in order to cover mistakes only once the interaction begins. For example, relying on audience to use tact and overlook mistakes on the performance. In contrast, defensive techniques are employed before an interaction begins and involves dramaturgical loyalty, work to keep the team members loyal to the team members and to the performance itself. Dramaturgical discipline, dedicating oneself to the performance but without losing oneself in it. Self-control, make sure one can play the part properly. Rehearsal. Dramaturgical circumspection, minimizing risk by preparing for expected problems, being careful to avoid situations where a mistake or a potential problem can occur, choosing the right audience, length, and venue of performance. Criticism. Believing that theories should not be applied where they have not been tested. It has been argued that dramaturgy should only be applied in instances that involve people associated with total institution for which the theory was designed. In addition to this, it has been said that dramaturgy does not contribute to sociology's goal of understanding the legitimacy of society. It is claimed to be drafting on positivism, which does not offer an interest in both reason and rationality. John Wells called it a commodity. Application. Research on dramaturgy is best done through fieldwork, such as participant observation. For one, dramaturgy has been used to depict how social movements communicate power. Robert Benford and Scott Hunt argue that social movements can be described as dramas in which protagonists and antagonists compete to affect audiences' interpretations of power relations in a variety of domains. The people seeking power present their front stage self in order to captivate attention. However, the backstage self is still present, though undetectable. This is competition of power, a prime example of dramaturgy. A useful and everyday way of understanding dramaturgy, specifically front stage and backstage, is to think of a waiter or waitress at a restaurant. The main avenue of concern for the waiter is customer service. Even if a customer is rude, one is expected to be polite as part of their job responsibilities. They speak differently when going out to the break room. They may complain, mimic, and discuss with their fellow peers how irritating rude the customer is. In this example, the waiter acts in a certain way when dealing with customers and acts in a completely different way when with fellow employees. Dramaturgy has also been applied to the emerging interdisciplinary domain of scholarly research known as techno-self studies, which deals with human identity in technological society. In terms of social media profiles, users and their followers share a social space online. Social media users create profiles and post things that are specifically curated to portray a certain image that they want their followers to see. Oftentimes, this curated image is a facade. This is authoritative performance of one's lifestyle. A dynamic is created between the user and their followers, where the user is in control of how and what represents them, while the followers are spectators to this presentation of the user's self, but they are themselves also presenting themselves in the same way. Dramaturgy can also be applied to all aspects of theater performers. Okay, moving right along. Symbolic Interactionism. Symbolic interactionism is a sociological theory that develops from practical considerations. It alludes to humans' particular use of shared language to create common symbols and meanings. For both intra and interpersonal communications. According to Zionist, symbolic interaction is a framework for building theory that sees society as the product of everyday interactions of individuals. In other words, it's a frame of reference to better understand how individuals interact with one another to create symbolic worlds, and in return, how these worlds shape individual behaviors. It is a framework that helps understand how society is preserved and created through repeated interactions between individuals. The interpretation processes that occur between interactions helps create and recreate meaning. It is shared understanding and interpretations of meaning that affect the interaction between individuals. Individuals act on the premise of shared understanding of meaning within their social context. Thus, interaction and behavior framed through the shared meaning that objects and concepts have attached to them. For this view, people live in both natural and symbolic environments. Symbolic interaction comes from a sociological perspective, which developed around the middle of the 20th century, and that continues to be influential in some areas of the discipline. It is particularly important in microsociology and social psychology. It is derived from the American philosophy of pragmatism, and particularly the work of George Herbert Mead as a pragmatic method to interpret social interaction. Joseph, does Mashiach ben Doooovid mean you are the father of Mashiach? No, I mean, God forbid, Mashiach ben, that's just a common biblical term, meaning that the Messiah is going to be a descendant of King David. I mean, there's also Mashiach ben Yosef, or, the relation to what Messiah is going to do, rebuilding the temple. Nothing to do with me. I'm just named after David, my namesake, King David. George Herbert Mead, history. Symbolic interaction was conceived by George Herbert Mead and Charles Horton Cooley. Mead argued that people's selves are social products, but these selves are purposive and creative. He believed that the true test of any theory was that it is useful in solving complex social problems. Mead's influence was said to be so powerful that sociologists regard him as one of the true founders of symbolic interactionist tradition. Although Mead taught in a philosophy department, he is best known by sociologists as the teacher who trained a generation of the best minds in their field. Strangely, he never set forth his wide-ranging ideas in a book or systematic treatise. After his death in 1931, his students pulled together class notes and conversations with their mentor and published Mind, Self, and Society in his name. It is a common misconception that John Dewey was the leader of the sociological theory. According to the Handbook of Symbolic Interactionism, Mead was undoubtedly the individual who transformed the inner structure of the theory, moving it to a higher level of theoretical complexity. Mind, Self, and Society is the book published by Mead's students based on his lectures and teachings, and the title of the book highlights the core concepts of social interactionism. Mind refers to the individual's ability to use symbols to create meanings for the world around the individual. Individuals use language and thought to accomplish this goal. Self refers to the individual's ability to reflect on the way that the individual is perceived by others. Finally, society, according to Mead, is where all of these interactions are taking place. A general description of Mead's compositions portray how outside social structures, classes, and power and abuse affect the advancement of self, personality for gatherings, verifiability denied, or the ability to characterize themselves. No, Doooovid is not a descendant of King David. My father's not even Jewish, so Doooovid cannot be Messiah. God forbid. Herbert Bloomer, a student interpreter of Mead, coincided the term and put forward an influential summary. People act a certain way towards things based on the meaning those things already have, and these meanings are derived from a social interaction and modified through interpretation. Bloomer was a social constructionist. He was influenced by John Dewey. As such, the theory is very phenomenologically based. Given that Bloomer was the first to use symbolic interaction as a term, he is known as the founder of symbolic interaction. He believed that most human and humanizing activity that people engage is talking to each other. According to Bloomer, human groups are created by people, and it's only actions between them that define a society. He argued with the interaction and thought interaction, individuals are able to produce common symbols by approving, arranging, and redefining them. Having said that, interaction is shaped by mutual exchange of interpretation, the grounds for socialization. Other theorists, while having less influence on the discipline, Charles Horton Cooley and William Isaac Thomas are considered to be influential representatives of the theory. Cooley's work on connecting society and the individual's influence Mead's further workings. Cooley felt society and the individuals could only be understood in relationship to each other. Cooley's concept of a looking glass self influenced Mead's theory of self and symbolic interactionism. Thomas is also known as a representative of symbolic interactionism. His main work was a theory of human motivation addressing interactions between individuals and the social sources of behavior. He attempted to explain the proper methodological approach to social life, develop a theory of human motivation, spell out a working conception of adult socialization, and provide the correct perspective on deviance and disorganization. A majority of scholars agree with Thomas. Two other theorists who have influenced symbolic interaction theory are Yurjo Ergenstrom and David Middleton. Ergenstrom and Middleton explained the usefulness of symbolic interactionism in the communications field with a variety of social settings, including courts of law, healthcare, computer software design, scientific laboratory, telephone sales, control, repair, and maintenance of advanced manufacturing systems. Other scholars Credited with the contribution to the theory are Thomas Park, James Horton Cooley, Zanecki, Baldwin, Redford, and Worth. Unlike other social sciences, symbolic interactionists emphasize greatly on the ideas of action instead of culture, class, and power. According to behavioralism, Darwinism, pragmatism, as well as Max Weber, action theory contributed significantly to the formation of social interactionism as a theoretical perspective in communication studies. Assumptions, premises, and research methodology. Assumptions. Most symbolic interactionists believe that a physical reality does indeed exist by an individual's social definition, and that social definitions do develop in part or in relationship to something real. People thus do not respond to this reality directly, but rather to the social understanding of reality. They respond to this reality indirectly through a kind of filter which consists of individuals' different perspective. This means that according to that humans exist not in the physical space composed of realities, but in the world composed only of objects. According to Erving Goffman, what motivates humans to position their body parts in certain manners and the desires to capture and examine those moments are two of the elements that constitute the composition of the social reality, which is made of various individual perceptions. It is crucial to examine how these two elements occur. It appears symbolic interactions tend to shift more emphasis on the realistic aspect of their empirical observation and theorizing. Three assumptions frame symbolic interactionism. 1. Individuals construct meaning via the communication process. 2. Self-concept is a motivation for behavior. 3. A unique relationship exists between the individual and society. Premises. Having defined some of the underlying assumptions of symbolic interactionism, it is necessary to address the premises that each assumption holds. According to Bloomer, there are three premises that can be derived from the assumptions above. 1. Humans act towards things on the basis of the meanings they ascribe to those things. The first premise includes everything that a human being may note in their world, including physical objects, actions, and concepts. Essentially, individuals behave towards objects and others based on the personal meanings that an individual has already given these items. Bloomer was trying to put emphasis on the meaning behind individual behaviors, specifically speaking, psychological or sociological explanations for those actions and behaviors. 2. The meaning of such things is derived from or arises out of the social interaction that one has with others and the society. The second premise explains the meaning of such things is derived from or arises out of the social interaction that one has with other humans. Bloomer, following Mead, claimed people interact with each other by interpreting or defining each other's actions instead of merely reacting to each other's actions. Their response is not made directly to the action of one another, but instead is based on the meaning which they attach to such actions. Thus, human interaction is mediated by the use of symbols and signification, by interpretation, or by ascertaining the meaning of one another's action. Meaning is either taken for granted or pushed aside as an unimportant element which need not be investigated, or it is regarded as a mere neutral link or one of the causal chains between the causes or factors responsible for human behavior, and this behavior is the product of such factors. 3. Yeah, Room, God bless. Yeah, I have the second half, like Henry Korsky's 10-part book series. I read the first parts, and I have the second 5 books on my desk, so maybe sometime I'll read them and get another interview with Henry. He's also a fellow chess coach now in California. 3. The meanings are handled in and modified through an interpretive process used by the person dealing with the things he encounters. Symbolic interaction is described thinking as an inner conversation. Mead called this inner dialogue minding, which is the delay in one's thought process that happens when one thinks about what they will do next. These meanings are handled in and modified through an interpretive process used by the person in dealing with the things that they encounter. We naturally talk to ourselves in order to sort out the meaning of a difficult situation, but first we need language. Before we can think, we must be able to interact symbolically. The emphasis on symbols, negotiated meanings in the social construction of society brought attention to the roles people play. Role-taking is a key mechanism that permits people to see another person's perspective, to understand what action might mean to another person. Role-taking is part of our lives at an early age, for instance, playing house and pretending to be something else. There's an improvisation quality to roles. Our actors often take a script that they follow because of the uncertainty of the roles in social context. The burden of role making is on the person in the situation. In this sense, we are proactive participants in our environment. Some theorists have proposed an additional fourth premise, a Hanishberger Shalom. 4. It is the inherent human desire to acquire potential psychological rewards for interacting with others that motivates us to establish realities filtered through social interactions. Some symbolic interactionists point out the ineradicable nexus of the desire for potential psychological reward between individuals and their respective socially constructed realities that is commonly known as the society. These experts have confirmed that one crucial premise for analyzing and dissecting symbolic interactionism is the psychological reward that drives individuals to connect with others and create meanings via social interactions. We as humans instinctively discern individuals whom we want to be associated with before we initiate an interaction with them. We would experience an internal emotional rush biologically that encourages us to initiate the interaction, thus beginning to form various socially constructed realities that enable symbolic interactionism to examine. Namely, it's our desires for emotional rewards that makes the theory of symbolic interaction possible and viable. Research methodology. The majority of interactionist research uses qualitative research methods like participant observation to study aspects of social interaction and or individual self. Participant observation allows researchers to assess symbols and meaning, as in Howard Becker's Art Worlds and Arlie Hochschild's The Managed Heart. They argue that close contact and immersion in the everyday activities of the participant is necessary for understanding the meaning of the actions, defining situations in the process that actors construct the situation through their interaction. Because of the close contact, interactions cannot remain completely liberated of value commitments. In most cases, they make use of the values in choosing what to study. However, they seek to be objective in how they conduct their research. Therefore, the symbolic interaction approach is a micro-level orientation focusing on human interaction in specific situations. 5 central ideas. There are 5 central ideas to symbolic interactionism according to Joe Sharon, 2004. 1. The human being must be understood as a social person. It is the constant search for social interaction that leads us to do what we do. Instead of focusing on the individual and his or her personality, on how the society or societal situation causes human behavior, symbolic interactionism focuses on the activities that take place between actors. Interaction is the basic unit of study. Individuals are created through interaction. Society, too, is created through social interaction. What we do depends on interaction with others early or in our lifetime, and it depends on our interaction right now. Social interaction is central to what we do. If we want to understand cause, focus on social interaction. 2, the human being must be understood as a thinking being. Human action is not only interaction among individuals, but is also interaction with the individual. It is not our ideas or attitudes or values that are as important as the constant, active, ongoing process of thinking. We're not simply conditioned. We're not simply beings who are influenced by those around us. We're not simply products of society. We are, to the very core, thinking animals, always conversing with ourselves as we interact with others. If we want to understand causes, focus on human thinking. Humans do not sense their environments directly. Instead, humans define the situations they're in. An environment may actually exist, but it is our definition of it that is important. Definitions not simply randomly happen. Instead, it is resulted from the ongoing social interaction and thinking. The cause of human action is the result of what is occurring in our present situation. Cause unfold at the present social interaction, present thinking, and present definition. It is not society's encounters with us and our past that causes action, nor is our own past experience that does. It is instead social interaction, thinking, definition of the situation that takes place in the present. Our past enters into our actions primarily because we think about it and apply it to the definition of our present situation. 5, human beings are described as active beings in relation to their environment. Words such as conditioning, responding, controlled, imprisoned are formed are not used to describe the human being in symbolic interaction. In contrast to other social scientific perspectives, humans are not thought of as being passive in relationship to their surroundings, but actively involved in what they do. Central interactionist themes. Johannes, I still play chess. I coach chess. I don't play competitively. I read my chess essay. I'm working on a chess essay about expertise. I read it earlier on the stream. You could scroll back to hear it. Central interactionist themes. To Bloomer's conceptual perspective, he put them in three core propositions: that people act towards things, including each other, on the basis of the meanings they have for them, that these meanings are derived through social interaction with others, and that these meanings are managed and transformed through an interpretive process that people use to make sense of and handle the objects that constitute their social roles. This perspective can also be described as three core principles: meaning, language, and thinking, in which social constructs are formed. The principle of meaning is the center of human behavior. Language provides meaning by providing means to symbols. These symbols differentiate social relations of humans from that of animals. By humans giving meanings to symbols, they can express these things with language. In turn, symbols form the basis of communication. Symbols become imperative components for the formation of any kind of communicative act. Thinking then changes the interpretation of individuals as it pertains to symbols. Some symbolic interactions, like Goffman, had pointed out the obvious defects of the pioneering Mead concept upon which the contemporary symbolic interaction is built. It has influenced the modern symbolic interactionism to be more conducive to conceiving social psychological concerns rather than sociological concerns. For example, during analyzing symbolic interaction, the participants' emotional fluctuations that are inexorably entailed are often being ignored because they're too sophisticated and volatile to measure. When the participants are being selected to participate in certain activities that are not part of the normal daily routine, it will inevitably disrupt the participants psychologically, causing spontaneous thoughts to flow that are very likely to make the participants veer away from their normal behaviors. These psychological changes could result in the participants' emotional fluctuations that manifest themselves in the participants' reaction, therefore manufacturing biases that will the previously mentioned biases. This critique unveiled the lack of scrutiny on participants' internal subjective processes of their environment, which initiates the reasoning and negotiating facilities, which the contemporary symbolic interactions also reflects. Henceforth, prejudice is not a purely psychological phenomenon. Instead, it can be interpreted from a symbolic interactionist standpoint, taking individuals' constructions of this social reality into account. Principles. Keeping Bloomer's earlier work in mind, David Snow, professor of sociology at the University of California, Irvine, suggested four broader and even more basic-oriented principles: human agency, interactive determination, symbolization, and emergency. Snow uses these four principles as the thematic basis for identifying and discussing contributions to the study of social movements. Human agency emphasizes the active, willful, goal-seeking character of human actions. The emphasis on agency focuses attention on these actions, events, and moments in social life in which agentic action is especially palpable. Interactive determination specifies that understanding of focal objects of analysis, whether they are self-concepts, identities, roles, practices, or even social movements. Basically, this means neither individual, society, self, or other exist only in relation to each other, and therefore can be fully understood only in terms of their interaction. Symbolization highlights the process through which events and conditions, artifacts, people, and other environmental features that take on particular meanings, becoming nearly only objects of orientation. Human behavior is partially contingent upon what the object of orientation symbolizes or means. Emergence focuses on attention, the processual and non-habituated side of social life, focusing not only on organization and texture of social life, but also associated meaning and feelings. The principle of emergence points us not only to the possibility of new forms of social life and systems of meaning, but also to transformations in existing forms of social organization. Applications. Symbolic interaction can be used to explain one's identity in terms of roles being ideas and principles on what to do in a given situation. As noted by Hewitt, symbolic interactions identify identity presents in three categories: situated, personal, and social. Situated identity refers to the ability to view themselves as others do. This is often a snapshot view in that it is short but can be very impactful. From this experience, one wishes to differentiate themselves from others, and the personal identity comes to exist. This view is when one wishes to make themselves known for who they truly are, not the view of others. From this personal identity taking place comes the social identity, where connection and likeness are made with individuals sharing similar identities and traits. This viewpoint of symbolic interactions can be applied to the use of social networking sites and how one's identity presented on those sites. With social networking sites, one can boost or post their identity through their newsfeed. This personal identity presents itself in the need for individuals to post milestones that one has achieved in efforts to differentiate themselves. The social identity presents itself with individuals tags others in their post pictures. Situated identities may be present in the need to defend something on social media or arguments that occur in comments where one feels it necessary to prove themselves. Coming from the viewpoint that we learn or at least desire how to expect other people's reaction responses to things, Bruce Link and his colleagues studied how expectations of the reactions of others can affect the mental illness stigma. The participants of the study were individuals with psychosis who answered questions relating to discrimination, stigma, and rejection. The goal of the study was to determine whether others' expectations affect the participants' internalized stigmas, anticipated rejection, concerns with staying in, and others. Results found that high levels of internalized stigma were only present in the minority. However, anticipation of rejection, stigma consciousness, perceived evaluation, discrimination, and concerns with staying in were found to be more prevalent in participants. These perceptions were correlated with the outcomes of withdrawal, self-esteem, and isolation from relatives. The study found that anticipation of rejection played the largest role in internalized stigmas. Symbolic anticipations of social roles. Symbolic interaction can be used to dissect the concept of social role and further study relations between friends. A social role begins to exist when an individual initiates interaction with other people who would comprise a social circle in which the initiator is the central terminal. The accumulated proceedings of duties and rights performed by the central person and all the other participants in the social circle reinforces this dynamic circle. Apart from the central role, such social groups are constituted of participants who benefit from the central figure and those who are eligible and capable of helping the central role to achieve its envisioned objectives. The role in the social role dynamics aren't preordained, although the prevalent culture of a specific society usually possesses a default structure to most social roles, despite the fact that the predominant culture of a certain society typically exerts a large amount of influence on the instinctive formation of the social structures in social groups. The roles in social groups are eventually formed based on the interaction occurred between the central figure and the other potential participants in this role. For illustration, if the central person in the social role is a police officer, then this social role can contain victims, teammates, operators, the dispatch, potential suspects, lieutenant. Social roles could be formulated by happenstance, but it can't escape the inexorable reconfiguration of multilateral exchanges of each role's obligation as a social role. Through this lens, the examination of various social roles becomes more receptive and accessible, which also possesses the same effect on examining friendships and other vocations. Criticisms. Symbolic interaction is often criticized for being overly impressionistic in their research methods and somewhat unsystematic in their theories. It is argued that the theory is not one theory, but rather a framework for many different theories. Additionally, some theorists have a problem with the symbolic interaction theory due to its lack of testability. These objections, combined with a fairly narrow focus on interactionist research and small group interactions and other social psychological issues, have relegated the interactionist camp to a minority position among sociologists, albeit a fairly substantial minority. Much of the criticism arose during the 1970s in the U.S. when quantitative approaches to sociology were dominant, and perhaps best known of these is Alvin Goldner. Framework and theories. Some critique of symbolic interaction are based on the assumption that it's a theory, and the critiques apply the criteria for good theory to something that does not claim to be a theory. Some critics find the symbolic interactionist framework too broad in general when they're seeking specific theories. Symbolic interaction is a theoretical framework rather than a theory, and can be assessed on the basis of effective conceptualization. The theoretical framework, as with any theoretical framework, is vague when it comes to analyzing empirical data or predicting outcomes in social life. As a framework rather than a theory, many scholars find it difficult to use. Interactionism, being a framework rather than a theory, makes it impossible to test interactionism in a manner that a specific theoretical claim about the relationship between specific variables in a given context. Unlike the symbolic interactionist framework, and many theories derived from symbolic interactionism, such as role theory and the versions of identity theory developed by Sheldon Stryker, as well as Peter Burke and colleagues, clearly defined concepts and the relationship between them in a given context, thus allowing for the opportunity to develop and test hypotheses. Further, especially among Bloomian processual interactionists, a great number of very useful conceptualizations have been developed and applied in a wide variety of social contexts, types of population, types of behavior, and cultures and subcultures. Social structure. Symbolic interactionism is often related and connected with social structure. This concept suggests that symbolic interaction is a construction of people's social reality. It also implies, from a realistic point of view, the interpretations that are being made will not make much more difference. When the reality of a situation is defined, the situation becomes a meaningful reality. This includes methodological criticisms of critical sociological issues. A number of symbolic interactionists have addressed these topics, the best known being Stryker's structural symbolic interactionism, and the formulations of interaction heavily influenced by this approach, sometimes referred as the Indiana School of Symbolic Interactionism, includes the work of key scholars in sociological and psychology using different methods and theories applying a structural version of the interactionists that are represented in the 2003 collection edited by Burke. Another well-known structural variation of symbolic interactionism that applies quantitative methods is Manfred Kuhn's formulation, which is often referred to in sociological literature as the Iowa School. Negotiated order theory also applies a structural approach. Language. Language is viewed as a source of all meaning. Bloomer illuminates several key features about social interactionism. Most people interpret things based on assignment and purpose. The interaction occurs once the meaning of something has become identified. This concept of meaning is what starts to construct the framework of social reality. By aligning social reality, Bloomer suggests that language is the meaning of interaction. Communication, especially in the form of symbolic interaction, is connected with language. Language initiates all forms of communication, verbal and nonverbal. Bloomer defines the source of meaning as a connection that arises out of social interaction that people have with each other. Critical perspective. According to social theorist Patricia Burbank, the concept of synergistic and diverging properties are what shape the viewpoints of humans and social beings. The two concepts are different in a sense because of their views of human freedom and their level of focus. According to Burbank, actions are based on the effects of situations that occurred during the process of social interaction. Another important factor in meaningful situations is the environment in which the social interaction occurs. The environment influences interaction, which leads to a reference group and connects with perspective, and then concludes to a definition of the situation. This illustrates the proper steps to define a situation, and approval of the action occurs once the situation is defined, and interpretation is then made upon the action, which may ultimately influence the perspective, action, and definition. Stryker emphasizes that the sociology world at large is the most viable and vibrant intellectual framework by being made up of our thoughts and self-beliefs. The social interactionist theory is the purpose of all human interaction and is what causes society to exist. This fuels criticism of the symbolic interactionist framework for failing to account for social structure, as well as criticisms that interactionist theories cannot be assessed via quantitative methods and cannot be falsifiable or tested empirically. Framework is important for the symbolic interaction theory because in order for the social structure to form, there are certain bonds of communication that need to be established to create the interaction. Much of the symbolic interactionist framework basic tenets can be found in a very wide range of sociological and psychological work without being explicitly cited as interactionist, making the influence of symbolic interactionism difficult to recognize given the general acceptance of its assumption as common knowledge. Another problem with the model is twofold, in that one does not take into account human emotions very much, implying the symbolic interaction is not completely psychological, and two is interested in social structure to a limited extent, implying that symbolic interaction is not completely sociological. These competencies frame meaning as something that occurs naturally with interaction under a certain condition, rather than taking into account the basic social context in which interaction is positioned. From this view, meaning has no source and does not perceive a social reality beyond what humans create with their own interpretations. Another criticism of social interactionism is more so on the scholars themselves. They are noted to not take interest in the history of the sociological approach. This has the ability to produce shallow understanding and to make the subject hard to teach based on the lack of organization in its teachings to relate with other theories or studies. Limitations. Some symbolic interactions, like Goffman, have pointed out that the obvious defects of the pioneering Mead concept upon which the contemporary symbolic interaction is built. It has influenced the modern symbolic interaction to be more conducive to conceiving social, psychological concepts rather than sociological concerns. For instance, during analyzing symbolic interactionism, the participants' emotional fluctuations that are inexorably entailed are often ignored because they are too sophisticated and volatile to measure. When the participants are being selected to participate in certain activities that are not part of their normal daily routine, it will inevitably disrupt the participants psychologically, causing spontaneous thoughts to flow that are very likely to make the participants veer away from their normal behaviors. These psychological changes could result in the participants' emotional fluctuations that manifest themselves in the participants' reactions, therefore manufacturing biases that will the previous mentioned biases. The critique unveiled the lack of scrutiny on the participants' internal subjective process of their environment, which initiates the reasoning and negotiating facilities, which the contemporary symbolic interactionism also reflects. Henceforth, prejudice is not a purely psychological phenomenon. Instead, it can be interpreted from a symbolic interaction standpoint, taking individuals' construction of the social reality into account. Society for the Study of Symbolic Interaction. The Society for the Study of Symbolic Interaction is an international professional organization for scholars who are interested in the study of symbolic interaction. The Society for the Study of Symbolic Interaction holds a conference in conjunction with the meeting of the American Sociological Association and the Society for the Study of Social Problems. This conference typically occurs in August and sponsors the Society for Study of Symbolic Interaction, holds the Conchstone Symposium each spring. The Society provides travel scholarships for student members interested in attending the annual conference. At the annual conference, the Society sponsors yearly awards in different categories of symbolic interaction. Additionally, some of the awards are open to student members of the Society. The Ellis Brockner Audio Ethnography and Personal Narrative Research Award is given annually by the Society affiliate of the National Communications Association for the best article, essay, or book chapter in the audio ethnography and personal narrative research. The award is named after renowned autoethnographers Carolyn Ellis and Art Brockner. The Society also sponsors a quarterly journal, Symbolic Interaction, and releases a newsletter, SSSI Notes. The Society also has a European branch, which organizes an annual conference that integrates European symbolic interactionists. Okay, got two more to go. Group dynamics. Group dynamics is a system of behaviors and psychological processes occurring within a social group. Intergroup dynamics, or between social groups, intergroup dynamics. The study of group dynamics can be useful in understanding decision-making behavior, tracking the spread of diseases in society, creating effective therapy techniques, and following the emergence of popularity of new ideas and technologies. These applications in the field are studies in psychology, sociology, anthropology, political science, epidemiology, education, social work, leadership studies, business and managerial studies, as well as communication studies. The history of group dynamics or group processes has a consistent underlying premise. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts. A social group is an entity that has qualities which cannot be understood just by studying the individuals that make it up. In 1924, Gestalt psychologist Max Wertheimer proposed there are entities where the behavior of the whole cannot be derived from the individual element, nor from the way these elements fit together. Rather, the opposite is true. The properties of many of the parts is determined by the intrinsic structure laws of the whole. A field of study, group dynamics has its roots both in psychology and sociology. Wilhelm Wundt, credited as the founder of experimental psychology, had a particular interest in the psychology of communities, which he believed possessed phenomena like human language, custom, and religion that could not be described through the study of an individual. On a sociological side, Emil Durkheim, who was influenced by Wundt, also recognized collective phenomena such as public knowledge. Other key theorists include Gustav Le Bon, who believed that crowds possessed a racial unconscious with primitive, aggressive, and antisocial instincts, and William McDougall, who believed in group mind, which had a distinct existence born from the interaction of the individual. The concept of collective consciousness is not essential to group dynamics. Eventually, the social psychologist Kurt Lewin coined the term group dynamics to describe the positive and negative forces within groups of people. In 1945, Lewin established the Group Dynamics Research Center at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the first institute devoted explicitly to study group dynamics. Throughout his career, Lewin was focused on how the study of group dynamics could be applied to real-world social issues. Increasingly, research has applied evolutionary psychology principles to group dynamics. As human social environments become more complex, they acquired adaptations by the way group dynamics that enhance survival. Examples include mechanisms for dealing with status, reciprocity, identifying cheaters, ostracism, altruism, group decision, leadership, and intergroup relations. Also, a combination of evolution and game theory has been used to explain the development and maintenance of cooperative behavior between individuals in a group. Key theorist, Gustave Le Bon. Gustave Le Bon was a French social psychologist whose seminal study, The Crowd, a study of the popular mind, 1896, led to the development of group psychology. William McDougall, the British psychologist William McDougall, in his group, The Group Mind, 1920, researched the dynamics of groups of various sizes and degrees of organization. Sigmund Freud, in Group Psychology and the Analysis of Ego, 1922, Sigmund Freud based his preliminary description of group psychology on Le Bon's work, but went on to develop his own original theory related to what he had begun to elaborate in Totem and Taboo. Theodor Adorno reprised Freud's essay in 1951 with his Freudian theory and the pattern of the fascist propaganda, and said that it is not an overstatement if we say that Freud, though he was hardly interested in the political phase of the problem, clearly foresaw the rise and nature of fascist mass movements in purely psychological categories. Jacob Moreno was a psychiatrist, dramatist, philosopher, and theoretician who coined the term group psychotherapy in the early 1930s. He was highly influential in his time. Kurt Lewin is commonly identified as the founder of the movement to study groups scientifically. He coined the term group dynamics to describe the ways groups and individuals act and react to changing circumstances. William Schultz looked at interpersonal relations as a stage development, inclusion, am I included, control, who's the top dog here, and affection, do I belong here. Schultz sees groups resolving each issue in turn in order to be able to progress to the next stage. Conversely, a struggling group can devolve to an earlier stage if unable to resolve outstanding issues at its present stage. Schultz referred to these group dynamics as the interpersonal underworld. Groups possessed, which are largely unseen and unacknowledged, as opposed to content issues, which are nominally the agenda of group meetings. Wilfred Bion studied the group dynamics from a psychoanalytical perspective and stated that he was much influenced by Wilfred Trotter, with whom he worked at University College Hospital, London, as did another key figure in psychoanalytical movement, Ernst Jones. He discovered several mass group processes which involved the group as a whole adopting an orientation, in his opinion, interfered with the ability of a group to accomplish the work it was nominally engaged in. Bion's experience and are reported in his published book, especially Experiences in Group. The Tavistock Institute has further developed and applied the theory and practices developed by Bion. Bruce Tuchman proposed the four-stage model called Tuchman Stages, 1965, for a group. Tuchman's model states that the ideal group formation making process should occur in the four stages: forming, pretending to get on or get along with others; storming, letting down the politeness barrier or trying to get down the issues even if tempers flare up; norming, getting used to each other and developing trust and productivity; performing, working in a group for a common goal on a highly efficient and cooperative basis. Tuchman later developed a fifth stage for the dissolution of a group called adjourning. Adjourning may also refer to as mourning the adjournment of the group. This model refers to the overall pattern of the group, but of course, individuals within a group work in different ways. If distrust persists, a group may never even get to the norming stage. M. Scott Peck developed stages for larger group scale communities, which are similar to Tuchman's stage of group development. Peck describes the stages of group community as pseudo-community, chaos, emptiness, true community. Communities may be distinguished from other types of groups, in Peck's views, by the need for members to eliminate barriers to communication in order to be able to form true community. Examples of the common barriers are expectations and preconceptions, prejudices, ideology, counterproductive norms, theology and solutions, the need to heal, convert, fix, or solve and the need to control. A community is born when its members reach a stage of emptiness or peace. Richard Hackman. Richard Hackman developed a synthetic research-based model for designing and managing work groups. Hackman suggested that groups are successful when they satisfy internal and external clients, develop capabilities to perform in the future, and when members find meaning and satisfaction in the group. Hackman proposed 5 conditions that increase the chance that groups will be successful. These include being a real team, which results from having a shared task, clear boundaries, which clarify who is inside and outside the group, and stability of group membership, compelling direction, which results from a clear, challenging, and consequential goal, enabling structure, which results from having tasks which have variety of group size that is not too large, talented group members who have at least moderate social skill, and strong norms that specify appropriate behavior, supportive context, which occurs in groups nested in larger groups. In companies, supportive contexts involve reward systems that reward performance and cooperation, group-based rewards linked to group performance, an educational system that develops member skills, and information and material systems that provides the needed information and raw materials. Expert coaching, which occurs on the rare occasions where group members feel that they need help with a task or interpersonal issues. Hackman emphasizes that many team leaders are overbearing and undermine group effectiveness. Intergroup dynamics. Intergroup dynamics also refers to in-group, within-group, or commonly just group dynamics, are the underlying processes that give rise to a set of norms, roles, relations, and common goals that characterize a particular social group. Examples of group include religious, political, military, and environmental groups, sport teams, work groups, and theory groups. Amongst the members of a group, there's a state of interdependence through which behaviors and attitudes, opinions, and experience of each member are collectively influenced by the other group members. In many fields of research, there is an interest in understanding how group dynamics influence individual behaviors, attitudes, and opinions. The dynamics of a particular group depend on how one defines the boundaries of the group. Often there's distinct subgroups within a more broadly defined group. For example, one could define U.S. residents as a group, but could also define more specific sets of U.S. residents. For each of these groups, there's distinct dynamics that could be discussed. Notably, on the very broad level, the study of group dynamics is similar to the study of culture. For example, there are group dynamics, group formation. Group formation starts with a psychological bond between individuals. The social cohesion approach suggests that group formation comes out of bounds of interpersonal attraction. In contrast, the social identity approach suggests that group starts when a collection of individuals perceive that they share some social category, and that interpersonal attraction only secondary enhances the connection between individuals. Additionally, from the social identity approach, group formation involves both identifying with some individuals and explicitly not identifying with others. So to say a level of psychological distinctiveness is necessary for group formation. Through interaction, individuals begin to develop group norms, roles, and attitudes which define the group and are internalized to influence behavior. Emergence groups arise out of relatively spontaneous process of group formation. For example, in response to a natural disaster, an emergent response group may form. These groups are characterized as having no pre-existing structure, group membership, allocated roles, or prior experience working together, yet these groups still express high levels of interdependence and coordinate knowledge, resources, and tasks. Joining groups. Joining a group is determined by a number of different factors, including an individual's personality traits, gender, social motives, and needs for affiliation, need for power, need for intimacy, attachment style, and prior group experiences. Groups can offer some advantage to its members that would not be possible if an individual decided to remain alone, including gaining social support in the forms of emotional support, instrumental support, and informational support. It also offers friendship, potential new interests, learning new skills, and enhancing self-esteem. However, joining a group may also cost an individual time, effort, and personal resources as they may conform to social pressures and strive to reap the benefits that may be offered by the group. The Minimax principle, as part of the social exchange theory, that states that people will join and remain in a group that can provide them with the maximum amount of valuable rewards, while at the same time ensuring the minimum amount of cost to themselves. However, that does not necessarily mean that a person will join a group simply because the reward cost ratio seems attractive. According to Howard Kelly And John Thibault, a group may be attractive to us in terms of cost and benefit, but the attractiveness alone does not determine whether or not we will join the group. Instead, our decision is based on two factors: our comparison level and our comparison level for alternatives. In John Thibault and Harold Kell's social exchange theory, comparison level is the standard by which an individual will evaluate the desirability of becoming a member of the group and forming new social relations within the group. This comparison level is influenced by previous relationships and membership in different groups. Those individuals who have experienced positive rewards and few costs in previous relationships and groups will have a higher comparison level than a person who experienced more negative costs and fewer rewards in previous relationships and group memberships. According to the social exchange theory, group membership will be more satisfying to new prospective members if the group's outcomes in terms of cost and rewards are above the individual's comparison level. As well, group membership will be unsatisfying to a new member if the outcomes are below the individual's comparison level. Comparison level only predicts how satisfied a new member will be with the social relationships within the group. To determine whether people will actually join or leave the group, the value of other alternative groups needs to be taken into account. This is called the comparison level for alternatives. This comparison level for alternatives is the standard by which an individual will evaluate the quality of the group in comparison to other groups the individual has the opportunity to join. Thibault and Kelly stated that the comparison level for alternatives can be defined informally as the lowest level of outcomes a member will accept in the light of available alternate opportunities. Joining and leaving groups ultimately dependent on the comparison level for alternatives, whereas member satisfaction within a group depends on the comparison level. To summarize, if membership in the group is above the comparison level for alternatives and above the comparison level, the membership within the group will be satisfying and the individual will be more likely to join the group. If membership in the group is above the comparison level for alternatives but below the comparison level, membership will not be satisfactory. However, the individual will likely join the group since no other desirable options are available. When group membership is below the comparison level for alternatives but above the comparison level, membership is satisfying but individual will be unlikely to join. If group membership is below both comparison and alternative comparison level, membership will be dissatisfying and the individual will be less likely to join the group. Types of groups. Groups can be very drastically from one another. For example, three best friends who interact every day, as well as a collection of people watching a movie in a theater, both constitute a group. Past research has identified four basic types of group, which include, but are not limited to, primary groups, social groups, collective groups, and categories. It is important to define these four types of groups because they are intuitive to most lay people. For example, in an experiment, participants who asked to sort a number of groups into categories based on their own criteria. Examples of groups to be sorted were sports teams, a family, people at a bus stop, and women. It was found that participants consistently sorted groups into four categories: intimacy groups, task groups, loose associations, and social categories. These categories are conceptually similar to the four basic types to be discussed. Therefore, it seems that individuals intuitively define aggregations of individuals in this way. Primary groups. Primary groups are characterized by relatively small, long-lasting groups of individuals who share personally meaningful relationships. Since the members of these groups are often interact face-to-face, they know each other very well and are unified. Individuals that are part of primary groups consider the group to be more important parts of their lives. Consequently, members strongly identify with the group even without regular meetings. Cooley believed that primary groups were essential for integrating individuals into the society, since this is often their first experience with a group. For example, individuals are born into a primary group, their family, which creates a foundation for them to base their future relationship. Individuals can be born to primary groups. However, primary groups can also form when individuals interact for extended periods of time in meaningful ways. Examples of primary groups include family, close friends, and gangs. Social groups. A social group is characterized by a formally organized group of individuals who are not as emotionally involved with each other as those of primary groups. These groups tend to be larger with shorter membership compared to primary groups. Further, social groups do not have stable membership since members are able to leave their social group and join new groups. The goals of social groups are often task-oriented as opposed to relationship-oriented. Examples of social groups include co-workers, clubs, and sports teams. Collectives. Collectives are characterized by large groups of individuals who display similar actions or outlooks. They are loosely formed, spontaneous, and brief. Examples of collectives include a flash mob, an audience at a movie, and a crowd watching a building burn. Categories. Categories are characterized by a collection of individuals who are similar in some way. Categories become groups when the similarities have social implications. For example, when people treat others differently because of certain aspects of their appearance or heritage. For example, this creates groups of different races. For this reason, categories can appear to be higher in entitativity and essentialism than primary social and collective groups. Entitativity is defined by Campbell as the extent to which collections of individuals are perceived to be a group. The degree of an entitativity that a group has is influenced by whether a collection of individuals experience the same fate, display similarities, or are close in proximity. If individuals believe that a group is high in entitativity, then they are likely to behave that the group has unchanging characteristics that are essential to the group, known as essentialism. Group membership and social identity. The social group is a critical source of information about individual identity. We naturally make comparisons between our own group and other groups. We do not necessarily make objective comparisons. Instead, we make evaluations that are self-enhancing, emphasizing the positive qualities of our own group. In this way, these comparisons give us a distinct and valued social identity that benefits our self-esteem. Our social identity and group membership also satisfies the need to belong. Of course, individuals belong to multiple groups. Therefore, one social identity can have several qualitatively distinct parts. For example, one's ethnic identity, religious identity, and political identity. Optimal distinctives theory suggests that individuals have a desire to be similar to others, but also a desire to differentiate themselves, ultimately seeking some balance between the two desires to obtain optimal distinctiveness. For example, one might imagine a young teenager in the United States who tries to balance these desires, not wanting to be just like everyone else, but also wanting to fit in and be similar to others. One's collective self may offer a balance between these two desires, that is to be similar to others, those who you share group membership with, but also be different from others, those who are outside of your group. Group cohesion. In the social sciences, group cohesion refers to the processes that keep members of the social group connected. Terms such as attraction, solidarity, and morale are often used to describe group cohesion. It is thought to be one of the most important characteristics of a group and has been linked to group performance, intergroup conflict, and therapeutic change. Group cohesion, as a scientifically studied property of groups, is commonly associated with Kurt Lewin and student Leon Festinger. Lewin defined group cohesion as the willingness of individuals to stick together and believe that without cohesiveness, a group could not exist. As an extension of Lewin's work, Festinger, along with Stanley Schachter and Kurt Beck, described cohesion laws, the total field of forces which act on members to remain in the group. Later, this definition was modified to describe the forces acting on individual members to remain in the group, termed attraction to the group. Since then, several models for understanding the concept of group cohesion have been developed, including Albert Caron's hierarchical model and several bidimensional models: vertical versus horizontal cohesion, task versus social cohesion, belongingness and morale, and personal versus social attraction. Before Lewin and Festinger, there was, of course, descriptions of very similar group property. For example, Emil Durkheim described two forms of solidarity, mechanical and organic, which created a sense of collective consciousness and emotion-based sense of community. The black sheep effect. Beliefs within the in-group are based on how individuals in the group see their other members. Individuals tend to upgrade likable in-group members and deviate from unlikable group members, making them a separate out-group. This is called the black sheep effect. The way a person judges socially desirable and socially undesirable individuals depends on whether they are part of the in-group or out-group. The phenomenon has later accounted for by subjective group dynamics theory. According to this theory, people derogate socially undesirable deviant in-group members relative to out-group members because they give a bad image of the in-group and jeopardize people's social identity. In more recent studies, Mark Hughes and colleagues have shown that this occurs more strongly with regard to in-group full members than other members. Whereas new members of the group must prove themselves to the full members to become accepted, full members have undergone socialization and are already accepted within the group. They have more privileges than newcomers, but more responsibility to help the group achieve its goals. Marginal members were once full members, but lost membership because they failed to live up to the group's expectation. They can rejoin the group if they go through resocialization. Therefore, full members' behavior is paramount to define the in-group's image. Bogart and Ryan surveyed the development of new member stereotypes about in-groups and out-groups during socialization. Results showed that the new members judged themselves as consistent with the stereotypes of their in-groups, even when they had recently committed to join the groups or existed as marginal members. They also tended to judge the group as a whole in an increasingly less positive manner after they became full members. However, there's no evidence that this affects the way that they are judged by other members. Nevertheless, depending on the self-esteem of an individual, members of the in-group may experience different private beliefs about the group's activities, but will publicly express the opposite, that they actually share their beliefs. One member may not personally agree with something the group does, but to avoid the black sheep effect, they will publicly agree with the group and keep private beliefs to themselves. If the person is privately self-aware, he or she is more likely to comply with the group, even if they possibly have their own beliefs about the situation. In situations of hazing within fraternities and sororities, on college campuses, pledges may encounter this type of situation and may outwardly comply with the task they are forced to do regardless of their personal feelings about the Greek institutions they are joining. This is done in an effort to avoid becoming an outcast of the group. Outcasts who behave in a way that might jeopardize the group tend to be treated more harshly than the likable ones in the group, creating a black sheep effect. Full members of a fraternity might treat the incoming new members harshly, causing the pledges to decide if they approve of the situation and if they will voice their disagreeing opinions about it. Group influence on individual behavior. Individual behavior is influenced by the presence of others. For example, studies have found that individuals work harder and faster when others are present, social facilitation, and that individuals' performance is reduced when others in the situation create distraction or conflict. Groups also influence individuals' decision-making processes. These include decisions related to in-group bias, persuasion, Asch conformity experiments, obedience, the Milgram experiment, and groupthink. There are both positive and negative implications of group influence in individual behavior. This type of influence is often useful in the context of work settings, team sports, and political activism. However, the influence of groups on the individual can also generate extremely negative behaviors. Group structure. Group structure is the internal framework that defines members' relationship to one another over time. Frequently, study elements of group structure include roles, norms, values, communication patterns, and status differential. Group structure has also been defined as the underlying pattern of roles, norms, and networks of relations among members that define and organize the group. Roles can be defined as the tendency to behave, contribute, and interrelate with others in a particular way. Roles may be assigned formally, but more often are defined through the process of role differentiation. Role differentiation is the degree to which different group members have specialized functions. A group with a high level of role differentiation would be categorized as having many different roles that are specialized and narrowly defined. A key role in the group is the leader, but there are also other important roles as well, including task roles, relationship roles, and individual roles. Functional task roles are generally defined in relation to the task the team is expected to perform. Individuals engaging in task roles focus on the goals of the group and on enabling the work that members do. Examples of task roles include coordinator, recorder, critic, or technician. A group member engaged in a relationship role or socio-emotional role is focused on maintaining the interpersonal and emotional needs of the group's members. Examples of the relational role include encourager, harmonizer, or compromiser. Norms are the individual rules that groups adapt to regulate members' behavior. Norms refer to what should be done and represent value judgments about appropriate behavior in social situations. Although they are infrequently written down or even discussed, norms have powerful influence on group behavior. They are fundamental aspect of group structure, and they provide direction and motivation in organized social interactions of members. Norms are said to be emergent as they develop gradually through interactions between group members. While many norms are widespread throughout society, groups may develop their own norms that members must learn when they join the group. There are various types of norms, including prescriptive, proscriptive, descriptive, and injunctive. Prescriptive norms, the socially appropriate way to respond to social situations of what group members are supposed to do. Proscriptive norms, actions that group members should not do. Prohibitive. Descriptive norms describe what people usually do. Injunctive norms describe behaviors that people ought to do, more evaluative in nature than a descriptive norm. Intermember relations are the connections between the members of the group or the social network within a group. Group members are linked to one another at varying levels. Examining the intermember relations of a group can highlight a group's density. how many members are linked to one another, or the degree of centrality of members, numbers of ties between members, analyzing the intermember relations group. Aspects of group can highlight the degree centrality of each member of a group, which can lead to a better understanding of the roles of certain groups. An individual who is a go-between in a group will have closer ties to numerous group members, which can aid in communication. Values or goals or ideas that serve as guiding principles for the group. Like norms, values may be communicated either explicitly or on an ad hoc basis. Values can serve as a rallying point for the team. However, some values, such as conformity, can also be dysfunctional and lead to poor decisions by the team. Communication patterns describe the flow of information within the group, and they are typically described as either centralized or decentralized. With a centralized pattern, communication tends to flow from one source to all group members. Centralized communication allows standardization of information, which may restrict the free flow of information. Decentralized communication makes it easy to share information directly between group members. When decentralized communication tends to flow more freely, but the delivery of information may not be as fast or accurate as with centralized communication. Another potential downside of decentralized communication is the sheer volume of information that can be generated, particularly with electronic media. Status differentials are the relative differences in status among group members. When a group is first formed, the members may all be on equal level, but over time, certain members may acquire status and authority within the group. This can create what is known as a pecking order within the group. Status can be determined by a variety of factors and characteristics, including specific static characteristics, task-specific behavior, and personal characteristics such as experience, or diffuse status characteristics. It is important that other group members perceive an individual status to be warranted and deserved, as otherwise they may not have authority within a group. Status differentials may affect the relative amount of pay among group members, and they may also affect the group's tolerance to violation of group norms. Like people of higher status may be given more freedom to violate group norms. Group performance. Force suggests that while many daily tasks undertaken by individuals could be performed in isolation, the preference is to perform with other people. Social facilitation and performance gains. In a study of dynamogenic stimulation for the purpose of explaining peacemaking in the competition in 1898, Norman Triplett theorized that bodily presence of another rider is a stimulus to the racer in arousing the competitive instinct. This dynamogenic factor is believed to have laid the groundwork for what is now known as the social facilitation, an improvement in task that occurs when people work in the presence of other people. Further to Triplett's observation in 1920, Floyd Alpert found that although people in groups were more productive than individuals, the quality of their product effort was inferior. In 1965, Robert Zajonc expanded the study of arousal response originated by Triplett with further research in the area of social facilitation. In his study, Zajonc considered two experimental paradigms. In the first, audience effects, Zajonc observed behavior in the presence of passive spectators. In the second, coaction effects, he observed behavior in the presence of another individual engaged in the same activity. Zajonc observed two categories of behaviors: dominant responses to the tasks that are easier to learn and which dominate other potential responses, and non-dominant responses to the tasks that are less likely to be performed. In his theory of social facilitation, Zajonc concluded that in the presence of others, when action is required, depending on the task requirement, either social facilitation or social interference will impact the outcome of the task. If social facilitation occurs, the task will have required a dominant response from the individual, resulting in a better performance in the presence of others, whereas if social interference occurs, the task will have elicited a non-dominant response from the individual, resulting in subpar performance of the task. Several theories analyzing performance gains in groups via drive, motivation, cognitive, and personal processes explain why social facilitation occurs. Zajonc hypothesized that compressance, the state of responding in the presence of others, elevates an individual's drive level, which in turn triggers social facilitation when tasks are simple and easy to execute, but impedes performance when the tasks are challenging. Nicholas Cantrell, 1972, proposes the evaluation apprehension model, whereby he suggested people associating social situations with an evaluating process. Cantrell argued this situation is met with apprehension, and it is the motivational response, not arousal, elevation, drive, that is responsible for increased productivity on simple tasks and decreased productivity on complex tasks in the presence of others. The Presentation of Self in Everyday Life, 1959, Irving Goffman assumes that individuals can control how they are perceived by others. He suggests that people fear being perceived as having negative, undesirable qualities and characteristics by other people, and that is this fear that compels individuals to portray a positive self-presentation social image of themselves in relation to performance gains. Goffman's self-presentation theory predicts in situations where they may be evaluated, individuals will consequently increase their efforts in order to project, preserve, maintain, and a positive image. Distraction conflict theory contends that when a person is working in the presence of other people, an interference effect occurs, splitting the individual tension between the task and the other person. On simple tasks where the individual is not challenged by the task, the interference effect is negligible and performance therefore is facilitated. On more complex tasks where drive is not strong enough to effectively compete against the effects of distraction, there is no performance gain. The Stroop effect demonstrates that by narrowing a person's focus of attention on certain tasks, distraction can improve performance. Social orientation theory considers the way a person approaches social situations. It predicts the self-confident individuals with a positive outlook will show performance gains through social facilitations, whereas self-consciousness individuals approaching social situations with apprehension is less likely to perform well due to social interference effects. Intergroup dynamics. Intergroup dynamics or intergroup relations refers to the behavioral and psychological relations between two or more groups. This includes perceptions, attitudes, opinions, and behaviors towards one's own group, as well as those towards another group. In some cases, intergroup dynamics is pro-social, positive, and beneficial. For example, when multiple research teams work together to accomplish a task or goal. In other cases, intergroup dynamics can create conflict. For example, Fisher and Furley found initially positive dynamics between a clinical institution and its external authorities dramatically changed to a hot and intractable conflict when authorities interfered with its embedded clinical model. Similarly, underlying the 1999 Columbine High School shooting in Littleton, Colorado, United States, intergroup dynamics played a significant role in Eric Harris and Dylan Claiborne's decision to kill a teenager and 14 students, including themselves. Intergroup conflict. According to social identity theory, intergroup conflict starts with a process of comparison between individuals in one group, the in-group, and those of another group, the out-group. The comparison process is not unbiased and objective, instead is a mechanism for enhancing one's own self-esteem. In the process of such comparisons, an individual tends to favor the in-group over the out-group, exaggerate and overgeneralize the differences between the in-group and the out-group to enhance group distinctiveness, minimize the perception of differences between in-group members, remember more detailed and positive information about the in-group and more negative information about the out-group. Even without any intergroup interaction as the minimal group paradigm, individuals begin to show favoritism towards their own group and negative reaction toward the outgroup. This conflict can result in prejudice, stereotypes, and discrimination. Intergroup conflict can be highly competitive, especially for groups with a long history of conflict. In contrast, intergroup competition can sometimes be relatively harmless, particularly in situations where there's little history of conflict, like students at different universities, leading to relatively harmless generalizations and mild competitive behaviors. Intergroup conflict is commonly recognized amidst racial, ethnic, religious, and political groups. The formation of intergroup conflict was investigated in a popular series of studies by Muzaffar Sharif and his colleagues in 1961 called the Robbers Cave Experiment. The Robbers Cave Experiment was later used to support a realistic conflict theory. Other prominent theories related to intergroup conflict include social dominance theory and social self-categorization theory. Intergroup conflict reduction. There have been several strategies developed for reducing the tension, bias, prejudice, and conflict between social groups. These include the contact hypothesis and the jigsaw classroom and several categorization-based strategies. Contact hypothesis, intergroup contact theory. In 1954, Gordon Alpert suggested that by promoting contact between groups, prejudice can be reduced. Further, he suggested 4 optimal conditions for the contact: equal status between the groups in the situation, common goals, intergroup cooperation, and the support of authorities, laws, and customs. Since then, over 500 studies have been done on prejudice reduction and their variation of the contact hypothesis, and meta-analytical reviews suggest overall support for its efficacy. In some cases, even without the 4 optimal conditions outlined by Alpert, prejudice between groups can be reduced. Superordinate identities. Under the contact hypothesis, several models have been developed. A number of these models utilize a superordinate identity to reduce prejudice. That is a more broadly defined umbrella group identity that includes the groups that are in the conflict. By emphasizing the superordinate identity, individuals in both subgroups can share a common social identity. For example, if there's a conflict between white, black, and Latino students in a high school, one might try to emphasize the high school group identity that students share to reduce conflict between the groups. Models utilize superordinate identities include the common in-group identity model, the in-group projection model, and the mutual intergroup differentiation model, and the in-group identity model. Similarly, recategorization is a broader term used by Gartner to describe the strategies aforementioned. Interdependence. There are techniques that utilize interdependence between two or more groups with the aim of reducing prejudice. That is, members across groups have to rely on one another to accomplish some goal or task. In the Robbers Cave experiments, Sheriff used this strategy to reduce conflict between groups. Elliot Aronson and Jigsaw Classroom also uses the strategy of interdependence. In 1971, thick racial tensions were abounding in Austin, Texas. Aronson was brought in to examine the nature of the tension within the schools and to devise a strategy for reducing it. So to improve the process of school integration mandated in Brown versus the Board of Education. Despite strong evidence for the effectiveness of the Jigsaw Classroom, the strategy is not widely used, arguably because of strong attitudes existing outside of the schools, which still resisted the notion of racial and ethnic minority groups as equal to whites. Similar should be integrated into schools. Okay, and finally, social exchange theory. So Oswald, obviously, conflict requires groups, intergroups. You need well-defined groups, and then the groups to be in conflict. And the solution is the larger dynamic, the universal brotherhood of man, as opposed to in-group, out-group, that there's a larger group that contains both groups, such as the universal brotherhood of man. Social exchange theory. Social exchange theory is a sociological and psychological theory that studies the social behavior of the interaction of two parties that implement a cost-benefit analysis to determine risk and benefits. This theory also involves economic relationships. The cost-benefit analysis occurs when each party has goods that the other party values. Social exchange theory suggests that these calculations occur in romantic relationships, friendships, professional relationships, and ephemeral relationships, as simple as exchanging words with a customer at a cash register. Social exchange theory says that the cost of the relationships are higher than the rewards, such as if a lot of effort or money were put into a relationship and not reciprocated, then the relationship may be terminated or abandoned. The most comprehensive social exchange theorists are those of the American social psychologist John Thibault and Harold Kelly, the American sociologist George Homans, Peter Blau, and Richard Mark Emerson. Claude Levi-Strauss. Homans defines social exchange as the exchange of activity, tangible or intangible, and more or less rewarding or costing between at least two persons. After Homans founded the theory, other theorists continued to write about it, particularly Peter Blau and Richard Emerson, who in addition to Homans are generally thought of as the major developers of the exchange perspective within sociology. Homans' work emphasizes the individual behavior of actors in interaction with one another. Although there are various modes of exchange, Homans centered his study on dyadic exchange. John Thibault and Harold Kelly are recognized for focusing their studies within the theory on the psychological concept, the dyad in the small group. Levi-Strauss is recognized for contributing to the emergence of the theoretical perspective from his work on anthropology, focused on systems of generalized exchanges, such as kinship systems and gift exchanges. Thibault and Kelly. Thibault and Kelly based their theory on small groups related to dyadic relationships. They used the reward cost matrices from game theory and discovered some clues of individuals' interdependence, such as the power of a party over each other, also known as correspondence versus non-correspondence of outcomes. Additionally, they suggested that an individual can unilaterally affect their own outcome in relationship through chosen behaviors. They can predict the possible course of a social interaction through the analysis of aspects of power in an encounter. They also experimented on how outcomes received in relationships could define a person's attractiveness to relationships. Homans based his theory on concepts of equilibration, expectancy, and distributive justice in dyadic exchange. With this, he tries to explain the social interaction in small groups and the rewards received proportional to the cost and investments. Holman summarized the systems in 3 propositions: success, stimulus, deprivation, satiation proposition, described below. 1, success proposition: when one finds they are rewarded for their actions, they tend to repeat the action. 2, stimulus proposition: the more often a particular stimulus has resulted in a reward in the past, the more likely it is that a person will respond to it. Deprivation satiation proposition: the more often in a recent past a person has received a particular reward, the less valuable any further unit of that reward becomes. Blau's theory is very similar to Hohmann's. However, he uses more economic terms and is based principally on emergent social structure and social exchange patterns in small groups. His theory analyzes the development of exchange theory in economics without emphasizing the psychological assumptions. He contributed the idea of distinguishing between social and economic exchanges and exchanges of power. The goal of his theory was to identify complex and simple processes without ignoring emergent properties. Blau's utilitarian focus encouraged the theorists to look forward, as in what they anticipated the reward would be in regards to the next social interaction. Blau felt that if individuals focused too much on the psychological concepts within the theory, they would refrain from learning and developing aspects of social exchange. Blau emphasizes technical economic analysis, where Holman's concentrated more on the psychology of instrumental behavior. Yeah, Eric Oswald, you just got to do the research. You got to know this stuff. There's a lot of information. One of the best ways is just to read through it, say it out loud, watch it back, listen to it. So just putting out the research, there's a lot of names, a lot of theories, a lot of stuff to get through. And best way to do it is just to read it. Emerson was inspired by Holmes and Blau's idea. He focused on the interaction and relationship between individuals and parties. His view of social exchange theory emphasizes the resource availability, power, and dependence as primary dynamics. He thought that relations were organized in different manners, and they could differ depending on the type and amount of the resources exchanged. He poses that the idea that power and dependence are the main aspects to define a relationship. According to Emerson, exchange is not a theory, but a framework for which other theories can converge and to be compared as structural functionalism. Emerson's perspective was similar to Blau's, since they both focused on the relationship power had with the exchange process. Emerson says that social exchange theory is an approach in sociology that is described for simplicity as an economic analysis of non-economic social situations. Exchange theory brings a quasi-economic form of analysis into those situations. Levi-Strauss was a social exchange theorist in the context of anthropology. He is recognized for contributing to the emergence of this theoretical perspective from his work on anthropology focused on the systems of generalized exchange, such as kinship systems and gift exchange. He based his kinship systems on Mauss's investigation, as it works in the form of an indirect reciprocities. Levi-Strauss suggested the concept of generalized exchange. Self-interest and interdependence. Self-interest and interdependence are central properties of social exchange. They're the basic forms of interaction when 2 or more actors have something of value to each other, and they have to decide whether to exchange and what amounts. Holman uses the concept of individualism to explain exchange processes. To him, the meaning of individual self-interest is a combination of economic and psychological needs. Fulfilling self-interest is often common within the economic realm of social exchange theory, where competition and greed can be common. In social exchange, self-interest is not a negative thing. Rather, when self-interest is recognized, it will act as the guiding force of interpersonal relationships for the advancement of both parties' self-interest. Michael Roloff, 1981, Thibault and Kelly see the mutual interdependence of a persons as the central problem for the study of social behavior. They developed a theoretical framework based on the interdependence of actors. They also highlighted a social implication of different forms of interdependence, such as reciprocal control. According to their interdependence definition, outcomes are based on combinations of parties' efforts and mutual and complementary arrangements. Basic concepts. Social exchange theory views exchange as a social behavior that may result both in economic and social outcomes. Social exchange theory has been generally analyzed by comparing human interaction with the marketplace. The study of this theory from the microeconomics perspective is attributed to Blau. Under his perspective, every individual is trying to maximize his win. Blau stated that once this concept is understood, it is possible to observe social exchanges everywhere, not only in the market relations, but also in other social relations like friendship. Social exchanges process brings satisfaction when people receive fair returns for their expenditures. The major difference between social and economic exchange is the nature of the exchange between parties. Neoclassic economic theory views the actor as dealing not only with another actor, but with a market and environmental parameters such as market price. Unlike economic exchange, the elements of social exchange are quite varied and cannot be reduced to a single quantitative exchange rate. According to Statford, social exchanges involve a connection with another person, involve trust and not legal obligations, are more flexible, and rarely involve explicit bargaining. Cost and reward. Simple social exchange models assume that the rewards and costs drive relationship decisions. Both parties in the social exchange take responsibility for one another and depend on each other. The elements of relational life include cost are the elements in a relation that have a negative value to the person, such as the effort put into the relationship and the negatives of a partner. Rewards are the elements of the relationship that have a positive value. Rewards can be the sense of acceptance, support, and companionship. The cost can be time, money, effort. As with everything dealing with social exchange theory, it has an outcome, satisfaction, and a dependence of relationship. The social exchange perspective argues that people calculate the overall worth of a particular relationship by subtracting its cost from the rewards it provides. Worth equals rewards minus cost. If worth is a positive number, it is a positive relationship. On the contrary, a negative number indicates a negative relationship. The worth of a relationship influences its outcome, or whether people will continue with the relationship or terminate it. Positive relationships are expected to endure, whereas negative relationships will probably terminate. In a mutually beneficial exchange, each party supplies the wants of the other party at a lower cost to self than the value of the resource the other party provides. In such a model, mutual relationship satisfaction ensures relationship stability. Outcome, reward minus cost. Homans-based his theory on behavioralism to conclude that people pursue rewards to minimize cost. The satisfactoriness of the reward that a party gains from an exchange relationship is judged relative to some standard, which may vary from party to party. Reciprocity norm, summarized by Goldner, the reciprocity norm states that the benefit should be returned and the one who gives the benefit should not be harmed. This is used to stabilize relationship and to identify egoism. The norm suggests independence in relationship and invite the individual to consider more than one's self-interest. Social penetration theory. Altman and Taylor introduced social penetration theory, which studies the nature and quality of social exchange and close bounds. It suggests that once the individuals start to give more of their resources to one another, relationships evolve progressively from exchanging superficial goods to other more meaningful exchanges. It progresses to a point called self-disclosure, where the individuals share innermost thoughts and feelings with one another. Equity and inequality. In this process, the individuals will compare their rewards with others in relation to their cost. Equity can be defined as the balance between a person's inputs and the outcomes in the job. Some examples of inputs can be qualifications, promotions, interest on the job, and how hard one works. Some outcomes can be pay, fringe benefits, and power status. The individual will mainly expect an equitable income-outcome ratio. Inequity happens when an individual perceives an unbalanced ratio of their outcomes and others' outcomes. This can occur in a direct exchange of the two parties, or there can be a third party involved. An individual's point of view of equity and inequality can differ depending on the individual. Aging. The basis of social exchange theory is to explain social change and stability as a process of negotiating exchanges between parties. An example of this is the convoy model of support. This model uses concentric circles to describe relationships around an individual, with the strongest relationships in the closest circle. As a person ages, these relationships form a convoy that moves along with the person, exchanges in support and assistance throughout different circumstances that occur. It also changes through the directionality of support given to and by the individual with the people within their social network. Within this model, there are different types of support a person can receive, those being intangible, tangible, instrumental, and informational. Intangible support can either be social or emotional and can be love, friendship, and appreciation that comes with valuable relationships. Tangible support are the physical gifts given to someone, such as land, gifts, money, transportation, food, and completing chores. Instrumental support or services given to someone in a relationship. And finally, informational support is the delivering of information that's helpful to an individual. Theoretical propositions. Ivan Nye came up with 12 theoretical propositions that aid in understanding the exchange theory. Rewards being equal, they choose alternatives from which they anticipate the fewest cost. Immediate outcomes being equal, they choose the alternatives that promise the better long-term outcomes. Long-term outcomes being perceived as equal, they choose alternatives that providing better immediate outcomes. Cost and other rewards being equal, individuals choose the alternatives that supply or can be expected to supply the most societal approval, or those that promise the least society disapproval. Cost and other rewards being equal, individuals choose statuses and relationships provide the most autonomy. Other rewards and cost equal, individuals choose alternatives characterized by the least ambiguity in terms of expected future events and outcomes. Other costs and rewards equal, they choose alternatives that offer more security for them. Other rewards and costs equal, they choose to associate with, marry, and form other relationships with those who value and opinions are generally in agreement with their own, and reject or avoid those with whom they chronically disagree. Other rewards and costs equal, they are more likely to associate with, marry, or form other relationships with their equals than those above and below them. Equally here is viewed as the sum of abilities, performances, characteristics, and statuses that determine one's desirability in the social marketplace. In industrial societies, other costs and rewards equal. Individuals choose alternatives that promise the greatest financial gains for the least financial expenditures. In his article published in 1978, Nye originally proposed 7 propositions that were common in all types of relationship. A few years later, he would expand the propositions to a total of 12. The first 5 propositions listed are classified as general propositions and substance-free, and are substance-free, meaning the propositions themselves can stand alone within the theory. Propositions number 6 has been identified by scholars as a notion that there is a general assumption of a need for social approval as a reward and can therefore act as a drive behind force behind actions. Proposition 7 will only work if an individual has the freedom to be excluded from outside factors while in a social exchange relationship. The 12th and final proposition is directed towards the way our society has the heightened value placed on monetary funds. Homans. Even though Homans took an individualistic approach, a major goal of his work was to explicate the micro-foundations of social structures and social exchange. By studying such forms of behavior, he hoped to illuminate the informal, sub-institutional basis of more complex social behaviors, typically more formal and often institutionalized. According to Homans, social structures emerges from elementary forms of behavior. His vision of the underpinnings of social structure and institutional forms is linked to the actions of individuals, for example, to their responses to rewarding and punishment circumstances. Homans developed 5 key propositions that assist in structuring individuals' behaviors based on reward and cost. This set of theoretical ideas represent the core of Homans' version of social exchange theory. The first proposition, the success proposition, states that behavior that create positive outcomes is likely to be repeated. Second proposition, the stimulus proposition, believes that an individual's behavior is rewarded in the past, the individual will continue the previous behavior. Third proposition, the value proposition, believes that if the result of a behavioral action is considered valuable to the individual, it is more likely for the behavior to occur. Fourth proposition, deprivation satiation proposition, believes that if an individual has received the same reward several times, the value of the reward will diminish. The fifth proposition discusses when emotions occur due to a different reward situation. Those who receive more than they expect or do not receive anticipated punishment will be happy and will behave approvingly. Fraser, based on economics, Fraser's theory about social exchanges emphasizes the importance of power and status differentiating social exchanges. Fraser's theory has a particular interest in the cross-cousin marriage. Malinowski, with his Kula exchange, Malinowski drew sharp differentiation between economic exchange and social exchange. Using his Kula exchange, Malinowski states that the motives of an exchange can mainly be social and psychological. Mauss, his theory tries to identify the role played by morality and religion in the social exchange. Mauss argues that exchange bound in society is influenced by social behaviors, while morality and religion influence all aspects of life. Bohannon focuses his theory on economic problems such as multicentrism and modes of exchange. He contributed to the social exchange theory, finding the role and functions of markets in tribal subsistence economies, makes a distinction of economic redistribution and market exchange from social relationships. Polanyi proposes three principles to create new ideas for sociological change: social economic change, transforming traditional economies, and political economic development. The principles are reciprocity, redistribution, and marketing. And Sellens presents the ideas that the economy is a category of behavior instead of just a simple category of culture. Assumptions. Social exchange theory is not one theory but a frame of references within which many theories can speak to one another, whether in argument or mutual support. All of these theories are built upon several assumptions about human nature and the nature of relationships. Thibault and Kelly have based their theory on two conceptualizations, one that focuses on the nature of individuals and one that describes the relationship between two people. Thus, the assumptions that they make also fall into these categories. The assumptions social exchange theory makes about human nature include the following: humans seek rewards and avoid punishment. Humans are rational beings. The standards that humans use to evaluate costs and rewards vary over time and from person to person. The assumptions social exchange theory makes about the nature of relationships include the following: relationships are interdependent. Relational life is a process. The prisoner's dilemma is a widely used example in game theory that attempts to illustrate why and how two individuals may not cooperate with each other, even if it is in their best interest to do so. It demonstrates that while cooperation would give the best outcome, people might nevertheless act selfishly. All relationships involve exchanges. Although the balance of this exchange is not always equal, we cannot achieve our goals alone. So as humans sometimes will have to become actors. In the world today, we can see actors as unemotional people, but that is not the case once we reach our goals in the end. Comparison levels. Social exchange includes both a notion of a relationship and some notion of a shared obligation in which both parties perceive responsibilities to each other. John Thibault and Harold Kelly proposed two comparison standards to differentiate between relationship satisfaction and relationship stability. The evaluation rests on two types of comparison level and comparison level for alternatives. According to Thibault and Kelly, the comparison level is a standard representing what people feel they should receive in the ways of rewards and costs from a particular relationship. An individual's comparison level can be considered by the standard by which the outcome seems to satisfy the individual. The comparison level for alternative refers to the lowest level of relational rewards a person is willing to accept, given available rewards for alternative relationships or being alone. In other words, when using the evaluation tool, an individual will consider other alternative payoffs or reward outside the current relationship or exchanges. The comparison level for alternative provides a measure of stability rather than satisfaction. If people see no alternative and fear being alone more than being in the relationship, social exchange theory predicts they will stay. Models of exchange. According to Kelly and Thibault, people exchange in behavioral sequence or a series of actions designed to achieve their goal. This is congruent with the assumption that human beings are rational. When people engage in these behavioral sequences, they are dependent to some extent on their relational partner. In order for behavioral sequences to lead to social exchange, two conditions must be achieved. It must be oriented towards ends that can be only achieved through interactions with other persons, and it must seek to adapt means to further the achievement of these ends. The concept of reciprocity also derives from this pattern. The reciprocity principle refers to the mutual reinforcement by two parties of each other's actions. The process begins with at least one participant makes a move, and if the other reciprocates, new rounds of exchange initiate. Once the process is in motion, each consequence can create a self-reinforcing cycle. Even though the norm of reciprocity may be a universally accepted principle, the degree to which people and cultures apply this concept varies. Power dependence relationships. Several definitions of power have been offered by exchange theorists. For instance, some theorists view power as a distinct form from exchanges. Some view it as a kind of exchange, and others view power as a medium of exchange. However, the most useful definition of power is that proposed by Emerson, who developed a theory of power dependence relations. According to this theory, the dependence a person has on another being brings up the concept of power. Power differentiation affects social structures by causing inequalities between members of different groups, such as the individual having superiority over another. Power within the theory is governed by two variables: the structure of power in exchange networks and strategic use. Experimental data show that the position an actor occupies in social exchange network determines relative dependence and therefore power. According to Thibault and Kelly, there are two types of power: fate control and behavior control. Fate control is the ability to affect a partner's outcome. Behavior control is the power to cause another's behavior to change by changing one's own behavior. Matrices. People develop patterns of exchange to cope with power differentials and to deal with the cost associated with exercising power. These powers describe behavioral rules or norms that indicate how people trade resources in an attempt to maximize rewards and minimize costs. 3 different matrices have been described by Thibault and Kelly to illustrate the pattern people develop. These are given matrix, the effective matrix, and the dispositional matrix. The given matrix represents the behavior choices and outcomes that are determined by a combination of external factors, environment, and internal factors, specific skills each interactant possesses. The effective matrix, which represents an expansion of alternative behaviors and or outcomes, which ultimately determines the behavioral choices in social exchange. The dispositional matrix represents the way two people believe that rewards ought to be exchanged between them. There are 3 forms of these matrices: reciprocity, generalized exchange, and productive exchange. In a direct exchange, reciprocation is confined to 2 actors. One social actor provides value to another one, and the other reciprocates. There are 3 different types of reciprocity. Reciprocity is a transactional pattern of interdependent exchanges. Reciprocity is a folk belief. Reciprocity is a moral norm. A generalized exchange involves indirect reciprocity, 3 or more individuals. For example, one person gives to another, and the recipient responds by giving to another person other than the first recipient. Productive exchanges means that both actors have to contribute for either one of them to benefit. Both people incur benefits and costs simultaneously. Another common form of exchange is negotiated exchange, which focuses on the negotiation of rules in order for both parties to reach a beneficial agreement. Reciprocal exchanges and negotiated exchanges are often analyzed and compared to discover their essential differences. One major difference between the 2 exchanges is the level of risk associated with the exchange and the uncertainty these risks create. Negotiated exchange can consist of binding and non-binding negotiations. When comparing the level of risk within these exchanges, reciprocal exchanges has the highest level of risk, which in result produces the most uncertainty. An example of risk that can occur during the reciprocal exchange is the factor that the second party could end up not returning the favor and completing the reciprocal exchange. Binding negotiated exchanges involve the least amount of risk, which will result in individuals feeling low levels of uncertainty, whereas non-binding negotiated exchange and their level of risk and uncertainty fall in between the amount of risk associated with reciprocal and binding negotiated exchanges. Since there's not a binding agreement involved, one party involved in the exchange could decide not to cooperate with the agreement. Critiques. Catherine Miller outlines several major objections to or problems with the social exchange theory as developed from early seminal works. The theory reduces human interaction to a purely rational process that arises from economic theory. The theory favors openness as it was developed in the 1970s when ideas of freedom and openness were preferred, but there may be times when openness isn't the best option in a relationship. The theory assumes that the ultimate goal of a relationship is intimacy, when this might not always be the case. The theory places relationships in a linear structure, when some relationships might skip steps or go backwards in terms of intimacy. Russell Crapanzano and Mary Mitchell discuss how one of the major issues within the social exchange theory is the lack of information within studies on the various exchange rules. Reciprocity is a major exchange rule discussed, but Crapanzano and Mitchell write that the theory would be better understood if more research programs discussed a variety of exchange rules such as altruism, group gain, status consistency, and competition. Meeker points out that within the exchange process, each unit takes into account at least the following elements: reciprocity, rationality, altruism, social responsibility, group gain, status consistency, and competition, rivalry. Rosenfeld, 2005, had noted significant limitations to social exchange theory and its application in the selection of mates partners. Specifically, Rosenfeld looked at the limitations of interracial groups, couples, and the application of social exchange theory. His analysis suggests that in modern society, there is less of a gap between interracial partners' education level, social economic status, and social class level, which in turn makes them previously understood application of social exchange mute. Applications. Most extensive application of social exchange theory has been the area of interpersonal relationships. However, social exchange theory materializes in many different situations with the same idea of the exchange of resources. Self-interest can encourage individuals to make decisions that will benefit themselves overall. Homans once summarized the theory by stating, social behaviors is an exchange of goods, material goods, but also non-material ones, such as the symbols or approvals of prestige. Persons that give much to others try to get much from them, and persons that get much from others are under pressure to give much to them. This process of influence tends to work out at equilibrium to a balance in the exchanges from a person in an exchange. What he gives may be a cost to him, just as what he gets may be a reward, and his behavior changes less as the difference of the two. Profit tends to a maximum. Anthropology. Other applications that developed the idea of exchange include the field of anthropology, as evidenced by the article of Rumi Befu, which discusses cultural ideas and norms. Levi-Strauss is considered one of the major contributors to the anthropology of exchange. Within this field, self-interest, human sentiment, and motivational processes are not considered. Levi-Strauss used a collectivist approach to explain exchanges. To Levi-Strauss, the social exchange is defined as a regulated form of behavior in the context of societal rules and norms. This contrasts with the psychological studies of exchanges in which behaviors are studied ignoring the culture. Social exchanges from the anthropological perspective have been analyzed using the gift-giving phenomenon. The concept of reciprocity under the prescriptive stress states that individuals can directly reward his benefactor or another person in the social exchange process. Levi-Strauss developed a theory of cousin marriage based on the pervasiveness of gift-giving in primitive societies. The basis of this theory is the distinction between restricted exchanges, which is only capable of connecting pairs of social groups, and generalized exchange, which integrates indefinable numbers of groups. Relationships. Throughout the theory, one can also end up losing relationships that were already established because of the feelings of no longer being beneficial. One feels that if there is not a longer a need for a relationship or communication due to lack of rewards, once this happens, the process of looking for new partners and resources occurs. This allows a continuation of networking. One may go through this process quite frequently. A study applied to this theory of new media like online dating. The study discovers the different factors involved when an individual decides to establish an online relationship. Overall, the study followed the social exchange theory idea. People are attracted to those who grant them rewards. Another example is Berg's study about developmental of friendship between roommates. The research found how social exchange processes change during the year by measuring self-disclosure. According to the study, the amount one person rewards another and the comparison level for alternatives become the most important factors in determining liking and satisfaction. Auld and Allen conducted a study to discover what processes occur and what is experienced during social leisure relationship. They used the concept of reciprocity to understand their findings. The study concluded that meeting new people is often given as a major reason for participation in leisure activities, and meeting new people may be conceptualized as an exercise in reciprocity. In this case, reciprocity is perceived as the starting mechanism for new social relationships because people are willing to be helped by others, expecting that the help will eventually be returned. A study conducted by Paul called Exchange and Access in Fieldwork tries to understand the relationship between the researchers and subject. The study concludes that bargaining helps satisfy more specific needs of the parties because greater risks are taken to obtain more information. This study also introduces the concept of trust to determine the duration of relationships. Interracial marriage. Patterns of interracial marriage have been explained using social exchange theory. Calmage suggests that ethnic status is offset against educational and financial resources. This process has been used to explain why there is more marriages between black men and white women than between white men and black women. The asymmetry in marriage pattern has been used to support the idea of a racial hierarchy. Lewis, however, explains that the same patterns of marriage can be accounted for in terms of simple facial attractiveness patterns of the group of different gender by race groupings. Recent changes have seen an increase in black women marrying white men and a decrease in raw prevalence of interracial marriages when it comes to black women. This has also been a shift in the concentration of interracial marriages from mostly being between those with low education levels and those at higher levels of education. Business. Social exchange theory has served as a theoretical foundation to explain different situations and business practices. It has contributed to the study of organizational stakeholders, relationship, and relationship marketing. The investment model proposed by Carol Rosbolt is a useful version of the social exchange theory. According to this model, investments serve to stabilize relationships. The greater the non-transferable investment a person has in a given relationship, the more stable the relationship is likely to be. The same investment concept is applied in relationship marketing. Databases are the major instrument to build differentiated relationships between organizations and customers. Through the information process, companies identify the customer's own individual needs. From this perspective, a client becomes an investment. If a customer decides to choose another competitor, the investment will be lost. When people find that they have invested much to quit a relationship or enterprise, they pour additional resources into the relationship to salvage their initial investments. Exchanges has been a central research thrust in business-to-business relational exchange. According to the study conducted by Lambe J. Whitman and Sperkman, firms evaluate economic and social outcomes from each transaction and compare them to the way they feel they deserve. Firms also look for additional benefits provided by other potential exchange partners. The initial transaction between companies is crucial to determine if their relationship will expand, remain the same, or dissolve. Work setting. A study conducted by Sachs serves as an example to explain engagement of employees in organizations. The study uses one of the tenets of social exchange theory to explain the obligations are generated through a series of interactions between two parties who are in a state of reciprocal interdependence. The research identified that when individuals receive economic and social emotional resources from their organization, they feel obligated to respond in kind and repay the organization. This is a description of engagement as a two-way relationship between the employer and employee. One way for individuals to repay their organization is through their level of engagement. The more engaged the employee are to their work, the greater amounts of cognitive, emotional, and physical resources they will devote to perform their job duties. When the organization fails to provide economic or emotional resources, the employees are more likely to withdraw and disengage themselves from their roles. Another more recent study by Van Houten, which took place in institutions for vocational education, shows how in social exchange relationships between teachers, reciprocity and feelings of ownership, affection, and interpersonal safety impact on individuals' professional decisions on what to share with whom. Colleagues who never pay back and make actual exchange happen, that is, who consume rather than to produce and share, risk being left out. The study also points out the possibility of negative rewards, exchanges of one's knowledge, materials, or otherwise may enable someone else the misuse that was shared or take credit somewhere in the team or organization. As such, interpersonal relationships and fair exchange appear important, as does some kind of mechanism for reward and gratitude, possibly organization-wide, as these impact on individual professional discretion and the degree of success of exchange. Citizenship behavior. Social exchange theory is a theoretical explanation of organized citizenship behavior. The study examines a model of clear leadership and relation building between head and teachers as antecedents and organizational citizenship behavior as a consequence of teacher-school exchange. Citizenship behavior can also be shown with employees and their employers. This is shown through organizational identification, which plays an important role in organizational citizenship behavior, as employees' identification with their employer plays a significant role in supporting and promoting organized citizenship behavior, serving as a mediating mechanism with citizenship behavior, perceive organizational justice, and organizational support based on both the social exchange and social identity theory. Online social networking and self-disclosure. Understanding the interpersonal disclosure in an online social network is an ideal application of the social networking theory. Researchers leveled social exchange theory to explain self-disclosure in a cross-cultural context of French and British working professionals. They discovered that reciprocation is the primary benefit of self-disclosure, whereas risk is the foundation cost of self-disclosure. They find that the positive social influence to use the online community increases online community self-disclosure, reciprocity increases self-disclosure, online community trust increases self-disclosure, and privacy risk beliefs decrease self-disclosure. Meanwhile, a tendency towards collectivism increases self-disclosure. Similar research also leverages social exchange theory to examine privacy concerns versus desire for interpersonal awareness in driving the use of self-disclosure technology in the context of instant messaging. The study was also a cross-cultural study, but instead compared U.S. and Chinese participants. Affect theory. The actors in social exchange are normally viewed as unemotional beings who have information, cognitively process it, and make decisions concerning the pattern and nature of exchange with others. Effect theory of social exchange complements social exchange theory by incorporating emotion as part of the exchange process, formalized by Lawler, 2001. The effect theory examines the structural conditions of exchange that produces emotions and feelings, and then identifies how individuals attribute these emotions to different social units, exchange partners, groups, and networks. These attributions of emotions, in turn, dictate how strongly individuals feel attached to their partners or groups, which drives collectively oriented behavior and commitment to the relationship. Assumptions. Most social exchange models have three basic assumptions in common. Behavior, in a social sense, is based on exchanges. If an individual allows someone to receive a reward, the person then feels the need to reciprocate due to the social pressures, and the individual will try to minimize their cost while gaining the most from the reward. The effect theory of social exchange is based on the assumption that stem from the social exchange theory and effect theory. There are three or more individuals who have the opportunity to make exchanges with one another. These actors are able to make decisions about whether to exchange, with whom to exchange, and under what terms to execute an exchange. Social exchange produces emotions that are positive to negative. Emotions can be construed as reward or punishment. Feeling good has a positive value and feeling bad has a negative value. Individuals try to avoid negative emotions and to reproduce positive emotions in social exchange. Individuals will try to understand the source of cause of feeling produced by social exchange. In this way, emotions become attributed to the object that caused them. Individuals interpret and exchange their feelings with respect to social relationships. Positive emotions produced by exchange will increase solidarity in these relationships, while negative emotions will decrease solidarity. Theoretical propositions. Affect theory of social exchange shows how the conditions of exchanges promote interpersonal and group relationships through emotions and affective processes. The theoretical argument center of the following five claims. Emotions produced by exchange are involuntary internal responses. Individuals experience emotions, general feelings of pleasantness and unpleasantness. Depending on whether their exchange is successful, these emotions are construed as a reward or punishment, and individuals strive to repeat actions that reproduce positive emotions or avoid negative emotions. Individuals attempt to understand what in a social exchange situation produces emotion. Individuals who use the exchange test to understand the source, partners, group networks of their emotions. Individuals are more likely to attribute their emotions to their exchange partners or groups when the task can only be completed with one or more partners, when the task requires interdependent, non-separable contributions, and when there is a shared sense of responsibility for the success or failure of the exchange. The mode of exchange determines the features of the exchange task and influence the attribution of the emotion produced. The mode of exchange, production, negotiated, reciprocal, or generalized, provides a description of the exchange task. The task features are defined by the degree of interdependence, separability of task, and shared responsibility between partners to complete the task. These features influence the strength of emotion felt. Productive exchanges are interdependent, and the high degree of non-separability, greatness, generates the strongest emotions. Reciprocal exchanges are separable, which reduces the perception of shared responsibility. The exchanges produces little emotional responses, but individuals instead express emotions in response to the asymmetric transaction. Generalized exchanges do not occur directly, but the interdependence is still high and coordination between partners is difficult because there's no direct emotional foundation. Emotions produced are low. Negotiated exchanges may produce conflicting emotions due to the mixed motive nature of negotiations. Even when transactions are successful, individuals may feel like they had the ability to do better, creating emotional ambivalence. Overall, productive exchanges produce the strongest attribution of emotion. Generalized indirect exchange, the weakest, with negotiated and reciprocal exchanges in between. The attribution of emotions resulting from different exchange modes impact the solidarity felt with partners or groups. Different styles of exchange, productive, reciprocal, and generalized, also impact the solidarity of identification that an individual feel with their exchange partners or groups. The different exchanges type help dictate the target of felt emotions and influences within an individual's attachment. Effective attachment occurs when a social unit, partner, or group is the target of a positive feeling from exchange. Effective detachment alienation occurs when a social unit is the target of a negative feelings from failures to exchange. Effective attachment increases solidarity, similar to the attribution of emotion. Productive exchanges produces the strongest effective attachments, generalized exchanges the weakest, and negotiated and reciprocal exchanges are in between. One condition for how social partner or group attributions can increase solidarity is by reducing self-serving attributions or credit or blame for the success or failures of the exchange. When individuals have group attributions for positive emotions stemming from success, this eliminates any self-serving biases and examines and enhances both pride in the self and gratitude to the partner. However, group attributions for negative emotions stemming from failure do not eliminate self-serving biases, resulting in more anger towards the partner or group than shame in the self. Lawler also proposes that the persistence, stability, and ability to control acts by the exchange partner controllability provide conditions for effective attachment by attributing credit or blame for the success or failure of the exchange. Following WiR 1985, effect theory of social exchange extrapolates from the combinations of stability and uncontrollability elicit different emotions. In social exchange, social connections can be sources of stability and controllability. For example, if an exchange partner is perceived as a stable source of a positive feeling and the exchange partner has control in the acts that elicit those positive feelings, this will strengthen effective attachment. Therefore, effect theory of social exchange proposes that stable and controllable sources of positive feelings, pleasantness, pride, gratitude, will elicit effective attachment with stable and uncontrollable sources of negative feelings, unpleasantness, shame, anger, will elicit effective detachment. Through these emotional processes, network can develop group properties. Repeated exchanges allow a network to evolve into a group. Effect theory highlights the contributions of emotions in producing group properties. Successful interactions generate positive feelings for the involved individuals, which motivates them to interact with the same partners in the future. As exchanges repeat, the strong relational ships become visible to other parties, making salient their role as a group and helping to generate a group identity that continues to bind the partners together in a network. Affect theory predicts that networks of negotiated and reciprocal exchange will tend to promote strong relationship ties with the partners. Productive or generalized exchange will promote stronger network and group level ties. Okay, so just got a handful of people watching. So, anybody still watching, I appreciate that. Hopefully you learned a little bit from this. It was, pretty basic. I'm not going to do a deep dive into sociology, but I wanted a little basis of sociology for my further research and studies. So, the last few streams, I did a little bit of research on that, and hopefully it'll be useful for future research. Put these ideas out there; they're important to understand. Talking about group dynamics, group formation, what is a group, and so it's a little bit off topic, but it's just something I felt was important for my streaming, for my research, for my knowledge, and something I hadn't really studied before. So, Eric, I'm just reading Wikipedia. I'm educating myself if it's useful to other people. Some people are watching. If it was beneficial to you, I'm glad to have provided a service. Reciprocity, value proposition. If people appreciate my work, I value being useful. So hopefully I was useful in that manner. So it's not exactly sure. And some of like my chess coaching, my chess articles, these were kind of like theories. There's a lot to it. There's a lot of names. There's a lot of theories, a lot of history, and just stuff I at least wanted to know, like the little basic formation knowledge of. So, just reading through, I ended up spending quite a few hours. So, I ended up almost like 4 hours of reading on Wikipedia there. So, if I lost my audience there, it is what it is. But Wednesday, I'm going to try to stream back on the philosophy of science. There I'll be reading mostly from the encyclopedia, so it'll be at a higher level of complexity, more in-depth, and I did more work. Like I read through those multiple times. I highlighted them, and these are more complex ideas that I want to put out there for my own mind, my own research, and if people find it interesting. So my chess essay, I read my chess essay today. Hopefully I'm going to work at that. I'm going to put it on my blog. Some of the group dynamics, social status, social stratification. Maybe I'll also try to put together and publish my essay on high and low birth. And maybe even next week, I will return to expertise. Yeah, I might have a few more articles to read of other stuff that I've had, but pretty soon I'm going to return to expertise. So Hanukkah starts this Thursday. I think the following Tuesday is like the Southfield menorah lighting. So if the Rabbi Stein calls me and asks me to help set up, I'll help set up, and I'll probably stream that. Michael Sisko said he's got a podcast back going, and I'm supposed to be streaming with Michael Sisko on the 12th, December 12th, on a Tuesday night, 9 o'clock. So I'll remind people next week about that. And we'll see if Khalid or anyone else reaches out. I was on a few Twitter spaces this week, just popped in, talked a little bit. I haven't really talked with Kevin McCarran, but if he reaches out, we could talk again. It's been like a week and a half since then, but so we'll see where that goes. But meantime, just keeping up my research, try to do a little streams here and there, and appreciate feedback from people. Like no one took the link, so the last few weeks I had a few guests, so now I'm just back to reading papers and try to put my research forward. So I guess with that, I'm going to sign off. God bless everyone. Have a good week. Pray for peace in Israel. Keep up with the analysis of the war. I'm not sure if there's going to be any major developments. It might kind of be like the tit for tat in terms as I was saying, I expect the Gaza refugee crisis at some point in the next few weeks or months, where you're going to start seeing Gazan refugees come to America. And the situation, God forbid, is probably going to become pretty dire in terms of like some of the stuff on the sociology about like in-group, out-group, a role, identity, trying to understand things from other people's perspectives to mediate conflict. And you could see that in the Israeli-Palestine Gazan war. The more you have an ability to see things from the other person's perspective, the more likely you're going to be able to avoid conflict. And the larger group, the messianic theory of the universal brotherhood of man, as opposed to seeing two groups in conflict, to seeing both as subgroups, a part of a larger group, namely the universal brotherhood of man, the unity of God, or such things. So we'll pray for peace, wish for better things, wish everyone a happy Hanukkah. And I'll see you this week with the return of the philosophy of science theory.